Oh, is it? Oh, okay, that's for that one. Okay, all right. Right, are we about there then? Hanging about, waiting. Right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 3 of our 3-day marathon, really. I think it's become a bit of a marathon, for me this time, with my current ailments. So I started Wednesday, and that didn't started badly and went downhill rapidly. So yesterday I didn't do too bad. Today I'll make a start, and if it all goes a little bit Pete's on, then Dad's going to jump on and do a few. But obviously Dad or Jack and Paul will jump on periodically throughout the day anyway. So in no real order per se, we've got 3 ways of bidding. So I knew go through the normal procedures every time because obviously we have new people watching and new buyers every sale. So 3 ways of bidding. We've got the internet, which has obviously come on leaps and bounds over the last 3, 4, 5 years. We've got commission bids and absentee bids, which are self-explanatory. That's when you leave a bid here with the office and then we act on your behalf. And then you've got the phone bids. Now, the phone bids is my personal favourite, really. We changed the format this last year or 2. The cameras are now behind the phone guys, so you can see them bid on your behalf, and hopefully just makes you feel a little bit more involved as we go throughout the day. There will be a number of provisionals again today, as there are every sale, and then they come through here on these lists, and then we read them out to let you guys know that they've sold and so forth. Now, a provisional is an important part of the process, really, because I'll briefly explain it as I often do, and I give it MGB as an example. MGB arrives, £4,000 reserve. The highest bid on the day achieved is £3,700. That is then sold on a provisional basis. We then have a conversation, or the girls downstairs, Charlie's main role as well nowadays, is having a conversation, and he will phone through to that owner and explain the fact that we have an offer of £3,700. At that point, in 95% of cases, there's some common ground met, so either the owner comes down slightly, the bidder goes up slightly, whichever, and we turn it into a sale. And then throughout the proceedings, you will then hear us shouting out the lot numbers that are sold. It's important, those provisionals, because, as I say, 95% of those are turned into sales. So we will explain further as we go along. Collections, again, self-explanatory. If you've been down and paid a visit to us over the last 3 or 4 or 5 years, we do use every square metre of the yard and the buildings and so forth. So for the first 2 or 3 days of next week, when you are booking your collections, excuse me, be mindful that if the vehicle or item is at the back of a unit or a compound, then we have to just put that back until Wednesday. By Wednesday, the lads have normally got a route in to each building, each yard, and we can be a lot more flexible. Motorbikes we can be very flexible with. They can come out. Alan and Andy will get them out at any time. Memorabilia can be collected at any time. You will, however, need a release code, should I say, a release code, just so we know we are releasing the correct motorbike to the correct courier or the correct owner. Last but not least, today is the charity side of things. Obviously, we started the collections with regards to viewing and raised somewhere in the region of £100,000, I think, last year. All of which was donated to various charities, both national and local. There was a lovely piece by David Simister in the Classic Car Weekly, I think it was the Christmas edition, explaining that, about what we've achieved and what other classic car auctions houses have achieved in 2025 as far as charitable work, which I think is fantastic. Some local ones recently, we have been supporting Rydale Show, and we've also been supporting on a couple of local village halls that have needed some funding. The Thorntondale Village Hall and the Wilton Village Hall. Now, yesterday I think it was, or Wednesday, I said, please, if you've got some suggestions, email us in. Our biggest one, obviously, is North Yorkshire Air Ambulance, because we could all potentially need that at any moment. So we do raise quite a number of thousands for that very worthy cause each year. But we also like to raise some for the local and the smaller ones that haven't got a huge PR machine behind them. Now, there was some suggestions came in yesterday or the day before. A Mother Bee Cat Rescue are looking for some funding, so again we're going to assist there. Someone's come in with Save the Asian Elephants. Again, I'm sure a very worthy cause, although a little bit further away than the Mother Bee. But again, we're going to help there. And the Home on Spalding Moor are doing a hedgehog fundraising or awareness campaign there. We're going to help there. And of course, the usual Yorkshire Air Ambulance. So again, if you have any suggestions that you think are worthy of some assistance, please email in. We'll always look through. That's the whole idea of it, is to spread this around. And I'd much prefer, personally, I go with the flow, but I'd much prefer to spread around £3,000 or £4,000 or £5,000 over 5 or 10 charities personally, and then everyone then has a benefit of some kind, don't they? So if you've got some ideas, please ring or email them through, and we'll try our best to accommodate. Now we're going to start with 601 today, and we're going to go through to 900. That will be our final lot of this sale. I've already confirmed something in the region of 185, I think 190 vehicles for next month, for May. May is already filling up quite quickly. So please, if you have something that you're thinking of moving on, get that through to us as quickly as you possible, because numbers are going for May. And when we obviously once we reach our threshold, that's it. We have to start saying no. Anyhow, let's move on. And 601 is the Shell Super Pump. Is it that one down there, Michael? There, look at that. What a lovely bit of kit that is as well, isn't it? Look at that. Absolute cracker. Where are we going to be on that? We've got £600 bid here. At £600, we've got £600 bid. At £650 bid. At £650. At £650, we've got at £650, then at £650. At £650, are we all done? At £650, we'll put it down then. Provisional then, lovely pump at £650, then are we all done at £650? £650 provisional. And moving on to, one of my old favourites, look at that, 602 is the Subaru Impreza. Let me just update my screen, get into the swing of things. Lovely bit of information there, look, supplied by Scott, thank you, regarding the car, RB5. Category D, there it says. Thankfully D is not a major thing, is it? There you are. But anyhow, very sensibly priced, I think. Where are we going to be on that? Who's going to start me? Anyone going to start me on that? Let's lower it down to £8,000. Josh, just get away. £8,000 asking. That's a cheap RB. Come on then. Let's be on then. £8,000. We all know it's worth that. £8,000 then. £8,000. We've got £8,000. £8,000 bid. £8,250. £8,250 then. £8,250. £8,500. £8,500. At £8,500 bid. £8,750. £8,750 then. £8,750. That's a cheap Subaru. £8,750. At £8,750. At £8,750 bid. At £8,750 then. £8,750. Cheap Impreza. At £8,750. Are we all done? At £8,750. Thank you. And 603 is the Porsche Motorsport light-up box. There we are then. Again, where are we going to be on that? Let's be away. £50 bid, thank you. At £50 then. £60 we have. At £60 bid, 60, 70. Oh, hang on a second. We'll just take that off you, because we were just in the middle of changing some increments there, and you bid at £100 too much. There we are, 50. There we are, thank you. At £60 bid, at 60 we have. At £60 bid, thank you. 60, 70 there, 70 out bid. £80 bid. At £80 then, 80, 80 we've got. £90, thank you. At 90. At £90 bid. At 90. £100 then. At £100 I'm going to sell. At £100 then it's on sale. It's going to go. At £100 then 110. 110. Wakefield's in at £110. At 110 then. At 110. At £110 then. Hammer's coming down now at 110. Off she goes. Going to be sold at £110. Sold. 604. The VW Motor Caravan. Here we are. There we are. Where are we going to be? This looks a bonny thing. It may surprise you, and I put this in many emails each week. We are offered as many as 10 of these a week. Oh, hang on a second. It's a VW T2 ice cream van. Oh, this is the ice cream van one. Ah, with a hatch on the side. Right. Okay. We have that many floating around. Right, I see. Let's have a quick look on my screen here. Oh, it's an ice cream van. Yes. There we go. Oh, that shines a different light on it, doesn't it? Oh, yes, I remember this one now. Ice cream van. Look at that. Instant business there, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. Lovely jubbly. Yeah, well, there we go. Where are we going to be? You tell me. We've got 10, £10,000 bid at 10, 10,005, 10,500, at £10,500, at 10,005, at 10,500, £11,000 then, £11,000 we've got, £11,000 then, £11,000 then, £11,000, converted into an ice cream van. That'll be a good talking point, wouldn't it? £11,000. £11,000 then, £11,000 we have, 11,000. £11,000 bid, £11,000, £11,000. I'm flicking through the photographs. It looks a very clean machine. 11,000. Excuse me, £11,000 we've got. £11,000. Are we all done then? £11,000 then. 11,000. That's quite unique. That's nice, isn't it? You go down to York and you see there's a barge on the riverbank there that's been converted into a little ice cream shop, and it's always chock-a-block. There's always a queue. There we are then. Where are we? £11,000, and are we all done? £11,000. We need a bit more. Have a word with the girls upstairs on that. There's an opportunity there for you, I'm sure. 605. Moving on is the Bentley sign, please, Michael. Oh yeah, there we are. A little Bentley sign there. Michael's got it down there. Where are we then? 60, 70, £80 bid. At £80 we've got £80 bid. £80 then, £90 then. At 90, £100 and on sale at 100. £100 then. Oh, £110. Oh, 110, 120. 130 we've got. Oh, £130 then at 130. At 130, you're all done at 130. Hammers coming down at 130 if you're all done. Sold. And the big Austin. These are good value for money, aren't they? There we are then. We have got the big shear line there. Where are we? We have got £4,000 bid. At £4,000, 4,2, 4,002, 4,4, 4,004 and 5 and 6, £4,600. At 4,600, at £4,600 it's on sale. I'll take that 100 there, Josh. 4,7, 4,007, 4,8. £4,800 we have at 4,800. At £4,800 then, 4,849. 4,900 then, it's on sale, it's going to be sold. At 4,900 then, £5,000 bid. At £5,000 then, 5,1. 5,001. At £5,100 we've got 5,2. 5,002, 5,3. £5,300. At 5,300. At 5,304. 5,004, £5,400, 5,5, 5,500, at £5,500 and 5,6, 5,7, 5,700 we have, 5,7, 5,8, 5,008, £5,800, 5,9 I've got, 5,009, £6,000 bid, at £6,000 then, 6,1, 61, 6,001, at 6,100. £6,100 I'm going to sell. At £6,100 it's on sale. 6,2. 6,002, 6,3, 6,300. At £6,300 then. At 6,003. 6,304 and 5. 6,500. 6,005. £6,500 she's on sale. At 6,006. 6,007. £6,700 at £6,700 we have. 6,007, giving you a moment at 6,007. £6,700 I'm going to sell it. 6,8. 6,800, 6,9. 6,009. £6,900 going to be sold at £6,900. Are we all done? At £6,900, get ready with that button, Josh. At £6,900, then I'm going to pull the hammer at 6,900. Sold. 607 is the little Honda. Here we are. Clean little bike. Where are we? 495, 498cc, little 500 Honda. 4 bids on the screen there, taking me to 750. £750 we've got. 750, £800 bid. £800 I have at £800 bid. £800 then £850. £850 bid. At £850 I'm going to sell. At £850 then it's on sale. £850 we've got. Cheap bike. £850 then on sale at £850. 875. I'll take the 25. 875. 875. 875. 875. £900 bid. At £900 we've got. £900 then I'm going to sell. At £900 are we all done? At £900 hammer's going to come down at £900. £900 and sold. Now we have 4 lovely Massey Fergie tractors up there, or Massey's up there in a line. One made record money, I think, yesterday, achieved very high money, and rightly so. Absolute stunner. What we're going to be on this one, we've got £7,000 bid. It's an X as well, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, it's an X. So we've got £7,000, 7,250, 7,500, at £7,500. £7,500, 7,750, at 7,750 is a 35X, at 7,750, at £7,750, 7,750, £8,000 we've got, £8,000 then, at £8,000, at £8,000 bid, £8,000, £8,000 then, at £8,000, £8,000, 8,250, thank you, 8,250, 8,250, at 8,250. At £8,250, £8,250, cheap compared to yesterday. £8,250, tractor buyers haven't got up yet. £8,250, £8,250, he's looking for more. Have a word with the girls upstairs in the office, it's a £10,000 tractor. 609, the Maserati light up box please, Michael. Oh, there you are, it shows, she's lit up over there. There we are then. Again, where we're going to be, 80, 90, 100, £120 bid. At £120, we've got 130. At £130 then, at £130. £130 are we all done, I'm going to sell. At £130 are we all done and dusted at 130. Sold. Now the little Austin 7 special. Now this is different, look at this. Very different little thing, look. And lovely information there supplied by David, the owner of the machine. Tells you all about it. Where we're going to be on that. £6,000 way. 6,250, 6,5, 6,750, 7,000 £7,000. 7,250 on my screen there. At £7,250. At 7,250. At £7,250. At 7,250, we're going to put it down provisional at 7,250, but I'm sure there will be a deal done at £7,250 if you're all done. At 7,250, that's all right. £7,250 provisional. I'll do a few more. 611, the Golden Texaco Motor Oil Reproduction sign. Little one, there we are then. Nice little sign there, £40 and sold straight out the trap. At £40 we've got, at £40 we've got there, at £40. At £40 then, at 40, at £40 I'm going to sell. Straight off then, maiden bid then, at £40, are we all done? At £40 then, hammer's coming down, off she goes at 50. At £50 bid, at £50 then, at £50 we have. At £50 then, at £50 bid then, she's going to be sold at £50. It's going to be sold. Here we are, my team, man. Thank you ever so much, thank you. I can't work out whether having, whether keeping it wet's making it better or worse. Now the little Daihatsu, I've got another one of these coming in, I think, for May. There you are, quite an unusual little machine, that. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. We've got some bids already. We've got 8, 9, 1,000, £1,100 we've got. £1,100 bid and it's on sale. It's going to be sold. That's cheap, isn't it? £1,100 at £1,200 bid. At £1,200 then on sale and sold at 12.13. At £1,300 then. At 13, £1,400 and sold. At £1,400 then. £1,500 at 15. £1,600 then at 16. At £1,600 bid. £1,600 then. Are we all done? At £1,600, 17. £1,800 bid. £1,800 we've got. At £1,800 then I'm going to sell it. At £1,800 then she's on sale. At £1,800 are we all done and dusted? At 18 she's going to go. She's off to Leeds at £1,800. Sold. The Ford tractor, the Fordson tractor light box. Thank you. I've got a bit of honey in that cup there. I've got a lovely cup of tea here. Being nursed along, aren't I, here? 613. So where are we going to be on that? £20 bid then. At £20 we've got. At £20 then. At 20. At £20 then. At £20 then. At £20. At £20 then. At £30 then. At £30. At £30 then, at £30 we've got £40 bid. At £40 we've got, it's on sale, it's going. At £40 then, at £40 then on sale at £50 bid. At £50 we have £60 at Newark, £60 bid. At £60 then, at £60 then, it's going to be sold. At £60 then, off it goes at £60. Sold. Blimey. And lot number 614 is the Saab 900i 16 valve convertible. There we are. I like these. I think these are a bonny thing, these. Nice looking car. £800 bid straight away. I'm not surprised, crew. 800, £900 bid. At £900, at £900 we have. At 900 then, that's cheap. At £900 we've got. At £900 bid. At 900. At £900 then, at £900, that's a cheap car. Someone round it up to 1,000, I can sell it. £1,000 bid, thank you. At £1,000 we've got. At £1,000 then, £1,100, 1112, 1200. At £1,200, at £1,200. 1,200, I'll take a 50 anywhere. At £1,250 we have at 1,250. At 1,250, £1,300 bid. At £1,300 we've got. 1,300. At £1,300 then. At 1,350. At £1,350. At £1,350 I'm going to sell it. At 1,300 or £1,400 bid at 14. At 1,450. At £1,450 we've got. £1,450. £1,500 bid. At 1,500. At £1,500. It's got a lovely set of 3-spoke wheels on it there. Look at that. At £1,500. At £1,550. At 1,550. At £1,550 we've got. At 1,550. At £1,600 bid in Hertfordshire. At 1,600. £1,600 and 50. £1,650 we've got at 1,650. At £1,650 are we all done? £1,700. At 1,700. At £1,700. At £1,700. £1,750. At £1,750 we have. At £1,750 are you all done? At £1,800 bid. At 1,800. £1,800 we've got. £1,850 at £1,850. At 1,850 and £1,900 bid. At £1,900. At £1,900. £1,950 bid at £1,950. At £1,950. Are you going to round it up to 2,000? We've got £1,950 on the table. We are. £2,000 bid. £2,000. £2,000 bid. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000 we're going to sell it. At £2,000 it's on sale. Are you sure? At £2,050. At £2,050 we have. At £2,050. At 2,021, you will be pleased to know, John. At £2,100. At 2,100. Who's down in Hertfordshire, please? Ian. The reason we're having a little bit of a giggle, Ian, is because the Bangers and Cash team are trying desperately to buy this car that you're in the lead with. At £2,100. We've got one of the teams saying buy it. We've got another team saying no. At £2,100. £2,100. Hurry up, Ian needs to know. Has he bought himself a Saab? £2,150. At £2,150. At £2,150. Do you want 22 in? He does. £2,200. He does. I think you've got it this time. At £2,200, which is where we almost should have started, really. 2,000, shouldn't we? At £2,200, and it's on sale. It's going. Hammer's coming down before you two decide. Otherwise, it's going to Ian at £2,200. Too late. It's gone. Ian's got it. There we are. Well done, Ian. Right, Karen there, where are we now? We have got, hang on a second, that didn't refresh. We've got a Monaco light-up box there. There we are then. £100 bid, 110, 120. Thank you, Ash. £120 we've got. At £120 bid, at 120 then. At £120 we've got 120. At £120 then. At 120 on sale. It's going to be sold at £120. Sold. 616, the VW Beetle. There we are then. 1967. This is a lovely car. We had 2 or 3 stunning Beetles last sale, and I thought that will be it now for 2 or 3 months. And then we've had another couple come in for this sale. This car being one of them. It's a very bright car. There we are. We have got some bids already. We've got £6,000 and 6,250. 6,500. At £6,500 we've got 6,500. 6,750. At 6,750 we have. At £6,750. At £6,750. £7,000 bid. At £7,000. At £7,000 then. £7,000 I'm going to sell it. 7,000. Who's shouting? Alan just beat me in there at 7,250. 7,250. Alan, your bid at 7,250. Internet, you just got beat in there by Alan, who was shouting, trying to get my attention at 7,250. 7,005. David's just jumped in. New bid 7,005. £7,750. At 7,750's gone. 7,750. At 7,750. £8,000 says Alan. 8,250 I've got. 8,250. 8,250. 8,005. David's bid. 8,500. David's bid at 8,500. £8,500. 8,750s with Alan. 8,750. 8,750. £9,000 says David at £9,000. £9,000 we've got. £9,000 and a quarter. 9,250. At 9,250. 9,500. £9,500. £9,500 we have. £9,500. Do you want £100 out? 9,500 I've got. 9,500 I'll take 100, because if you were here you'll probably be shouting 100 at me. You have. 9,600. 9,600. 9,600. £9,600 we have. 9,700. £9,700. At £9,700. 9,007. Where are we going to be? 9,008 says Alan. 9,800. £9,800 Alan then at £9,800. Alan's telephone bidder with Dave as the underbidder at £9,800. Sold. Alan. 617 hand-painted sign. There we are. Raymond does these. He's done them for the last 10 years, bless him. We've got loads around our units. We've got loads down at Thorntondale. They just take your eye off of what could be a very plain wall. And we have got £60 and sold straight away. At £60 I'm going to sell it. At £60 then on sale. At £60 then. If no one's in then at £60 I'm going to pull the lever. It's going to go at £60. Sold. 618. Here's a little Rover. 25 impression. Cheap little car. There we are then, little 1.4 Rover, 25 then. Where are we going to be on that? Who's going to start me at 1,000? Someone start me at £1,000 for a cheap little Rover. £1,000 anywhere. £1,000 bid, thank you very much. At £1,000 we've got. At £1,000 then. At £1,000 we have. At £1,000. At £1,000 then. At £1,000 we'll put you down provisional then. At £1,000 for the little Rover. Are we all done? 619, the Rhino recovery loading ramps. We've got 5 foots and we've got 8 foots, I think. These are 5 foots. Who wants to start me at £100? You need a pair of ramps for nothing. Look, £100 then. £100, thank you. £100 then. At £100 we've got. £100 then. At £100 then. Cheap pair of ramps. At £100 then. At 100. At 100 then. At 100 then. At 100 then. And we all done £110. At £110 then for a pair of ramps. £110 new, they are brand new, perfect. £110. At 110, 120. At £120. At £120 then. At 120. £120 then. We'll put you down provisional then at £120. 620 is the Honda CRV. I'm just looking for some cheap and cheerful little run around. There we go. Look, the Honda CRV. Where are we on that? We've got 11. £100 bid over there. £1,100 we've got. £1,100 bid. £1,100. Are we all there? £1,100. Cheap little Honda. £1,100 bid. 1,100 then. £1,100. Are you sure? 1,100. I'll take a 50. If not, £1,100 we've got. £1,100. £1,100 then. £1,100 MOT'd until March 2027. It says on my sheet here. March next year MOT. On the little Honda, £1,100 then, that's cheap enough, isn't it? £1,100 then, I'll take a 50, if not, it's going at 1,100, it's going to be sold. Sold, 621 is, the clock, there we are there, the Yamaha clock. The local lad Mark does these from us from York, he does them in his spare time, makes a fantastic job. Do not confuse the quality with other cheaper things out there. The quality is top notch. We've got 2 or 3 round our office upstairs. They're lovely. Where we're going to be on that? £90 bid at 90, £100 bid, and thank you at 110, 110, 120 for the Yamaha clock. 120 then at £120. Then are we all there at 120? At £120 then at £120. Are we all done at £120? Moving on to lot number 622 is the Porsche 911 Carrera 2. There we are, the Carrera 2. Nice car, says Michael. Michael's just interjected and said, nice car that. There we are. Where we're going to be on that? We've dealt with the owner before on various things, bits and pieces. We've got 15,000, 15,250, 15,500, 15,500, 15,500, 750, £16,000 with Jack down there. That was Jack's bid at 16,000, £16,000, 16,250, 16,250. 16,250 I've got, 16,500, 16,750, yeah, I'd go 17,000, sorry Jack, I've got 17,000 flashing on my screen, you better do that 17,000 Josh, 17,000 on my screen here at 17,000, 17,250, 17,250, 17,500, 17,500, 17,500, 17,750 back in Surrey, 17,750. £18,000 says Jack, 18,000 and 250. 18,250. 18,250. 18,500. 18,500. Looks a nice car Michael. 18,750. 18,750. 19 says Jack's phone. £19,000. £19,000, that's Jack's telephone then, are we all done? Excuse me, I'll take 100 if you will. 17,250. Sorry, straight back in at 19,250. 19,500. 19,500. 19,500. 19,500. 19,500. It was just slowing up before and I said I'll take 100. I'll take 100 now, Josh, if it helps. Once we get towards the end, we're trying to accommodate everyone if we can. 19,500 we've got. 19,600. Only because if you were here, sorry, you may well be shouting, I'll go 100, and you have done. 19,700 with Jack at 19,700 on the telephone. 19,700. 19,800. 19,800. 19,900. Well, we've come this far, sorry, I suppose. 19,900. 19,900. Your bid, Jack, at the moment, £19,900. Are we all done? Thank you ever so much for your bids, especially Surrey there. Thank you for your bids at £19,900 then. I'm going to pull the lever. The hammer's coming down. If you're sure you're all done at 19,900, go to Jack, telephone bidder. Sold. 623 is the Land Rover light box. Michael, please. There we are then. We have got 110, 120 we've got. £120 bid. At £120 we've got. At £120 then I'm going to sell at 120. At £120 then. Hammer's coming down at £120 to 130. At £130 then. At 130. £130 I've got 130. 130 then. Off she goes at 130. Be warned, it's going. Gone. 130, 624 is the Porsche 924. Little entry-level little Porsche. Here we are then. Where we're going to be on the little Porsche? You tell me. £2,000 bid. £2,000. £2,000 we've got. At £2,000 then 2122. 2002. Excuse me. 2002. At 2002, 2,200, at 2,200 pound, then 2,300, 2,300, 2,400, at 2,400 pound, 2004, cheap little car that, 2,400, at 2,400 pound, 2,400, 2,400 pound, are you there at 2004? I think that's worth more, we'll put that in the timed auction, I think, 2004. If you've got some interest in the little 924, have a word with the girls upstairs. Failing that, it'll go in the timed auction, which starts on Saturday afternoon, runs until next week, and that clears up and he remains available. 625 is the Shell X Motor Oil Repro sign there, Michael. It's a funny little sign there, isn't it? There you go, where we're going to be on that. We've got £60 bid for it straight away. They're out the traps at 60 and sold. At £60 then, at £60 then I'm going to sell at 60. At £60 then, at £60 off it goes, it's going to sell. At £60, make no mistake, it's going. At £60 then it's on sale, it's away. It's gone. And on the subject of away and sold, lot number 460, the Rolls Royce Corniche. Ah, there we are, the blue one there behind you there, look at that. That was sold. Lot number 514, the Ford Prefect, we've got 2 or 3 of those, that has been sold. 458, the Defender, that has been sold. 536, the MG RV8, that has been sold. Lot number 441, the wooden Trico wiper sign, sold. 473, the desk set, sold. 492, the Humber Imperial, I think it's a black one, sits in Unit 2, that's been sold. Lot number 447, a Porsche sign, that's been sold. And lastly on this sheet, lot number 451, a baking powder sign, that has also been sold. There you go, there's more coming along. As I say, we convert over 90% of all provisionals throughout the day. Now then, moving on to 626 is the cheapest tag in the world. Look at this. Lovely bit of information there supplied by Gerald. Thank you very much. Tells everybody what they need to know. And we have got, let me just refresh my screen because I think there's some bids on here. There is. There you go. You've got 3-2 on that one, Josh, but I've got £4,000 flashing on here. So I've got £4,000 bid at 4,001, 2, 3, 4,003, 4,003 and 4. Cheap stag. 4,004, 4,5, 4,005, 4,6, 4,006, 4,7, 4,8. Absentee bid with me. £4,800. At £4,800 I've got. £4,800 then. Bid with me at £4,800. At £4,800, are we all done at 4,008? Are you sure? At 4,009. £4,900 then. At £4,900, I'm going to sell it. At 4,009, it's on sale, it's going. At £4,900, the hammer's coming down at 4,900. It's sold. 627 is the Bentley sign. Michael's got it on display there. There we are. Right, so Bentley sign. You've got 40 on yours. However, I've got 6 bids on my screen. That takes me to 180, which sounds a lot better, doesn't it, than 40. £180 we've got. 180, 190 and £200 bid. At £200 I've got. At £200 bid. At £200 I have at 200. At £200 then. At £200 then I'm going to sell it. At £200 it's on sale, it's going. At £200, make no mistake, it's going to be sold. At £200 then, lovely little piece then. At £200. Sold at the top right hand corner, Ash. Now then, if you're looking for a little bit of weekend work, as Father would say, something to keep you off the streets, the Aston probably will. There we are then. The DBS V8, there we are. Restoration project. Where are we going to be? You tell me. Who's going to start me? Someone start me at 20, Josh. Put £20,000 down there. Someone start me at £20,000. £20,000 asking for the DBS V8. Anyone there? Surely she must be worth 20k. I know projects are not the easiest thing to sell at the moment, but there is a little bit of value at the end of the day with this one, isn't it? Let's face it. Anyone? If not, we'll have to move on. I've got nothing on my sheet. We may have 2 more Aston Martin projects coming in next time, so keep an eye out for them. In the meantime, if you've got some interest in this particular DBS, please have a word with the girls upstairs. 629, however, is the Ferrari box. £100 bid straight away and sold. At £100 I'm going to sell it. At £100 it's sold at £100. And 10, £110. At £110 bid. At £110 then at 110. At 110 then, £110 then. Hammer's coming down at £110. Are we all done? At £110 then I'm going to sell it, be warned. It's sold. 630. The quad, the Honda quad as well. We've got bids on my screen flashing away here. £3,000 I've got. £3,100 bid. At 3,100 then and 32. 3,002. At £3,200 it's on sale. It's going to go at 3,2. At £3,200 I'm selling. At £3,200 then. Hammer's going to come down. It's going to be sold at £3,200. Be warned, it's going at 3,2. Sold. 631 is the cast Michelin and dog ornament. There we go. I have got £50 bid straight away here. £50 I'm going to sell. At £50 it's on sale. At £50 it's going. At £50 then. £60 then. £60 I've got. At £60 then. £60 then. At £70 at 70. £80 then. £80 bid. £80 then I'm going to sell at 80. £90 I have. At 90. £100. £100 then at 100. At £100. Are we all done at 100? Hammer's coming down, be warned, I'm going to sell at £100. Sold. 632 is a very sensibly priced Bentley Mulsanne. Have a quick mouthful of tea, if I may, while you just peruse that. Look at that. Very, very sensible look on the finance side of things. There we are. We've got some 10 stamps or 10 records of service we've got here. There we are. Where are we going to be on that? That doesn't look an expensive car. £3,000 we've got. At £3,000 then. At £3,000, the cheapest Mulsanne in the world. At £3,000 then. 3-1. £3,100. 3-1. At 3,001. 3-2. £3,200 we have. At 3,200. At £3,200 then. That's very provisional at 3,200. At 3,002. 3-3. 3,003. At £3,300. At £3,300 then. The cheapest one on the planet, I would think, at 3,300. £3,300. 3,300. We'll get, who's that on that one, please? Philip, for obvious reasons, I'm going to have to put you down a provisional on that one, but we'll see what we can do for you. We'll have a conversation with Alison and see what she thinks. At £3,300 then, very provisional at £3,300. Very provisionally sold. Lot number 633 is the Sega Outrun arcade illuminated sign. Which Michael's got on display, that's right. There we are then. Something a little bit different. Let's just update my screen. There's some bids, I'm sure there are. £200 I've got straight away in 210, 220. At £220 and sold. At £220 I have. At £220 then. Excuse me, £220 I've got and selling. At £220 it's going to be sold. At £220, make no mistake, the Hammer's coming down, it's going to be sold at £220. That is sold. That's sold, Jacko. That is sold. And lot number 634, is the little Mini Cooper. Here we are, the little Mini Cooper. Lovely bit of information there supplied by the vendors of the car. Tells you all you need to know. There we are then. Lovely bit of info there. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. We've got £15,000 then at 15,000 and a quarter. 15,250, 15,250, 15,500, 15,500 at £15,500 then at 15,500, £15,500 then at 15,500, 15,500, 15,500 for the little Mini Cooper. 15,500, 15,500. Owners are looking for a bit more. I don't blame them. Every now and again I have to just pass and say, have a word with the team upstairs in the office if you've got an interest in the little Mini Cooper there. She's a lovely little thing. I'll leave it to you guys to have a word up there. 635 is the Escort RS Turbo sign, please. There we are. £100 and sold straight away at £100. I'm going to sell it. At £100 then it's going to be sold at £100 then. At £100 I'm going to sell it. Hammer's coming down, are you sure? £110. At £110 we have at 110. At 110, David's phone at 110. At £110 then, are you done at 110? David, it's your phone, I'm going to sell. Be warned at 110. Sold, David. 636 is a Volvo 480 GT, it says. It's certainly a Volvo 480, I shall sell it at that. Volvo 480, here we have the Volvo 480, that's what I'm selling it as, the Volvo 480. We have got various bids and interest here. We have got 13, 14, 1500 pound, 1600 pound bid at 16, at 16, at 16, 1700, 1800 pound, 18, 1800 pound bid, 19, 2000 pound absentee bid here with me at 2000 pound, 2100 pound bid at 2001, at 2100 pound we've got at 2001, at 2100 pound. At 2,100, I'm going to sell it. At 2,100 pound, it's on sale. At 2,100 pound, if you're all done, 2,2, 2,3, 2,003, 2,300. At 2,300 pound, 2,003. Be warned, it's going. At 2,300 pound, I'm going to sell. At 2,300 pounds, sold. 637 is Fafina sign. Again, £30 and sold straight away. £30 and sold. At £30 then, it's going to be sold at £30. Are we all done at 30? At £30 then, at £30. If you're all done then, I'm going to sell it at £30. Are you sure? At £30 it's going to be sold. It's sold. 638. Last chance to buy the... Well, it's not last chance. It's not live. We've got the timed auction running, haven't we? On Saturday till Wednesday. We have got the Renault Master. LL35 horse box, there we are. New tyres all round, just been serviced. Only driven 18 miles recently, it says, yeah, basically selling through lack of use. There we are then. Where are we going to be then? A high-spec horse box. Lovely thing. Can be very proud pulling up anywhere in that, can't you? Go anywhere with that. Hold your head high. Very, very smart. Where are we going to be? You tell me. Have we got £12,000 anywhere? Must be £12,000. There's somebody out there looking for one of these. You don't get much of a horse box, I know, for £12,000. £12,000 anywhere asking? No, I think that's a cheap horse box, guys. You're going to have a word with the girls upstairs. I think you're missing a trick. £12,000 we've got. £12,000. It's very provisional, Cheshire, but I thank you for your bids. It looks a lot of money. Looks a lot of vehicle for the money to me. At £12,000 we've got. At £12,000. At £12,000.
I know the vendor, it's a good motor, as you quite rightly said, and lack of use, simple as that, is just not using it.
We can spend £6,000 on a trailer.
I know.
Let alone 12, yeah. So there we are, £12,000 then, at £12,000. Just literally lack of use, there we are, at £12,000. At £12,000 then, £12,000, who's that in sandbag, please? Emily. The lovely Emily. Emily, we'll put you down provisional, we'll try our best for you to see if we can put a deal together. However, hang on a minute, Emily, we've got a phone bidder coming in. £12,001 we've got. £12,001 on a phone bidder at £12,001. Emily's back in at £12,002. £12,002. We shouldn't really be going up in £100, to be honest with you. £12,003. £12,004, exactly. 12.5. What do you reckon, Emily? 12.6. It's going to be. It's going to just talk amongst yourselves, people, here, because we shouldn't have gone on to 100. 12.8. 12.9. 13. 13.1. 13.2. 13.3, 13.4, 13.5, 13.6, 13.7, 13.8, 13.9, 14,000, 14.1. You couldn't script this, Philip, could you? You couldn't script it. Where's John the cameraman when you need one? 14.2. 14.3. 14.4. Look at Morgan's face. You can hear a pin drop in here, can't you? I know. 14.5. We've inadvertently gone on to £100 bids on a £14,000 horse box, and we're just taking our time a little bit now. 14.6. 14.7. Well, ironically, we're getting to a level now where we can actually start thinking about selling it. So, by default, we're sort of back where we should be, really. 14.7. And do you know what? I'm going to put it on sale at 14.7. To you at the moment, David, unless Emily wants to jump back in. At £14,700, it's going to David. Telephone bidder. At £14,700, I'm going to put it on sale. At £14,700, thank you ever so much for your bids. Thank you, Emily, back at Sandbach, thank you. At £14,700, it's going to David's telephone bidder. Almost by default, this, isn't it? At £14,700. David's telephone bidder, there you go. Yeah, there you go. You couldn't write some of this stuff, could you? You ought to make a TV programme about some of this stuff, you know, John. They wouldn't believe it. You ought to think about that. We'll just give you an idea there. 639 is the Lotus Cortina light box, £50 bid and sold straight away. At £50 then, at £50 then, at £50. At £50 I'm going to sell it. At £50 then, £50, £60 bid at 60. At £60 bid, it's on sale at 60, it's going to be sold. At £60 then, at £60 then, Emma's coming down at £60. Are you sure you're all done? I'm going to sell it, be warned. Sold. 640 is the Rover 200 BRM. Here we are then, the BRM Rover. Don't see many of these. Where are we going to be on this? You tell me. Who's going to start me at £3,000? £3,000 anywhere. That's a cheap little BRM. £3,000 asking. £3,000 asking. Anyone going to start me at £3,000? If not, she'll go into timed auction, which starts on Saturday and runs till Wednesday, I believe. Nope, we'll move on then. 641 is the Dunlop light box. Michael, down there on display says Michael, the Dunlop light box. There we are then. Where are we going to be then? 30, 40, £50 bid, £50, £60 bid. At 60, at £60 we've got. At £60. At £60 then, at £60 bid, at £60 then, at £60 then, at £70 on sale at 70, I'm going to sell it. I'm going to sell it at £70 then, at £70 then, at £70 bid, at £70 then, at £70 then, are we all done? 80, £80. At £80 then, at £80 bid, £80 we've got. At £80 then, £80 then, are we all done? At £80, hammer's coming down, it's going to be sold. Lot number 642. Now, lot number 642 was collected by me one evening about a month ago. Now, the owners of this car have been huge supporters of what we've been doing over the last 10 years. There we are. It's just literally here by default. It is as clean as a new pin. She's absolutely lovely. There you are. I know it's on the old category there, but that even surprises me because you would not know by looking around the car. It is absolutely lovely. She really is. I think we've handled it in the past. I think we've sold it before. There you go. It's lovely. It's nice. It's here. It's down there. There it is down there with Nick at the bottom there on the old YouTube. There you go. We have got 1,600, £1,700, 17, 18, 19, £2,000. At £2,000 we've got £2,000, 21, 22, 2002, 23, £2,300, 24, 2004 and 5, 2,500, 2005, £2,600. Absentee bid here with me, £2,600. At £2,600. £2,600. At 2,600. 2006. 2006. Hang on a minute, we've got someone trying to log in. Is he on that Apollo mission thing, is he? 2,600. Hey, up, he's here. Hang on, he's here. Calm down. 2,600. 2006 we've got. Next one's 27. Hang on a minute. It's very tense. In the meantime, £2,700. 2007. Dave's trying to sell him a car he don't even want. Don't he want it, Dave? Are you sure? Tell him it's a lot better than that Escort he was looking at. 2007, £2,800. At £2,800 we've got 2008. At £2,800 we have. At 2,800. Jesus, Dave. Dave's only been doing this for about 10 years. Hang on a minute. Just going to see if someone else. He's just going to ring someone else see if they want to buy it. Hang on. I know we've got you down for the Rally Chopper, but do you fancy a Rover Streetwise? Is this one interesting? Yeah. Do you think this one might be interested in the Rover Streetwise, or are we just going to go for it? Here we go. Paul, do you know anyone who might want to buy a Rover Streetwise? You want to give him a quick tinkle too while we're in the middle of a sale?
I'll give him a bell.
Yeah, give him a ring. Yeah.
Don't worry, Dave, there's no rush.
No, it's all right, isn't it? It's all right. We've only got, what, another 258 to do? Voicemail, there you go. That's it, isn't it? Yeah, there you go. Honestly, oh dear. Right, anyway, in the meantime, £2,800 we've got. £2,800, I'm going to sell it at 2,800. At £2,800 we've got. At £2,800, then 2,900, £3,000 bid. At £3,000 bid. At £3,000, I'm going to sell it at £3,000. It's on sale at £3,000. At £3,000, and you're sure you're all done? At £3,000. Hammer's coming down at £3,000. Are you sure? I'm going to sell it. It's going at £3,000. Eventually, sold. There you go. 643 is the Michelin Man on a motorbike. There we are. Again, where are we going to be on that? We have got 60, 70, £80 bid. £80 I've got. At £80 then, £80 then, £80. £80, £90 bid, at £90 then, £90 then, at £90, at £90 I'm going to sell, £100, at £100 then on sale, £100 off to Catterick at £100, are you sure? Hammer's going to come down then, we're going to sell it, at £100 then, at £100, at £100 bid, at £100, are you sure? Sold that, Jacko. 644 is the Rover Coupe, an unusual car again as well in coupe form. There you go. Where we're going to be on this? We have got £3,000 and sold straight out the traps. £3,000 then sold at £3,000. At £3,000 we've got. At £3,000 then and sold at £3,000. Are you sure you're all done at 3? 3-1. 3,001. Manchester £3,100. At 3,001. £3,100. Manchester's bid at 3,001. At £3,100, are you sure? I'm going to pull the lever, it's going to be sold at £3,100 if you're all done. At £3,100, are you sure? Sold. 645 is the wooden train. Here we are, the child's train. There we are, where we're going to be on that? £30 bid, £30 we've got, £30 then, at 30, 40, £50 and sold. At £50 then, £50 and sold and done at 50, you sure? It's going at £50. Hammer's coming down at £50 then, it's away at £50. Sold. 646 is the Jaguar XJ8 with a very sensible guide on that car, I believe. There we are. A good example of the last Jaguar XJ, 3.2 V8. It says there, recent service and a battery. There we are then. Where are we going to be after? Where are we going to be? You tell me. £2,000. That's cheap, isn't it? £2,000 bid at £2,000 then. £2,000, 21, 2, 22. At 22, 3, 2003. At 2003 for the XJ. That's not a dear car. 2,300. At £2,300 then. £2,300 we have at 2003. At 2,300. At £2,300. At 2003. We need a bit more. Have a word with the girls. 647, a quantity of box corgi cars and trucks, Michael. We have got £60 bid and sold at 60. Cheap lot that. £60 then, selling them at £60 they're going to be sold. At £60, £70 bid at 70. At £70 then, £80 bid, £80 bid, 90. At £90 bid, £100 we've got. At £100 then, at £110, 110. 110, £110 bid at 110. Hammer's going to come down at 110. At £110, are we there at £110? Sold. 648, the Nissan Almera, which is a far better car than First Impressions. It is. Level little car this. £400 we've got. £400 then, at £400 we have. £400, I'll take a 50. At £400 then, at £450 bid at 450. At £450. At 450, cheap little car that, £500 bid. At £500, I'm going to sell it, it's on sale. £550. At £550 I have at 550. £600 bid, £600 then, at £600 bid. At £600 bid. £600 bid, are we all done at 650? £650 I've got. £650, £700. At £700 then. At 7 then. It's off to Rotherham at £700. Are you all done at £700? Rotherham. Now the RAF style, ladies and gentlemen, RAF style wall clock. There we are. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £200 bid, thank you, at 200. At £200 then, at £200, are we all done at 2? At £200 then, at £200 then, £200 then, are we all done and dusted at £200? That's provision at 200. And 1967 Lambretta. We've got some lovely scooters next door. We've got some lovely bikes next door. And we're concentrating a little bit more on bikes. We've done a nice bit of not a podcast, but a bit of a stream, Philip and myself on bikes on YouTube. Have a quick look at that when you get a minute. And it's a 1967 Lambretta Li 125, specially fitted with a is it pronounced Magolo? 186 kit. Delarotto carb, long range tanks. Oh my word, it's got all sorts here. Yeah, basically it's the bee's knees. Where are we going to be on that? £2,000 bid, £2,000 then. £2,000 then at £2,000. £2,000, we've got 21, 2, 22, 3, 3, 23, at 23, £23 at 23, 23 then, are we all done? 23 then, at 23, 23, 23, 2,300 then, at 2,003, 24, £2,400 and 25, at 2,500, at £2,500. At £2,500 then, 2,500, he's looking for a bit more, don't blame him, needs to be closer to 3. 651, a tin Repro Ferrari sign, Michael. Do you want to do a few in a minute? I'll just do this one if you want. I'll do this couple and then I'll get you on one. Where are we? We have got £30 away and sold. £30 then. Sold and done. £30 then. At 30, 40, £50 then I'm going to sell. At £50 then. She's on sale. It's going. At £50 then. At £50 then. At 50. At 50 and £60 in Newark. At £60 then. At £60 are we all done? At £60 then. £60 then, are we all done and dusted at 60? Hammers coming down. We're going to sell at £60. Are you sure you're all done? At £60. Sold. 652 is the little Barini Little Egg, it's called here. Never heard of that one, but there you go then. It's different, isn't it? Look at that. Who's got £500 to start me? Who's got 500 to start me on that? That's an unusual little machine. Someone start me at 500. Must be worth 500 quid at a pump. Where are we going to be? Ash, I can't do much lower than 5. I'll do 450. I can't do much lower than 5. Anyone want a little jump in at 450? Little present for the missus? No? Okay, we'll move on. Jacko, do you want to do 1 or 2 then? We've got 1 or 2 here. In fact, I'll have a break for a minute. I'll ask Jack to come on and do a few. And I'll see you shortly. There's a number of provisionals that have been converted into solds there that can be read out so people...
All of them?
Yeah, them and another list there. There's loads.
Loads of them. To be fair, we'll start with a few of these. Get a few of these knocked off. Lot number 400, guys, the Volvo. That one's been sold. 484 the Opel, 464 the Matchless, 466 the Bianchi, 472 the Ducati, 462 the BMW Z4. There you go, there's just a few. I'll read a few more out shortly. There's loads. I've been working hard in the office getting bits and pieces converted. There we go, on to then 653, which is the Michelin tyres reproduction sign. Mick's got it there, look, holding it up. Where are we? I've got 40, 50, £50 bid, then and away there at 50. £50 bid for the Michelin tyres open sign. At £50 bid, at £50 bid, then and away there at 50, at £50 bid. At £50 bid, where's 60? At £50 bid here with me, we'll submit it, we'll try for you. At £50 bid, then and away at 50. At £50 bid, if we're all done, then Hammer's coming down at £50 for the first, second, third and last time. £50, top right, Jacko. 654 is a registration on retention, TT3341. There you go, look, a little bit unusual. Where are we? Someone start me 8,000, 1250, 1,500. At £1,500 bid. At £1,500 bid. TT, not a bad reg. At £1,500 bid, then and away there at 15. At 1,500. At 1,500 with me. At £1,500 bid. I'll take 100 if it helps. At 1,500 then for the registration number. At £1,500 bid. At 1,500 then I'll submit it, we'll try. At £1,500 then for the first, second, third and last time. 1,500. 655 is the Land Rover light up sign. Mick's pointing at it down there beneath me by the looks of things. There you go. That's nice. Look, where are we? £70 bid and away there at 70. £70 bid. I'm going to sell it. At £70 bid. At £70 bid. Then it's on sale. At 70. £80 bid in Ken. £80 bid on the internet against me. At £80 bid. £80 bid then and away there. 90. 90 Burton on Trent. At £90 bid. At 100 Cornwall, £100 bid. At 100 and on sale. At £100 bid. On sale and going there at 100 and 10. 110. At £110 bid. Back in Burton on Trent. At £110 bid. 120. Back in Cornwall at 120. At £120 bid. It's going to be sold. At 120 then. At 120 then. Are we all done? What? No, we're not. 130. At £130. At £130. At 130 then, are you coming back in Cornwall? At 130 then, I'm going to drop the hammer. At £130 and 40, I thought you might. At 140 then is the 50. £140 bid, on sale and going, don't miss it for a tenner. At £140 then, hammer's coming down for the first, second, third and last time at 140. She's sold, Jacko. 656 is the 1956, there we go, look, the old Ford Fairline, hell of a car, look, there you go, lovely, aren't they? Where are we? Loads of interest here with me. Where are we? I've got 48495, 51, 5250, please, Ash. 5,250 bid. At 5,250 bid, then and away there at 5,250. At 5,250, hell of a car, beautiful car. At 5,250, they look so elegant, don't they? At 5,250 bid, where's 5? At 5,250 bid and away there at 5,250. 5,500, thank you, 5,500, Cornwall. At 5,500 and 750, rightly so. At 5,750 bid. Is that a bid? Sorry, £6,000 in the room against you, internet. At £6,000 bid. At £6,000 bid then for the little Ford Fairline. I say little, big Ford Fairline. At £6,000 bid. Bangers and cash on the left there, 6,000. At £6,000 bid, are we all done? At 6,000 then, hammer's coming down. I'm going to have to sell it provisional, but we'll submit it. Oh, 250's just gone. You want one more? It's on sale. Do it now. I'm not doing 100. 50. Would you like 6,500? 6,500, and it's on sale. On sale and going then at 6,500. At 6,500, on sale and going. At 6,500 bid. And 750. 750. He's thinking about it. 7,000's the next one. I love a car, you know. At 6,750 bid. At 7,000. He's nodding. £7,000 bid. At £7,000 bid. I'll take 100 if it helps now, Ash. At £7,000 bid. At £7,000 bid. At 7,000 then on sale and going to the Bangers and Cash team then at 7,000 and the hammer's coming down for the first, second, third and last time it's going to be sold. You've got it. Moving on to lot 657, the pair of Michelin Men cars. There we go, look, Mick's got them there. Where are we? Nice to pop up on the shelf. £50 straight out the traps and sold. At £50 bid and selling. £50 bid, was that a bit of a jump, Ash? You want to rewind that one? 50 with me, increments of 10. There we go, £50 bid and sell it. At £50 bid, I bet you panicked then. £50 bid, 60 on the net. £60 bid, then selling and away at £60 bid. At £60 on the internet there at 60. At 60 then, where's 70? At £60 bid on the internet there, hammer's coming down, I'm out, you've picked me. At £60 bid, then on sale and going at 60 for the first, second, third and last time. Sold that one, Jacko. 658 is the 2012 Bentley Continental Flying Spur. Ooh. There you go, look. Hell of a car, aren't they? Such good value for money, we say it every time. Where are we then? 11,250, thank you, 11,250. 11,250 bid. At 11,250 and 5. 11,500. 11,500. 11,500. Can I go 11,600, please, Ash? 11,600. 11,600 pound bid. And away there at 11,600. At 11,600 pound bid. How cheap have they got to be? 11,600. 11,600 pound bid. Are we all done? Are you sure? 11,600. 11,600, then we'll submit it, we'll try. I think it's worth a bit more, we might have to hold it for the timed auction. 11,600, we'll make a phone call though. 11,600 for the first, second, third and last time. Provisional 659 is the Mr. and Mrs. Drip cast figures. 10 inches tall. There you go, look, pair of them, look, there we go. 70, 80 pound bid with me, 80 pound bid and selling and away at 80, 90, on the net there, 90 pound bid and sold, at 90, 100 pound bid, at 100 pound bid and going, at 100 pound bid in 10, 110, 110, 120, at 120 pound bid for the pair, at 130 and 40, 140 and 50, 150. At 150 pound bid, selling and going, at 150 and 60 on the net and 70, 170 pound bid and away there at 170 and 80, 180 pound, at 180 pound bid, at 180, 190, fill it up. 190 pound bid then, at 190, 200, 200 pound bid, at 200 pound bid, selling and away, at 210, 210. At 210 pound bid then, at 210 pound and the sold, at 210 then, hammers coming down for the first, 210 for the second, third and final time, don't miss it, 220, 220, at 220 and 30, 230 pound bid, they're sneaking in at the end, at 230 pound bid, at 230 and selling, 240, 240 and 50, 250, at 250, I'm out of my sheets, you're in on the internet, at 250 pound bid. At 250 then, are we all done? Are you sure? At 250 pound then for the first, second, third and final time it's going to be sold. There you go. I didn't push that one through. We'll have to unwind that. Sorry guys, don't leave your bits till the last minute. 660 is the 2009 Mini Cooper S. There we go, look, current V5, various invoices, bits and pieces, I'm sure you've read about it, good condition, leather interior. There you go, look, recent full service less than 1,000 miles ago. New distant pads, bit of everything. There you go, look, there we go, little mini, I got 12, 13, 1,400 on the net. At 1,400 pound bid and 15 and on sale and going. At 1,500 pound bid. At 1,500 and 1,600. West Midlands, 1,600 pound bid. On sale, it's sold. And 17, at 1,700 pound bid, then and away there at 1,700. On sale, gonna sell it, at 1,700 pound bid. Summer's coming, look, little convertible there, at 1,700 pound bid. At 1,800, Bristol. Good morning, are we still morning? At 1,900, we're going to fill it up. At 1,900 pound bid. At 1,000, 2,000 pound bid. At 2,000 pound bid then, on sale and going. At 2,000, unless you want one. At 2,000 pound bid. West Midlands then, hammers coming down at 2,000, I'm going to sell it. At 2,100, 2,100. At 2,100, 22, back in West Midlands at 22. At 2,200 pound bid then and away there at 22. At 2,2 then for the first, 2,2 for the second, 2,3. 2,300, Kent, back in West Midlands at 2,4. 2,400. 2,400, this better weather's coming soon. At 2,400 pound bid then on sale and going for the first, second, third and last time I'm going to sell it. She's gone. 661 is the metal Ford logo sign. There we go. Oh, that's nice making it. There you go. Another wall filler there. Where are we? 40 pound bid out the traps and away there at 40. At 40 pound bid and away there, 40 pound bid. At 40, 50 on the net, East Sussex. At 50 pound bid, 50 pound bid and on sale and going, 60, 16 Keighley, 60 pound bid and away there at 60. At 60 pound bid, on sale. At 60 pound bid, 70 pound bid East Sussex. At 70 pound bid then and away there at 70. Where's 80? 70 pound bid, East Sussex. Are we all done? At 70 pound then for the first, 70 for the second, third and final time it's going to be sold. She's gone. 662 is the 2005 Volvo S60. These are a nice car. There we go, look, current V5, owner's handbook, 16 stamps in the book there, loads of MOT certificates, belts have been changed, recent paperwork, glow plugs have been replaced, 12 months MOT, no advisories, just had a full service, There you go, look, good condition and with low mileage. There you go, I'm sure you've seen it and read it. We got 22 on the net, I got 23, 24, £2,400 bid. At 2,400 and sold. At 2,400 then for the S60. At 2,400 bid of 60068. At 2,400. At £2,400 bid then on sale and going. At 2,400. Cheap car. At £2,400 bid. Are we all done? Are you sure? At £2,400 bid. I should have a telephone on this one. Someone got someone. At £2,400 bid. At £2,400 bid. At 2,400. Hang on, let me just check. Got a telephone, it says here, Josh. At 2,400. No, not to worry. At 2,400. Then Hammer's coming down. I'm going to sell it for the first, second, 2,500. 2,500. Tyne and Ware, you've picked me. At £2,500 bid. At £2,500 bid. On sale and going at 2,500. Tyne and Ware. At 2,500 then for the first, second, third, and last time it's going to be sold. She's gone. 663 is the bus stop double-sided enamel sign. Another one there. Look, there we go. Where are we? Oh, we got no photo for some reason. Is it working? Oh yeah, no we are. Where are we then? Someone start me. I've got 60, 70, £80 bid. £80 bid and away there. £80 bid. It's not double-sided, just bear that in mind everybody. She's not double, just retract that, give them another chance if you want, Jacko. It's not double-sided, apologies. Single-sided, look, Mick's holding it up there. £80 bid with me, £80 bid and away there at 80. £80 bid. What's it doing? Oh, is it? Oh, go on then. 80, £90 bid in Keighley, well, it's provisional anyway, we'll submit it. At £90 bid, £90 bid there in Keighley, just trying to be fair. At £90 bid, at £90 bid then and away, we'll submit it, we'll try for you Keighley. At £90 bid, still a bonny sign. At £90 bid then are we all done. At £90 bid and away there at 90 for the first, second, third, and last time it's provisional. £90, 664 is the 2001 Alfa Romeo GTV. Hang on a minute, get my screen caught up. Current B5 present, partial B5, missing the trade slip, but paperwork includes owner's handbook, service book with 9 stamps, note about the cam belt and tensioner kit being done at 101,000 miles. There we go, look, GTV promotional information. It's all there, look, MOT certificates, MOT history, various invoices. Where are we? I've got 2,850, 2,850, 3,000, £3,000 bid. At £3,000 bid then for the Alpha. At £3,000 bid. At £3,000 bid then and away there at 3,000. At £3,000 bid. They sound lovely with an exhaust, these. At £3,000 bid. At £3,000 bid then and away are we all done? I'll take 100 if it helps. At £3,000 bid. At £3,000 bid then and away there at 3,000. Are we all done? At 3,000, I'll submit it, we'll try. At £3,000 bid, very provisional, we might keep it till the next sale. At £3,000 then for the first, second, third, and last time at 3. There we go, top right. 665 is the wooden hand-painted Columbia electric vehicles sign. There you go, look, there we are. Little wooden wall filler there for somebody. Where are we? 20, 30, £40 bid. At £40 bid and 50. £50 bid. At £50 bid, then and away there at £50 bid. At £50 bid, something a little bit different there. Look at £50. At £50 bid is provisional, we'll submit it. At 50 then for the first, second, third, and last time at £50. We'll submit it. 666 is the 2009 Mercedes C320 Sport. Oh, a estate, look, there she is. Looks a nice modern car, that, doesn't it? Put a private plate on there, it'd lift it up no end. Loads of interest here with me. We've got 2, 4 on the net. I'll go 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, £3,000 bid. £3,000 bid, then and away there at 3,000. At £3,000 bid and 3, 1, 3, 2. 3,200. At £3,200, 3, 3, 3, 4. Back at you, 3, 4. You're out, Andy. 3,400 with me. At 3, 4, 3, 5, 3, 6. 3,600. You're out on the phones. Bids here with me. 3,600, 3, 7, 3, 8. 3,800. At 3,800, you're out on the telephone. I'm in on my sheet. At 3,800, 3, 9. Not anymore. 3,900. On the telephones there with Andy at 3, 9. At £3,900 bid. On sale and going, may I add, at 3, 9. At 3,900 then. Hammer's coming down if we're all done. Missing no one. At 3, 9 then for the first, second, third, and last time. She's gone. Andy's telephone. 667 is the Fry's Chocolate 5 Boys. Double-sided, that one, Michael, yeah? Where are we then? I got £60 sold and away there at 60. £60 bid and sold and away there at £60 bid. £60 bid with me at £60 bid and sell it. At 60 then 70 Burton on Trent. At £70 bid, at £70 bid, then and away there at 70. At £70 bid, morning Burton on Trent. At £70 bid on the internet there, selling for the first, second, third and final time. She's gone. Moving on to 668 is the 1996 Mercedes C180. They're a lovely old car, these, aren't they? Go on forever. What we got here, we got a service book with 5 stamps, various MOT certificates. Yeah, there she is. Look, good dealer service history. Reasonably low mileage of only 84,000. Last 2 owners were family members for 5 years. New MOT February 27. Mostly a full service. It's all there. Look, I'm sure you've read it. There you go. Lovely old cars, really, aren't they? Where are we then? I've got £1,000 to start. £1,000 bid. Thank you, £1,000. £1,000 bid for nothing. £1,000 bid. £1,000 bid, then and away £1,100. Derbyshire, thank you, £1,100 bid. £1,100, £1,200. £1,200 bid, then £1,200. £1,200. £1,200. How cheap have they got to be? They're a lovely old car. £1,200. £1,200 bid, then we'll submit it. We'll try for you. £1,200 bid. £1,200. Do you want old smoker, Josh? Look? Cheap smoker to run about in.
It is a nice motor.
It is a nice motor, he says though. At £1,200 bid. At £1,200 bid, then we'll submit it. We'll try for you for the first, second, third and last time. It might come, you never know. 669 is the pair of aluminium printed, the Italian job signs. Mickey Boy's got them held up there, look. I've got 60, 70, 80, £80 bid, then and away there at £80 bid with me. You're out internet, £80 bid here with me. £80 bid on the sheet here at £80 bid. £80 bid and on sale and going. £80 bid, they're going to be sold, don't miss them for a tenner. £80 bid. £80 bid, then and we all done. Hammers coming down at £80, then missing no one for the first, second, third and last time. They've gone. 670, 2010 Mercedes Vito. Oh, did we have another one go through yesterday, didn't we? We got a couple of these. There we go, second one then, should I say. The old Vito. Dad ran one of these for a little bit. Very, very similar to that. Nice set of wheels on it, nice van. Outside is immaculate, Brabus front bumper, full set of diamond cut wheels, original leather seats in good condition. And there you go, usual bit of wear and tear for a 16-year-old vehicle. She's one of the first sports. There you go then, current V5, all the rest of it, it's all there. Look, where are we? Cheap van for somebody, 28, 29, 2,900 for nothing, 2,900 with me. At 2,900, someone fill it up, surely there's £3 for the van. At £2,900 bid. At 2,900, at £2,900 bid then for the Vito. At £2,900 bid. Nice modern looking van at £2,900 bid, then absolutely for nothing at 2,900. At 2,000, you shouldn't have just bought your blooming Crafter, Mickey Boy, that's a cheap van. At 2,900. At £2,900 bid. You're Jacko? Oh, she's MAN, sorry, MAN, same thing, aren't they? £2,900 bid, then we'll submit it, we'll try. I think they might hold this one for the timed auction. At £2,900 bid, then for the first, second, third and last time. 29. 671 is the vintage style shop display cabinet. Oh, there you go, look. Put your goodies in there. Where are we? I'll just lower that down. Asking £50 to start. Jack, I ain't got anything on my sheet on this one, I'm afraid. Asking 50 if anyone wants to jump in for the nice cabinet. They do. There we go. Horsham, £50 bid and away. £50 bid, then in Horsham, £50 bid. 60 on the net. Nottinghamshire there, 60, 70, £70 bid. One more and it's on sale. At £70 bid. At £70 bid, then and away there at 70. £70 bid on the net. At 70, £80 bid. Worktop. 90, someone fill it up. At £90 bid, lovely old cabinet there, look. At £90 bid, at £90 bid, then where's 100? At £90 bid, on sale and going. At £90 bid, I'm going to sell it, it's sold. At £90 then, hammers coming down 100, thank you, North Yorkshire in 10, 110, 110. At £110 bid, at £110 bid, then and away there at 110. At 110 then, hammers coming down if we're all done at £110 and 20. 120, back in North Yorkshire at 120. £120 bid. £120 bid, are we all done? At 120 then, Hammer's coming down for the first, second, third and last time. She's got 672, 1995, Rover 620 SI. There she is, look, automatic this one, 14 stamps in the book. Owned since 2024, was owned by the same family from 1995 to 2021, blimey. Then owned by Danny Hopkins from Practical Classics. 3 folders full of paperwork, original bill of sale. It's all there, low miles at 50,000. Been a joy to own, sadly I need the space. Good honest example, not many around in this condition. Seems like a right genuine car then. There we go, we all like a bit of long-term continuity. I've got 2,000, 2-1, 2-2 on the net there at 2-2. At £2,200 bid and sold at 22. At 2,300. At 2,300 on the internet there, 2,300. I'm out on my sheet. You're in on the internet there at 23. At 2,300. At £2,300 bid and sell it. Genuine car. 2,304 Northern Ireland. At 2,400. At £2,400 bid then and away there at 24. Gonna sell it, it's sold. At 2,005, thank you, 25. 2,500 Lancashire there at 25. At £2,500 bid. At £2,500 then is the 6. At 2,500 are we all done? At £2,500 bid then Hammer's coming down. I'm going to sell it for the first, second, third and last time. She's gone. 673 Porsche light up sign. There we go. Where are you Porsche men at? Plug on it as well there, look, there we go, where are we? 100, 100, 100, 110, 110, 120. £120 then and sold at 120. At £120 bid and sold. At £120 bid then and away there and sold at 120. At £120 bid, is there any more? At £120 bid, I'm going to sell it. At £120 bid, don't miss it. At 120 then for the first, selling for the second, third and last time, missing no one at 120. She's gone. 674 2008 Volvo C70 Sport. There we go, look, the old Ovlov. Clean white leather interior. There we go, look, slight dent in the rear wing. Oh, a few little bits around it naturally, but there you go. Current V5 present, MOT certificates, usual bits and pieces there. Where are we then? Someone start me asking 1,000. Surely there's £1,000 for the old C70. You want £1,000 to start, Alan? £1,000 ask him. I got nothing on my sheet. Would he like £1,000 he does, thank you, 1,000. Just got Alan there, I'm afraid, Jacko. £1,000, then you're out ripping. £1,000 on the telephone in the room with us. At £1,000 bid. 1,100 is the next one if you want it. Cheap car. At £1,000 bid, in the room there at 1,000. At £1,000 bid. At £1,000 bid, on the telephones, ripping you out. At £1,000 bid, they're back in. 1,100, do you want 12? 1,100 on the net. 1,200 he does. £1,200 bid. £1,200 bid. One more and I can put it on sale. At £1,300 then we're away and on sale and going. At 1,300 I'm going to sell it. At £1,300 bid. In ripping, you're out on the telephones at 13. At 1,300 on the internet there at 13. Does he want one more? Will I take a 50, did he say? 1,350. Go on then. Fine. I'm going to regret this, aren't I? I'll do the same for Ripon though. 1,350 bid. Oh, that explains it. 1,350. At 1,350 bid, I'll do the same for you, Ripon. 1,400 straight back at you, and rightly so. £1,400 bid. Does he want one more? There he does. 1,450. At 1,450 bid. At 1,400. He's for him 50s. 1,450 bid. At 1,450 is cheeky, tell him. At 1,450, where are you, Ripon? At £1,450 bid on the telephones there at 1,450. At £1,450 bid, then are you all done, are you sure? At 1,450 then for the first, second, third and last time. I'm gonna miss it. You're gonna miss it, don't miss it for 50 quid. For the first, second, third and last time. That cheeky 50 did it, there you go. 675 is the Lucas Genuine Parts hand-painted wooden sign. Where are we then asking 40? Someone jumping at 40. Is there 40 anywhere there? I ain't got anything on my sheet on this one, look. Nice little wall for somebody, look. Nice Lucas sign. Asking 40, £40 bid there is, Nottinghamshire, thank you, 40. £40 bid then and sold and away at £40 bid. At £40 bid then and away there at 40. At £40 bid then I'm going to sell it for the first, second, third and last time. £40. 676 is the Ford Mondeo ST220. Oh, Jackie boy, you have one of these, didn't you? Where are we? Current V5 present, various MOT certificates and invoices, owner's wallet, it's all there. Look, there you go, look, you've read it, I'm sure. Where are we? £1,000 bid, then 1,000, thank you, 1,000. £1,000 bid, 11, £1,100 bid. These are coming into money. £1,100 bid, £1,100 bid, then and away there at 11. Cheap car, £1,100 bid, £1,100, then are we all done? £1,100 bid, then we'll submit it, we'll try for you, but worth more. £1,100 bid, then very provisional for the first, second, third, and last time. There we go. 677 is the Corgi Toys light box. There we go. Oh, lit up down there. That's nice. Look. There she is. Interest on the net straight away. 140, 150, 160. £160, 170, 180. £180, 190, 190 bid. Someone fill it up. 190. Nottinghamshire, you're in. £200 bid. Doncaster, N10, 210, 210. £210 bid, then and away and selling at 210. £210 bid, 220. £220, then 230. £230 bid. £230 bid. Make a lovely display with all the rest of them. £230 bid. £230 bid, then and we all done. £230 bid, then hammers coming down if we're all done at 230 for the first, second, third, and last time. It's sold. 678 is the old 1953, the old Prefect. Look, there she is, look. There you go, loads of restoration work has been carried out. Doors, boot, wings, petrol tank, water pump, radiator, upholstery, starter rewound to suit a 12 volt. There she is, look, stainless steel exhaust, original rims, widened by 2 inches. There you go, look, fancy looking thing. Where are we? £1,000 bid, then 1,000 and away there, £1,000. £1,000 bid. £1,000 bid with me, please, Jacko. 11 on the net, 12. 1,200 for nothing. £1,200 bid. 13, 1,300 Hornsey. 14 back at you on my sheet. 14 with me, please, Jack. No, never mind. 1,500 back in Hornsey at 15. 16, 1,600. At £1,600, then £1,700 bid. £1,800 bid. Then and away there at 18, 19. Fill it up and it's on sale. At 19, £2,000 bid and sold. 2-1, 2,100. At 2,100, then 22, 23. £2,300 bid, at £2,300 bid, and on sale I'm going to sell it at 2,400. Hornsey again, 2.5, back in York, it's floating between York and Hornsey at the moment. 2,500, 26, Blythe, 2.6, £2,600 bid, then 27, 2,700. Where's 8? 2,700, 28, there it is. £2,800 and away there at 2.8. At 2,800. In Blythe, 29. Are we filling it up again? At £2,900 bid. At 2,900 for the little Prefect there, look. At 2,900. Surely there's 3,000. At £2,900 bid, then and away there at the 2.9. At 2,900, are we all done? Are you sure? At 2,900, then hammers coming down for the first, second, third, and last time. She's sold. 679 is the Volkswagen Golf or the GTI. Look, Mark 1 illuminated thing, lovely sign down there. Darren makes a lovely job of these. Bought one off him the other day. In fact, I think I got 2. There we go. Look, we've got a few as well. Our green ones down there. There you go. Lovely quality. Where are we? Someone starting the £100 bid, then and away there at 100. At £100 bid. At £100 bid. At £100 bid. All lights up, works and everything. We've just turned them off the cameras at home. Otherwise you get a bit of a glare. At £100 bid, look, lovely thing. At £100 bid. At £100 bid, absolutely for nothing. It costs us a lot more than this to make. At £100 bid. At £100 bid, then are we all done in your shop? At £100 bid, you want this for the shop? At £100 bid. At £100 bid, then and away there at 100. At £100 bid. At 100 then for the first. We're going to submit it for the second, third, and 110. 110, 110. At £110. At £110, still very provisional. At £110 bid, at 110, then hammers coming down for the first, second, third, and last time. 110, we'll make a phone call. 680 is the 1988 Kawasaki ZX750. Ooh, there you go, looks a hell of a bike. Loads of interest, there we go, look, we got a few bids here on the sheet. Registered in 1988, manufactured in 87. I'm sure you've read it, chapter and verse there about bits and pieces and what it's had done. Look, there you go, look, nice looking bike. I got 1,011, £1,100 bid, then and away 11. At £1,100 bid, at £1,100 bid then for the Kawasaki at £1,100 bid. How cheap have these bikes have these got to be? At 1,100. At 1,012 on the net there, 1,200 back at you, at £1,200 bid. At 1,200 then Farlingthorpe at £1,200 bid, then and away there at 1,200. At £1,200 bid. I'm out on the sheet, you're in just internet, at £1,200 bid. At £1,200 bid, at £1,200 bid, then and away we'll submit it, we'll try. At 1,200 then for the first, second, third and last time at £1,200. There we go. 681 is the Ferrari light up sign. There we go. It'll be floating about somewhere, I'd have thought. Is it, Anne? Don't know where that one is. Where are we then? 50, £60 bid, then and away there at £60 bid. £60 bid and away there at £60 bid. At £60 bid, where's 70? At £60 bid, at £60 bid here with me. At £60 bid, is the 70 anywhere? At £60 bid, then we'll try for you. At £60 bid, then for the first, second, third, and last time we'll submit it. £60, 682 is the 1986 BMW E30. She's a 318, look, there you go. Originally from Ireland, has extensive restoration, quite a rare car, look, there you go. There you go, yeah, I'm sure you've read it all. Where are we then? Someone start me, 4,500, 46, 47, at £4,700 bid. At £4,700 bid, then and away in 48, 4,800, at £4,800 bid then, at £4,800 bid, at 4,800 for nothing, at 4,800, you don't see him, at £4,800 then away, at 4,800 is the 9. At £4,800 then we'll submit it, we'll try for you. At 4,800 then for the first, second, third and last time at 48. There we go. Moving on to 683 is the Cadbury's Chocolate Repro enamel sign. Another one there, look, Andy's got it. Oh, that's nice, look. Sold out the trap straight away there, 40, 50, £60 then and away there and sold at £60 bid. Selling and away at £60 bid, at £60 bid here with me, at £60 bid, on sale, at £60 then it's going to go, 70 on the net in thirst. At £70 bid, you're in thirst, you've just picked me, at £70 bid, at £70 bid on the internet there, at £70 bid, are we all done? At £70 bid, I'm going to sell it, at £70 bid then and away and sold at £70 for the first, second, third and last time. It's gone. 684 is the 2025 Attle Rick Tuk Tuk. There you go, look. Fancy looking thing. Well, I'll get this floating about between up here and Unit 4. There you go, look. Brand new thing there, look. There you go. Registered in 2025 by the looks of it. What a clean little thing that is. Where are we then? Someone start me. I got 3-5. It's what, sorry? 2,800 quid behind me there, 2,800 quid. At £2,800 bid, then and away there, 28, 29, 3, £3,000 then and away there at 3,000. At £3,000 bid for the little tuk-tuk there. At £3,000 bid. At 3,000, quirky little thing there, look at £3,000 bid. Where's one? At £3,000 then. At £3,000 bid, then and away there at 3,000. At 3,000, are you all done? Are you sure? At £3,000 then we'll submit it, we'll try. At £3,000 bid. At 3,000 then. At 3,000 for the first, second, third and last time at 3,000. There we go, 685 is a collection of model commercials. There we go, 164 scale, 2 display cases. Oh, it's all there, look, where are we then? Loads of interest here with me. 260, 270, £280 bid and sold. £280 bid, look how many there are. At £280 bid then. £280 bid and on sale and going. At £280 bid with me on my sheet. At £280 bid then and away there at 280 I'm going to sell them. At £280 bid and sell it. At 280 then are we all done here sure at £280 then for the first, second, third and last time. They're sold. 686 is the 1972 Honda. There she is, look. There we go. V5 present. Various MOT certificates and invoices. Where are we? I got 38, 39. 3,900. At £3,900 bid for the Honda there, look, at 3,900. At 3,900. Lovely bike. Get it out soon, sun will be shining. At 3,900, someone fill it up. At £3,900 bid. At 3,900. At 3,900, looks a bright bike. At 3,900, we'll try for you. At £3,900 bid, then and we all done at 3,900. At 3,900 then for the first, second, third and last time at 39. 687 is the boiler gauge plate and Red X gauge brass small wall plate. There you go, look. A few bits and pieces there. Where are we? Just lower that down to 20 just to get started, Jacko. I ain't got anything on my sheet for this one, I'm afraid. Asking 20 if anyone wants to jump in. If not, we'll move on. Surely there's £20 there, look, even just for the gauge alone. £20 asking, if not, we'll move on. There you go, £20 bid, thank you Nottinghamshire there at £20 bid and away then, £20 bid, at £20 bid, at £20 bid in Newark, at £20 bid, we'll submit it, we'll try for you, at £20 bid, at £20 bid, then is the 30 anywhere, at £20 bid, at £20 bid, then are we all done for the first, second, third and last time provisional, 30, fresh bid of Cork Island, good morning, at £30 bid, one more and I can put it on sale, let's get it gone. £30 bid, at £30 bid, are you coming back Newark? At £30 bid then and away at 30, at £30 bid, at £30 bid then, at 30, £40 bid, there he is, look, 40 and it's on sale, they're going, at £40 bid and away and sold, at £40 bid then for the first, 40 for the second, £50 bid, back in Ireland at 50, at £50 bid, at £50 bid and sold, at 50 then, what we thinking Newark, at 50 then, Hammer's coming down if we're all done at 50 for the first, second, third and last time, missing no one, it's gone, 688 is the 1968 Morris Minor 1000, there we go, look, looks a usable little car this one, garage throughout, current MOT, last serviced in June, 5 radial wheels, it's all there, look, what more do you want? £2,600 bid on the internet there at 26 and 7, 2,700, at £2,700 bid, at £2,700 bid for the little Moggy Minor, at 2,700, where's 8? Staying local at the moment, 28, there we go, Somerset, not anymore, 28, £2,800 bid, at 2,800, at £2,800, 29, someone fill it up, at £2,900 bid, then and away there at 29, back in Ripon, at 2,900, are you coming back Somerset, at 2,900, go on, fill it up, at 2,000, there you go, look, £3,000 bid, at £3,000 bid then and away for the little Moggy, at £3,000 bid, at £3,000 bid then 31. You know what, one more and I'm going to put it on sale, I'll stick my chin out, at 3,100, at £3,100 bid, one more and I'll put it on sale, at £3,100 bid then and away there at 3,1, at 3,100, are you sure, at 3,100 then we'll submit it, at 31.32, there we go, on sale and going, I'm going to sell it. £3,200 bid, sold, 3,200, Cheshire, fresh bidder look, 3,200, 33, 33, at 3,300 then and away and selling, at £3,300 bid, at £3,300 bid then are we all done, at £3,300 bid is going to Ripon, at 33 then for the first, second, third and last time at 33, there we go, she's gone. 689 is the Rolls-Royce Motor Cars light up sign. Another one there, look, there we go, look, 60, 70, £70 bid and away there at 70, 120, sorry, I'm blind, 120 on the net, at 120 and sold, at £120 bid on the internet there, look, Cambridgeshire 120, at 120, 130 on my sheet, at £130 bid, 140 back on the net, at £140 bid then, at £140 bid, I'm going to sell it, at £140 bid for the first, second, third and last time at 140. Another one gone, 690 is the 2004 Audi A2 TDI. There you go, good cars these. There we go, look. Loads of interest and bits and pieces on the sheet. Where do I start? Hang on, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, £2,000 bid. £2,000 bid then, sold straight out the traps at 2,000. £2,000 bid for the little Audi A2 there, look at £2,000 bid. At £2,000 then where's one? At 2,000, look, nice modern looking little car. At £2,000 then and away there at 2,000, I'm selling it. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000 then. At £2,000 then for the first, selling for the second if we're all done. Third and last time at 2,000. She sold. 691 is the Shell Aviation wooden sign. Mickey Boy's going to hold it up, she's down there, look. There we go, look, where are we? £10 bid then and away there, 10, 20, £20 bid. At £20 bid and away there at 20. At £20 bid, at £20 bid then and away at 20. Are we all done? At £20 bid, 30 on the net. At £30 then and away there at 30 in Newark. At £30 bid. At £30 bid, I'm sure it'll come, but I'll just make a phone call. At £30 bid then and away there at 30. At £30 then for the first, second, third and last time is provisional. £30. I'm sure it'll come. 692 is the 1977 Morris Marina. Oh, there we go. Lovely car. Mick's giving it the old. There we go, look, he loves it, doesn't he? She's the, yeah, there we go, a little 1.8, you don't see them, do you? You really don't. 53,000 showing on the clock. She's the Mark II, as you can see, estate. There you go, there's a little chapter and verse here and bits and pieces which has gone on, full service, new fan, but it's had everything. Look, there you go. I'm sure you've seen it. Absolutely lovely car. Sold straight out the traps there. I got 4,414.2 on the net. £4,200 bid and selling and away. Lovely estate car. At 4,200, you don't see them, not estate. At 4,200 then and on sale and going. At 4,200, brick house. I'm out of my sheet. You're in, not anymore, Nottinghamshire 4-3. Sorry Dave, I just took that one. 4,300. On the insert there at 43. You can have 4 if you want it. At £4,300. He wants 4. 4,004. At £4,400 bid. On sale and going at 44. At 4,400. At £4,400 bid then and away. At 4,400. On the telephones, you're out internet. At 44 and it's going to be sold. At 44 then, are you sure you're all done? At £4,400 bid then on the telephones then for the first. 44 for the 45. I thought you might, and rightly so. 4-5 against you now, Dave. 4,500. Do you want 6? Are you sure? Thank him for his bids. At 4,500 then on the internet there. Look, Belfast, you might have got it. At £4,500 then for the first, second, third and last time. There we go. 693 is the Tin Farm Hall International Harvester sign. Mickey Boy's got it there. Look, another little wall filler for somebody. Where are we? 40, 50, 50. It's a start. £50 bid then and away there at 50. At £50 bid for the sign there. Look at £50 bid. At £50 bid and away at 50. Where's 60? At £50 bid. We'll try for you. We'll submit it. 60 on the net. Derbyshire, thank you. 60. You've picked me. £60 bid, out on the sheet. Derbyshire, you're in. £60 bid, then and away there at 60. At £60 then, we'll submit it. We'll try for you. At £60 then for the first, second, third and last time at £60. We'll try. 694 is the 2014 little trailer. There we go. Look, it's a little camping trailer, is it? I ain't seen that one. Is it a little camper? I don't know what's in it. There you go. Load of money, I think. That's what's in it. Where are we then? Someone start me. Where are I? I've got nothing on my sheet. Just lower. There we go. 320. There we go. £320 bid. At £320 bid. Look, top on it as well. What more do you want? £320 bid. At £320 bid then. Irish bidder. At £320 then and away there at 320. At £320 bid is the 40 anywhere. At £320 bid. £320 then. At £320 are we all done? At 320 we'll try for you Ireland. At 320 then for the first, submitting for the second, third and last time at 320. 695, the Monte Carlo light up sign. Where's that one, Mickey? Down here. There we go, look down beneath me somewhere, you'll see it on the cameras. Where are we then? £80 bid and sold, straight out the traps at £80 bid. £80 bid and selling. £80 bid and away there at £80 bid. On sale and going at £80. 90 on the net. Buckinghamshire, you're in. £90 bid. At £90 bid, someone fill it up. At £90 bid then. At £90 bid, are we all done? At £90 bid, 100 back in Ireland. At £100 bid then is the 10. At 100 and 110 there is, 110. At £110 bid and away there at 110, I'm going to sell it. At £110 then if we're all done, hammer's coming down. At £110 for the first, second, third and last time. She's gone. 696 is the 2014, little Citroen Nemo van. There we go, look. There we are, current V5 present, 8 stamps in the book. Think it just wants clutch adjusting on this one. I'm sure you've watched the video.
Cleanest little van, but the clutch is on the floor.
Cleanest little van, but wants a clutch. There you go, look, she's sold from the off, £2,800 bid and away there, 28. At £2,800 bid. At £2,800 bid, on sale and going, look, clean little van. At £2,800. At £2,800 bid and away there at 28. At 2,800 is the 9. Should have a phone on this one somewhere. Is that you, Alan? Do you want 9? 2,9 he says. 2,900 on the telephones there. 3,000 in Horsham at you. At £3,000 bid against you, Alan. At £3,000 bid on the net. Are you sure? At £3,000 bid then. At £3,000 bid and sell it. I'm out on my sheet. Alan, you're out on the phone. 3,000 on the internet there. Are we all done? At £3,000 bid. At 3,000 then. Hammer's coming down for the first. Selling for the second at 3,000. Third and last time. Oh, we missed that one. 697 is the framed only Fools and Horses, signed by David Jason. There you go, look, £100 straight out of the straps and away. Oh, that's nice. £100 bid and sold. £100 bid, then selling and away there, £100 bid. £100 bid, £100 bid, 600155. 100, not anymore, 110. Peterborough. £110 bid and away there at 110. £110 bid. On the internet, I'm out of my sheet, 120. Middlesbrough. £120 bid. Nice is that. 120, 130. £130 then and away there at 130. £130 bid. 130 then, are we all done? 130 then for the first, selling for the second, third and last time at 130. There we go, 698 is the 1968 MGC. Ooh, there we go. Where are we? I like an MGC. There she is, look, nice little roadster. Current owner since 1984, blimey. Garage for the last 3 years, mineral blue, overdrive, wire wheels, hard top. There you go, what more do you want? 9,000 and away then, £9,000. At £9,000 bid for the MGC there. At 9,000, 92, Staffordshire 92. At 9,200. These were a fortune not that many years ago. At £9,200 bid. At 9,200. At £9,200 bid then. At 9,200, Staffordshire, you're in. At 9,200, we're a bit off, but we'll try. At 9,200, where's 4? At £9,200 bid, 9,400. 9,400, thank you. 9,400, Lancashire at £9,400 bidding away there at 9,400. You're very safe at that. At 9,400. At 9,400 then. At 9,400, we'll submit it, we'll try. At £9,400 then for the first, provisional for the second, third and last time at 9,400. We'll make a phone call, we'll try for you. Charlie will be on it later. 699 is the RS Cosworth light up sign. There we go, nice one down here. I'm sure you've seen it on the camera there. Look, where are we? £180 and away there, 180 and selling. £180 bid for the Cosworth sign. £180 bidding away there at 180. 180 and sold. 190. Keighley. 190 is the 2. 192 there is West Yorkshire there. £200 bid. £200 bid and 210, 210, 210. £210 bid in Keighley. £210 bid on sale and going. £210 and 20. 220. £220 bidding away there at 220. £220 and sold. £220 and 30. £230 bid. £230 bid. £230 then are we all done? No we're not. 240. £240 bid. 250. 250 in Keighley. At 250 and 60, back in Wakefield there. Are you coming back, Keighley? At £260 bid. Selling and away at £260 bid. Don't miss it for a tenner. At 260, it'll look lovely above your Focus in your garage or Escort. At £260 bid. At 260 then. Hammer's coming down. I'm going to sell it at 260 for the first, second, third and last time. There we go. Lot number 700 is the 1953 Ford Prefect. There we are, look, nice bunny looking car. Loads of interest here with me. Little sweetie, Paul saying behind me there, look, little sweetie. They're lovely, aren't they? There you go. Where are we? 3,000, 3,250, 3,500, 3,500 and 3,600. £3,600 bid. At £3,600 bid. At 3,600. At 3,600 and away there at 36. At 3,600, little sweetie, look, there she is. At 3,600, it's on sale, you're going to miss it. At 3,600, then and away there at 36. At 3,600, are we all done, are you sure? At £3,600 bid, then Hammer's coming down for the first, going to miss it for the second, third and last time at 36. There you go, you coming on?
When you're ready.
There you go, my voice is going. Just a quick one as well before I forget. Mathewsons Live is coming up. I keep forgetting to mention it. August 22nd and 23rd. Great Yorkshire Showground. Tickets are on sale. Dogs are allowed now.
Dogs can come.
Dogs can come. There you go.
You bring your furry friend.
Oh, you're all over it. There you go. Get your tickets. There'll be a link on the thing. Look forward to seeing you there. I haven't read any of them.
You haven't read any of them? Oh my lord. Right then, ladies and gents. Good morning, everybody. And Right then, just before you lift that up, just bear with me a second because we've got a bit of a backlog here of provisionals that we have been converting. We've been busy in the office there. Lot number 523, the Mini Moto, has been sold. Lot 507, an Air Neon sign. Lot 549, an Air Raid sign. Lot 543, a Lamborghini sign. Lot 538, a Rover 213. Lot 547, an oil memorabilia. Lot 585, the Woman's Journal. Lot 563, Danger Do Not Find sign. Lot 579, a Woman's Weekly sign. Lot 268, a Subaru Impreza. Lot 301, a petrol pump. Lot 565, a Champion Spark Plug sign. And I'll leave that list there and let your ears calm down. And we're moving on to lot number 701, ladies and gentlemen, which is the little trike. There you go, look. There we go. It's a 2-stroke pump, oil pump, wheel brake tester and a 3-wheel trike. So we've got a few bits there then, have we? Bit of a lucky dip. There you go. Where are we going to be then? We're going to be 140, 150, look. 150, £150 we have. At 150 then, at 150 pound then, who wants 60? At 150, at 150, 150, 150, a load of fun there, look. At 150 pound then, at 150 then, we're going to sell it provisionally, at 150 pound, 150 top right. And we're moving on to lot 702, the little Ford Fiesta Popular Plus. There you go, look. Lovely little motor, there she is, nice bright little car. Mick's giving it the seal of approval, there we are, look. And we have £3,000, 31, 32, 3,200, at £3,200 the bid, at 3,002, at £3,200 then. Nice, smart little Fiesta for you. Original owner for 39 years, look at that, superb. At 3,002, 33, 3,003. My old granddad used to run a blue one for many a time. 3,4, 3,004, 3,400. At 3,400, 3,5, 3,5, 3,005. At 3,500. At 3,500, then what do we think? At 3,500, 6, 3,006. At £3,600. At £3,600 then we'll try. At 3,007. 3,007. At 3,700. At 3,700. You do make me laugh when you talk. At 3,700. At the Muppet Show. No comment. £3,700 the bid. At 3,700. At 3,700 then it's provisionally going to be sold. At £3,700 then for the first, for the second, third and final time provisionally at 3,700. Stoke-on-Trent, thank you for your bids. And we move on to 703, ladies and gents, which is a vintage metal tin sign. There we are, look, it's a reproduction sign, look, but it is tin. There we go then, we have £60 bid, and on sale from the off. At £60 we have. At £60 then, who wants 70? At £60 the bid then. At £60 then, here done and dusted. At £60 then, we're going to pull the lever. At £60. Thank you. And on to 704. Here we go. 1964 Ducati. There you are, look. A Ducati 48 SL, it says here. Now, it's arrived very sensibly guided, look. Arguably too cheap, isn't it? Let's be fair, we all know that. We've got interest here with me, a range of figures. We're going to end up there, look, at £3,300, Josh. At 3,300, which is where we should have started, never mind finishing. At £3,300 the bid. At 3,300. Who wants 4? At £3,300 then. At 3,003. 3,3, 3,4. 3,5. Here with me at 3,500. At £3,500 then. At 3,500. At £3,500 then, are we done? At £3,500 for the first, second, third and last time. We're selling at 3,500. 35. You have to pull that one back, Josh. That had loads of time there. Loads of time. £3,500. Thank you, top right. And we move on to 705, ladies and gents. Monte Carlo light up sign down there, Mick says. There we go then. We got £40. £40 bid. At £40 then is the 50. At £40 then. At £40 we have. At £40 then we're going to pull the lever. At £40 then. £40 then. Who wants 50? At £40 then for the first, second, third and last time at £40. Provisional top right. Add on to the little Wolsey. Here we are then. The little Wolsey 1500. Been stood for some time. Look beyond. It's actually a really solid little car, and although we haven't had it running, I don't suppose it'll take a lot of getting running. It's a lovely little thing. There we are then. Where are we going to be then? Who's going to kick us off at £800? £800 he says. £800 we have. At £800 then who wants 9? At £800 then it's no money, is it? 900 says Mark. Quite right. Say good morning. I know him. At £900 the bid. At £900 then. At £900 then who wants 1,000? At £900 then. At £900 the bid. At £900 then who wants 1,000? Be sharp. At £900 then, simple little project for you. At £900 then, I'm gonna submit it just in case. At £900 then, 1,000. £1,000 at £1,000. 1,100. £1,100 then, Mark on the telephone. £1,100 then, £1,100. I will make a phone call, but it will come, I'm sure. £1,100 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time, 1,100. Mark the bidder. Thank you. And we're moving on to 707, framed James Hunt, signed picture and photos. There we are then. Special bit of kit, isn't it? Look at that. We have 150, 160, 170, 170, 180 here with me. At £180. At 180, at 180. At 180, 190, 190, 190 the bid. At 190 then, at 190. Who wants 200? At 190, at £190. At 190 then is the 200. At 190 then we're going to pull the lever. At £190 then provisionally then for the first, second, third and last time at 190. 190 provisional. And on to 708. Here we are then, the Stealth Camper. Now then, been used by a member of a band. So he didn't want to draw attention to himself with camper vans and motorhomes and all the rest of it. So he's kitted out the little van and it's done its job marvellously. He said he's upgraded to a newer one, I think he said, same thing. But anyhow, there you are then. There we go. We have interest here with me, Josh, please. We have 36, 38, 4,000, 42, 44, 46, 4,600 at £4,600. At 4,600, got a toilet, got a sink, got a heater, got a bed. At 4,600, at £4,600 then, at 4,600, £4,600 then, are we done? At £4,600 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 4,600, 46, top right. And we move on to 709, which is a Rolex style wall clock. Style, Rolex style. It's a clock. That's it. It's a clock, and it happens to have that word on it. There we are then. There we go then. We have 50, we have 60, we have £70 here with me. At £70, 80 says Andy. £80 the bid. £80 then. £80 then on the telephone, 80 and 90 on the internet, 100. £100 then, at £100. £100 he says, at £100. Who wants 110? At £100 then, is that it? At £100 then, we're going to sell it. At £100 then for the first, second, third and last time at £100. Andy the bidder, thank you. And on to 710, which is a 1960 Triumph. There she is, look, TR3A. Recommissioned after a number of years in storage, long-term ownership, look, which is lovely. You've read it there, I'm not going to read all that out. New hoses, new tyres, there it all is on there, look. Mick saying it's a lovely car. There you go, there you are, superb. There we are then, we've got 992, 9,002, 9,200, at £9,200 then, at £9,200. 9,400 says Alan. 9,004. Not a lot of money for a lovely little TR. 9,400. At 9,600 says Mark. 9,006. 9,600 pound then. Mark the bidder. 9,800 Alan. 9,008. At 9,800 pound the bid. At 9,008 and 10,000. 10,000 pounds then. At 10,000 pound 10,200. 10,002 at 10,200. Lovely little car, aren't they? At 10,200 pound. At 10,002, what's he think, Mark? Go on then. 3. 10,3. Mark the bidder. 10,3. I'll do the same for you, Alan. It's £100 if he wants it. 10,4. 10,004. 10,400 pound then. At 10,004. 5. 10,5. 10,005. 6. 10,6. 10,600. 10,600 pounds then. Much better car than MGB. 10,7. 10,7 at 10,007 and 8. 10,8. 10,008. 10,800 at 10,800. 10,9. 10,009 at 10,911. The magic number. We're on sale, tell him. £11,000. £11,000 then. £11,000. 11,1. 11,100. 2. 11,2. 11,002. 11,003. 11,3. 4. 11,4. 11,400 and 5. 11,5. 11,006. 11,6. 11,607. 11,7. 11,007. 11,800. Alan the bidder then. £11,800 and 9. 11,9. 11,9. 12. 12,000. 12,000. They don't come round every day, do they? £12,000. At £12,000 then 1. 12,1. 12,002. 12,2. 12,200. 12,200. 3. 12,3. 12,3. 4. 12,4. Your chips are going cold. 12,4. 5. 12,5. 12,6. 12,6. Tell him to hurry up, your chips are going cold. No. 12,6. At 12,600. At 12,006. 12,7. 12,007 and 8. 12,8. 12,008. 12,008. Are you sure? Thank him for his bids at £12,800 then. At £12,800 then for the first. For the second, is he sure? Third and last. 12,9. 12,9. 12,9. 13. 13,000. 13,000 then. Is he sure this time? At £13,000 then for the first, second, third and last time at 13,000. Alan's telephone. Well done, chaps. Well done. Well done. And we're moving on to 7-11. There we go. Down there, is it, Mick? There we go, look. A Humber light up sign. There we are then. Lovely little sign. There we go. We have 100, 110, 120. £120 we have. And on sale at £120 then. At 120. 120, who wants 30? At 120 then. At 120. 120, 120, 120. Are you done? At £120 then. We're going to pull the lever. At £120. 120 and on to 712, the little Mazda MX-5. Look, there you go. It looks like something else. There you go. Look, looks more like a GTO. There you are, a 250. I'm not even going to say the word, but there it is. You all seen it. It looks a lot of car. It really does. You start me. Start me at 4.5. 4, 5. 4, 5. There must be 4.5 out there, surely. There you go. Absolutely. We maybe ought to have that in 250s, Josh. At 4.5. At 4,500. At £4,500 then. At 4,005 is the 750 there is. I should think so as well. It cost a fortune, wouldn't it? At 4,750 and 5,000. £5,000, you got the reliability of a Mazda and the looks of something a lot more exotic. £5,000 the bid. At £5,000 then. 5250, at 5250, at 5250, 55, 5005, at 5,500, at 5,500 pound the bid, at 5,750, at 5,750 then, at 5,750 and 6,000, 6,000 pounds then, at 6,000 pound, at 6,000 pounds then, should be twice this price, at 6,000 pounds, at 6,000 pound, are you done? At 6,000 pound then we're going to sell it provisionally, 250, 6,250, at 6,250, 65, 6,005, at 6,500 pound then, at 6,500 pounds then we're going to sell it provisionally then for the first 6,750, 6,750, at 6,750. What do we think, Hull? Do you want 7? At 6,750 then, it's still provisional but only just. At 6,750, it'll come I'm sure. At 6,750 then, for the first, for the second, third and last time, provisionally 7,000. And on sale at 7,000. At 7,000 pound then. At 7,000 pound, I'll take 100 if it helps. If you were stood in front of me, you might shout 100. I'll take 100 pound if it helps you. At 7,000 pound the bid. At 7,000 pound then 7,1. 7,001. At 7,100 pound then. At 7,100. On sale. Gonna miss it for 100 pound, Hull. At 7,100 pounds then for the first, for the second, third and last time. 71. Thank you for your bids, chaps. And we're moving on to 713. It's all gone very quiet in here, isn't it? Isn't it gone quiet? Look at them all chips. 713, ladies and gents. 3 small handmade wooden toys. There you go. Look, they're lovely, aren't they? The workmanship, the hours in there. There we go then. We got 10, we got 20 pound, 20 pound, 20 pound bid. At 20 pound then, at 20 pound then who wants 30? 30 pound he says. At 30 pound then, at 30 pound the bid. At 30 pound then I'm going to sell them. At 30 pound, I wouldn't take it up as a career making these. At 30 pound the bid. At 30 pound then you're working for miners 10p an hour. At 30 pound the bid. At 30 pound then is the 40. At 30 pound then I'm going to sell them. At 30 pounds. 30 pound. Oh, kindling. There you go. And we move on to 714, ladies and gents. Here we are then. A 2004 Porsche Boxster S Tiptronic. There we go, look. Full suspension refreshed in 2023. Granted, a couple of years back. Brake pipes, etc. You've read it. There you go. Gearbox overall, IMS bearing, you name it. There you go. There's all sorts there. There we are then. We have 4,000, 4,2, 4,4, 4,5, 4,6, 4,7 with you, Josh, at 4,700. At 4,700, 4,8, 4,008, 4,800 pound then. At 4,800, 4,809, 4,9, 4,009. Have another one, we can sell it. At 4,009 and 5 and on sale. 5,000 pounds then. At 5,000 pound the bid. At 5,000 pound then 5,1, 5,001, 5,001, 5,100 looks good value. At 5,100 pound then. At 5,100 then we're going to sell it. 5,002, 5,002, 5,002 and 3, 5,3, 5,003, 4, 5,4, 5,400 and 5, 5,5, 5,005, 5,500 pound then, 5,6, 7, 5,7, 5,007, 8, 5,8, at 5,800, at 5,800 pound then are you done? At 5,800 pounds then for the first, for the second, third and last time, rushing no one at 5,800, 58, thank you. And on to 715, a wooden hand-painted Marvel sign. There we are then, wooden hand-painted, ladies and gents. There you go, one of Raymond's. They're brilliant, aren't they? We have 20, we have 30, we have £40 bid. At £40 then, at £40 bid. Who wants 50? At £40 then, at £40 we have. At £40 then, at £40 only. At £40 then is the 50, be sharp. At £40 then, looking round, we're going to sell it provisionally, £50. £50 says Newark, at £50. At £50 then I'm out, at £50 then is the 60. At £50 then for the first, second, third and last time at £50. £50, thank you. And we're on to, excuse me, I did sell that, didn't I? Yeah. And on to 716, ladies and gents, a 1993 Audi Coupe. There we are then, looks a real honest, genuine car. This one's driven to the auction, look, there you go, you've all seen it. There we go. We have got some interest with me once again. We have got 3,000, 3,2, 3,4, 3,6, 3,600 at £3,600. At 3,600, super user-friendly car these, at 3,006, at 3,600, at 3,006. I'll take 100 if it helps. At £3,600 then, at 3,006. 7, 8, 3,008. At 3,800. At £3,800 then, I'm going to sell it. At £3,800 then for the first, second, third and last time at 3,800. Top right, Ash. And on to 717, the Coleman's Mustard Reproduction Enamel Sign. There you go, look, little sign, Mick's got it there for you. £40. At £40 the bid. At 40, 50, 50 on 60, 70, £70. At £70 then, at £70 then 80, £80 then, 90 she says. At £90 then, at £90, £90 then are you done? At £90 then, looking round, 100, £100, 110, 110, 110 then, at £110, 120, 120, 130, 130, 130 she says, at 130, 40, 140, 140, 140, 150, 150, at 150 then, at 150, 150, 60, 160, 160, are you sure? 160, 170, 170, 170, 180, 180, 180. She's shaking her head. At £180 then, looking round then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 180. 180, internet, thank you. And on to Lot 718, the Rover 213S. There you go, ladies and gents. What a lovely, genuine old Rover that one is. There you go, look, sale due to bereavement. Oh dear, that's very sad, isn't it? Oh dear, dear, dear. There we go. We have 12, 13, 14 and £1,500. At £1,500 the bid. At 1,500. At £1,500 then. At £1,500. At 1,500 who wants 16? At £1,500 then. At £1,500 the bid. At 1,500 then are we done? At £1,500 then are we done and dusted? At £1,500 provisionally then for the first, second, third and last time at 1,500. Provisionally 15. And we move on to 719, a Bentley Motors car light up sign. There we are then. There we go, ladies and gents. That'll look nice lit up, won't it? There we go. £120 on sale from the off. At £120 the bid. At 120, at 120, 120, 130, 140. Here with me. 140, at 140, 140 then, at 140. Who wants 50? At 140, at 140, 140. Are you done? At 140 then for the first, second, third and last time. At 140. 140, top right, Ash. And we move on to 720. Oh, now, this is up there with one of the cleanest BMWs you're going to find today. Lot number 720, ladies and gents, a 316i SE BMW, badged up as an M Sport car. You have to look twice. It's a lovely, lovely car, and whoever valeted it ought to come and get a job down here, didn't they? It is up. Have you seen it? Oh, Jackie, it is absolutely superb. It is really, yeah. So hats off to you. So lovely car. There we are. We have £3,000, 3-1, 3-2, 3,002, 3,200, at 3,200, at £3,200 then, at 3,002, £3,200 there, at 3,233, 3,3, 3,3, 33 then, at £3,300, at 3,300, at 3,300. Nice straight car, Mick. At 3,3, I know it's a lovely car. 3,4, 3,004. Unmarked wheels, if memory serves. At 3,400. You all know I have a fetish with wheels. At £3,400 the bid. At 3,405 and on sale. At 3,500. At £3,500 then. At 3,005 is the 6. At £3,500 now. I'm going to sell it. You're missing it for £100. 36. 37, 37, at 3,007, at £3,700 then, worth more, at 3,700 then, for the first, for the second, third and final time at 37, sold at 37, thank you. And we move on to 721, ladies and gents, the vintage metal tin Esso Man repro sign. It's a modern sign, ladies and gents. It's not a vintage sign, it's a metal reproduction sign. Thank you, Charlie. There we are then. We have 20, 30, £40 the bid. At £40 then, at £40, at £40 then, at 40 who wants 50? £50 says Newark. At £50 then, at £50 the bid. At 50 is the 60. At £50 then, at £50 then are we done? At £50 then we better sell it provisionally. £60 and on sale. On sale then, £60 then, at £60 the bid. At £60 then are you done? 70. 70 says Workshop. Good morning, afternoon. Good afternoon. £80 says Thirsk. At £80 then, at £80. £80 then is the 90. At £80 then we're going to pull the lever. We're going to sell it at £80. £80, thank you. And we move on to 722, which is a 1995 TVR Chimera. There we are then. There you go. Handbook with 9 stamps, it says here, look. There we go. Various MOT certificates, invoices, etc. Looks a lot of car. Looks an awful lot of car. There we go. We're going to be 9,500. 9,500 to bid. At 9,500. We'll stay in 250s, Ash. Thank you. At 9,500. 9,550 says Dave. At 9,750. At 9,750 the bid then. At 9,750. At 9,750 then. At 9,750. 9,750 then. Who wants 10? At 9,750. At 9,750. There should be more on the telephones. At 9,750. Who's yours? All right, okay. There should still be another one. At 9,750. At 9,750 then. At 9,750. Who wants 10? Be sharp. At 9,750 the bid then. Is that it? At 9,750, 10,000 says Billingham. I should think so. At £10,000, 250 says Dave. At 10,250. 10,250 the bid then. At 10,250. Dave's telephone then. You're out on the internet. At 10,250. 10,250 then. Who wants 10,500? At 10,250 then. We'll submit it. We'll talk. You might have to find some more. At £10,250 then. Provisionally for the first, second, third and last time at 10,250. Dave the bidder then. There you go, thank you. And we move on to 723, the Pennzoil Motor Oil reproduction sign. There you go, look, Mick's got it there, look. Nice bright sign for you. £60 with me, I'm afraid, that one, Ash. I'm going to get that one first. 60, 70, £70 with you. At £70 then, at £70. £70 then, at £70 we have. At 70, at £70. At £70 then, at £70. £70 then, £70. That is that one, yeah, it is, yeah. At £70 the bid. At £70 then are we done? At £70 then we're going to sell it. At £70, 80 and 90. £90 then. At £90 the bid. At 90, 90, 100. Is there 100 there? 100. It all just flashed. At £100. At £100. Oh, I see what you did there. Yeah, well done. At £100 then. At £100 then. At £100. £100 then for the first, second, third and last time at 100. Sold at 100. Well done, Ash. Keep me right. And we're moving on to the Triumph Stag, ladies and gentlemen. Lot 724. Is this the one that's got like lots of people? Lots of interest. We've got a Stag and everyone's on the phone. Is it one later on? 724, ladies and gents. 1977 Triumph Stag. There we are then. 3 litre petrol automatic. You've all read about it, I'm sure. There we are, with lots of interest here with me. We have 7, 5, 6, 7, then we whiz all the way up to 10,000. 10,250. 10,250, Ash. At 10,250 the bid. At 10,250. 10,250. 10,250. 10,5 says Jeanette. 10,5. 10,005 is Jeanette's bid. 750 on the internet, Mark. 10,750. 11,000, Mark the bidder. 11,000 is Mark's bid. 11,250 is Jeanette's bid. 11,250. Yeah, I know we're all over here. 11,500 back in Doncaster. 11,500. 12,000 says Mark. £12,000. 12,000, Mark the bidder. 12,000. £12,000. 250 says Jeanette. 5 with me. 12,500 with me. 12,005. 12,500. At £12,500. At 12,500. At 12,005. 750 says Mark. 12,750. At 12,750. Mark the bidder. At 12,750. 12,750 then. At 12,750. Are we done? At 12,750. I'm out. Jeanette's out. Internet's out. 12,750. 12,750 then we're going to sell it. At 12,750 for the first. For the second. Third and last time at 12,750. Mark the bidder. 12,750. Top right was under bidder. And on to 725. There we are then. The Campari reproduction enamel sign. There we go, ladies and gents. We have 50, we have 60, we have £60 the bid. At £60 then, at £60, £60 then at 60. At £60 then is the 70. At £60 then we're going to sell it. At £60 then for the first, second, third and last time at £60. £60. And we move on to 726. Here we go, look. Little 1982 Ford Fiesta Popular Plus, fitness windows, 1 mirror. Oh, lovely little car. Look at that. What a little cracker. No reserve. It's got to sell. It's here to sell. There we go, look. I have completed a carb rebuild and an ignition renewal, it says here. Lovely. There we go. £1,000, £1,100, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, £2,000. At £2,000 then. At £2,000 then. At 2,000, 2,1, 2,2, 2,2, 2,002, 3, 2,3, 2,300. At £2,300 then. At 2,300. 4, 2, 4, good morning, I know you, at 2,400. At £2,400 then what do we think? 5, 2, 5, 2,005 in the room, 2,005. At 2,500. At £2,500 then, standing. At £2,500 then we're going to sell it. 2,6, 2,6, 2,7. 2,007 at 2,700. At £2,700 then for the first. 2,8, 2008, 2008, 9, 29, 2,900, at £2,900. 3,000. I can't, you two make me laugh, you two. What do you think? But what do you think? But what do you think? At £3,000 the bid. 3-1, 3,100. At 3,100 then. At 3,100. 2, 3-2, 3-3. You know I don't like threes. At £3,300 the bid. At £3,300 then are we done? At £3,300 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 33, 34, 34. You want a 50? You want to play that one? 50, 50. That's how to do it. 34.50, 34.50, 35, 35. You're out. 50, 35.50. At 35.50, at 35.50 then, at 35.50, what do we think? At 35.50 then, for the first, second, third and last time at 35.50. It worked, it paid off for you. Ah, brilliant, look at them. And we're moving on to, ladies and gents, 727. If I were you, I'd hang on and I'd buy it in a month or so's time. That's what I would do. 727, ladies and gents. Bus stop sign. There we are then. Double-sided look. Bus stop sign. There she is then. We have 80, 90, £90 bid. 100, £100 then. 110. 110 then. At £110. 110 then. Who wants 20? At £110 then. At 110. 110. 110. At £110. At 110 then. Are we done? At 110 then, 110 then for the first, second, third and last time provisionally at 110. Top right, Jack. And on to 728, the 1982 Suzuki Katana. Look at that. Look, it looks like some out of Mad Max's film, doesn't it? Look at that. Some machine there. There you go. Look, GSX 750Z. There you go. Oh, what a machine. There we are then. 18, 19, £1,900 then. At £1,900 then. At 1,900. Doesn't look a lot of money. At £1,900 then. At 19, 2,000. £2,000 then. At £2,000. At £2,000 then. Who's got 2-1? At £2,000 then. How cheap are these bikes got to be? At £2,000 the bid. At £2,000 then. At 2,000. Who wants 100? Be sharp. At £2,000 then. £2,000 then. We're going to sell it provisionally at £2,000 then for the first, second, third and last time at 2,000. 2,000. We'll put a deal together, I'm sure. And we're going to move on to 729, which is the 1958 MG Magnet. There you go, look, you've all been and seen it. It's sadly here due to ill health, it seems. It's a lovely car. 5-speed gearbox conversion, look. B-series engine, super user-friendly, this. Absolutely lovely. Looks an eye full of car, it really does. There we are. We have 9, 9,250, 9,5, 9,750, £10,000 the bid. At £10,000 and on sale, I might add. At £10,000 the bid. At £10,000. At £10,000, then who wants 250? Mark wants 250. At 10,250. At 10,250 the bid then. At 10,250. 10,250 then. Steady on, Dave. At 10,250. 10,250. 10,5 if you want it. 5. 10,5 says Dave. At 10,500. £10,500 then. At 10,005. 750. 10,750 at 10,750. 10,750, 5-speed box, tell him, cruise is nice. £11,000. £11,000 then. £11,000 the bid. £11,000 then. 250. 11,250. 11,250. 11,250. Mark the bidder then. 5. 11,5. 11,500. 11,750. 11,750, 11,750. I think it's all new interior, this one as well. 11,750 and 12,000. £12,000. 12,000 against you, Mark. £12,000, 250. 12,250 says Mark. at 12,250. 12,250 at 12,250. Who wants 5? I will after the next one. At 12,250. Mark's laughing. At 12,250. 12,5. 12,5. And now I'll take 100 off of Mark if he wishes. At 12,500. At 6. 12,6. 12,600. Mark the bidder, and I'll take 100 off of you as well, Dave. That's not a problem. 7. 12,7. I don't like them 50s, see? I get tongue-tied. At 12,700. 8. 12,8. Yeah, 2, right, yeah. 12,8. 12,8. 12,800. At 12,800 pound then. At 12,8. 12,800. What's he think? At 12,009. 12,9. 12,009. You do make me laugh, you two. At 12,009. 13,000. 13,000 pound then. Mark the bidder. At 13,000. 1. 13,1 says Dave. At 13,100. 13, is he sure? At 13,100 pound then, are we done? Dave on the telephone at 13,100 pounds for the first, second, third and final time. 13,1, there you go, that 100 helped him, didn't it? There you go, lovely. And we're moving on to 730, which is a 1972 Triumph Dolomite. There you go, look. Needs some work to get it back on the road, it says. There you go, so she's been stored around for a little while, ready for a bit of love. There we go. £1,600 look, at 1,600. £1,600 then, at 1,600. £1,600 then, 16, 17. 1,700, at 1,700. At 1,700, if only there was like a restoration show imminently, you know, £1,700. £1,700 at £1,700. Here we go again, Mick. At £1,700 then we'll talk. At 17. Oh, was that a big jump? At 1,700. At 17. I know. Missed another one, Mick. I know. You turn round and he's gone. At £1,700 then we're going to talk. At £1,700 then provisionally for the first, second, third and last time at 1,700. We'll talk. Top right, Jack. And on to 731, ladies and gents. It's a 3D printed Conrod clock. There you go. They're plastic, but they look very, very convincing, don't they? They're good, aren't they? Yeah, no, they're good. There we are then. There we go. Where are we going to be? We're going to be 20, 30, £30 bid. At £30 then. At £30 the bid. At £30 then. You'll not be late with this one. At £30 bid. At 30, 40. £40 he says. At 40, good afternoon. At £40 the bid. At 40. At £40 then who wants 50. At £40 then we're going to sell it. At £40. Sold off down to Cornwall. To be fair, you can do this one. You can do a few because I'm going to no doubt be on later on.
Right, yo, no problem.
There you go. Of course you can. They haven't been read out yet, incidentally.
No bother.
All right.
Okay, mate.
Yeah.
Groovy. This one, guys, lot number 732 with the 1969 Ford Cortina. I thought I'd better just jump on and do this one. We did a bit of filming with the lads the other day. Me and Dad have had a bit of a guess the hammer price. I can't remember what I said, but I think I've maybe won already, Tom. I'm smiling. There we go. I've got interest here with me, guys. We have got 7,250, 7,500, 7,750, 8,000, 8,250 and 8,500. So I think I've picked it. That's £8,500 bid. 8,500 and 750 with Josh on the phone there at 8,750. 8,750 bidding away there, 6,000 next to him, at 9,000, sorry, £9,000 bid. Andy's telephone, excuse me, at £9,000 bid, then and away there at 9,000. Would you like 250? £9,000 bid. Andy's telephone, I'm out on my sheet. Andy, you're in. At £9,000 bid, then and away there at 9. I'll take 100 if it helps. At £9,000 bid there for the Cortina. at £9,000 bid. Caused loads of interest over the viewing period. At £9,000, then are we all done? At 9,000 then, Hammer's coming down, I might have won it, Tom. At £9,000 bid then for the first, selling for the second, third and last time at 9,000. There we go. I think I won that one, Jacko. That's handy, innit? Just quickly, a few solds. We have got 365, the Wooden Morgan. That one got away. 577, the Carmen Gear. Also sold. 591, various signs. 520, the Audi GTS. 599, the VW Carmen Gear again. Oh, the silver one. 593, the Hog Rocky Rocking Horse. 362, the TR6. 391, the Clock. And 549, the Alice Tractor. Oh, that one got away from yesterday. Nice one. Some more there as well, which I'll read later out. There you go. It just goes to show, get your highest bid in, and it just puts you in the driving seat then, and obviously no one can jump underneath you. MGB Bermuda Hardtop. There we go. Look, where are we? Oh, quite red. I don't see many of them. There you go. Then where are we? Someone start me. £200 anywhere. Asking 200 for the hardtop there. Surely worth that all day long. Asking 200. I got nothing on my sheet, I'm afraid. Someone want to jump in at 200? Asking 200, anyone? Giving you time, 200. Surely there's a bit of 200 for the yard top there, no? No, we'll move on then. Okie dokie. Then on to 734 is the 1952 Land Rover Series 1 chassis. There you go, look. Where are we then? Sold from the off, £400 bid and away there, 400. At £400 bid, at £400 bid. I should have a telephone bid somewhere as well. At £400 bid. Do 20s please, Ash. At £400 bid, 420, 420, 440 with me. At £440 bid here with me there at 440. Do you want 60, Alan? At 440, 60 he says, 480 with me. At £480 bid, 500 is the next one. At £500 bid on the telephone there at 500. At 500 then, Alan's phone, I'm out. Alan, you're in. At £500 bid then and selling in away there at 500. At £500 bid then, are we all done? At £500 bid then, Hammond's coming down for the first, second, third and last time. Need to get my tongue in, Jacko. 735 is the 1664 aluminium double-sided sign. There you go, look. Oh, there she is. Look, there we go. Where are we then? Someone start me. £100 bid then and away there at £100 bid. At £100 bid. At £100 bid. She's double-sided. At £100 bid on sale and going there at £100. At £100 then and away there at 100. At 100 then for the first, selling for the second, third and last time if we're all done at £100. Another one gone. 736, the Beaufort Open Tourer. There we go. Hell of a looking car, aren't they, these? We had one in the museum for a long time, and I always used to look past it and think, man, hell of a car, had all the flutes coming out the bonnet and everything. Fantastic. There we go, look, where are we? I'm sure you read about it there, information about it. Look, I got 6,500, 6,750, £7,000 bid and away there at 7. At £7,000 bid, on sale and going at 7. At £7,000 and then away there at 7,000. At £7,000 bid, 250 on the net. At 7,250, you're jumping in, Josh? At £7,250 bid. At 7,250, you're in on the internet, I'm out of my sheet. 7,250, 7,500's the next one if he wants it. At 7,250, at 7,250 bid. At 7,250 in Cornwall and selling. I'm going to sell it, it's going to be sold. At 7,250 bid then. Hammer's coming down for the first, second, third and last time, missing no one. There's another one gone, Jacko. 737, wooden hand-painted rally bicycle sign. There we go, where are we? 10, 20, 30, £30 then and away there, £30 bid. At £30 bid for the wall filler. At £30 bid. £30 bid then and away. At 30 is the 40 anywhere. At £30 bid then we'll try for you, we'll submit it. At £30 they just brighten up a blank wall, don't they? At £30 bid. At £30 bid then asking 40. At £30 then I'll submit it, we'll try. At 30 then for the first, second, third and last time. Top right, Jacko. 738 is the 1985 Suzuki Gixxer 750F. Oh, there we go, look. Original and restored condition. She had a new battery though. Originally a Swiss registered bike, imported in 2000. Runs and rides and needs to be used. Plastic speedo drive at front. Plastic speedo drive at front wheel has just broken and will need to be replaced. There you go, look. A little bit there, but there you go. Where are we then? Someone start me is the 2000 asking 2,000 for the Gixxer. Surely the cheap bike. How cheap are these bikes at the moment? Blimey. want to be buying them now and give it 18 months and they'll be up again, won't they? Asking £2,000 bid. Asking 2,000. Is there 2,000 anywhere? If not, we'll move on. I haven't got anything on my sheet for this one. Asking someone surely wants to jump in, no? Asking 2,000, no. Moving on then, 739 is the Ford Repro enamel sign. There we go, look, little 18-inch by 12. £60 then and away, then and sold at 60. Mick's got it there. At £60 bid, £60 bid and on sale and going. £60 bid here with me on my sheet, bid a 600332, £70 on the floor there, £70 bid, I'm out. Andy, you're in. At £70 bid, sorry I didn't see you. At £70 bid, on sale and going then at £70, are we all done? At £70 then for the first, second, third and last time. Bang. 740 is the 1976 Ford Escort L. Woohoo, there we go, look. Interest here with me, 7,250 with me, please, Ash, if you don't mind. 7,250, commission bid in the top right corner. 7,500, back in Norfolk. 7,500, you're in on the internet, I'm out on my sheet. At £7,500 bid, then and away there at 7,500. Is there 750? 750 there is. Dave on the telephone, 7,750, you're out internet. At 7,750, at 7,750 bid. On the telephones there with Dave. At 7,750, internet you're out. Dave, you're in on the phones there at 7,750. We'll submit it, we'll try. At 7,750 bid, are you done internet? At 7,750 then, submitting for the first, second, third and last time. Provisional, Dave, we'll ring it through. 741 is the bus stop double-sided sign. There we go, look, where are we? 80, 90, £90 bid, then and away there at £90 bid. At £90 bid, at £90 bid, asking 100. At £90 bid, I've got. At £90 bid, at £90 bid, then and away there at £90, then surely there's 100. Someone fill it up. At £90 bid, double-sided. At £90 bid, then 100. There we go, Ken. Thank you. £100 then. At £100 bid. At £100 bid. I'm sure it'll come, but I better just to submit it just on the safe side. At £100 then for the first, second, third, and last time at 100. 742, 1972, MGB GT, There we go, look, 1972, she was purchased in December 2004, 42,000 miles. Vehicle has been garaged and hardly used for nearly 20 years. Complete respray, new petrol tank and hoses, new rear wing panels, all there's loads, sills, you name it, servo unit, it's all there, new grille, lights, all the rest of it. There you go, I'm sure you've read it. Where are we then? 6,000 and away. At £6,000 bid. You're out on the internet, 6,000 with me. At 6,000 then, at 6,250. I've just picked Mark then, Ash, sorry. 6,250, sorry internet. At 6,250, Mark telephone, internet, you're out. At 6,250, at 6,250 bid. Mark telephone, I'm out on my sheet. Mark, you're in, internet, you're out. At 6,250, are you coming back? At 6,250, that's with you, Mark. 6,250 bid. We'll submit it at 6,250 then. Mark, you're in on the telephone at 6,250 for the first, second, third and last time, then 6,250. There we go. 743, metal St. Jeremy sign. Oh, there you go, look. There you go, Mick's getting it there for you. Where are we? £80 and it's a start. Oh, it's a big one, look. £80 then and away there, £80 bid. £80 bid then, £80 bid, asking 90. £80 bid, excuse me. £80 bid. Oh, it's the Clarkson, May and Hammond. There you go, look. £80 bid then, £80 bid, bit of a novelty for the wall there, look. £80 then, £90 bid, there we go, 90, thank you, 90. £90 bid, at £90 bid, did someone fill it up? At £90 bid, at £90 bid, then and away there at 90. At 90 then, I'll submit it for the first, second, third and last time. 744, 1985, Mercedes 280 TE Auto. Oh, the old estate, there she is, look. The four alloys photographed are not being sold with the vehicle, apparently, it says on here. Anyone know? Is that right? Have we got some other wheels on it then, have we, Mickey? Oh, there's some in the car. There you go. So the wheels photographed in the car aren't going with the car. Hang on.
Just for clarity.
Just for clarity here, hang on. There's a new set of wheels in the car which aren't going with it. So the wheels what it's on are going with the car, the wheels in the car aren't going with it.
There is some wheels in the car, there's some other wheels, the original wheels, but there was 4 brand new alloys that aren't with this car.
There you go. You heard it, make that crystal clear then everybody.
It was a company car.
Right.
Then son's car,
Right.
then father's car, now
wow.
son's car.
Oh,
so it's
same
been in the
family
same
then.
family, effectively, from new, and a very, very worthy. All right, I'm going to call it a project because it's been stood for a few years.
Yeah, I'm with
But
you.
it will make a cracking car.
Lovely. There we go then. 13,250 and away. At 13,250 bid 5. 13,750 with me. 13,750. At 13,000. Sorry, I've done that wrong. I should rewind that one back. Yeah, so I'm getting all the cluster with me figures. 13,750. Sorry, internet you're in. 14,000. There we go. I thought I saw one. 14,250. At 14,250 bid. At 14,250 then and away there at 14,250. At 14,250 would be lovely to see this all done. At 14,500, same family from new. At 14,500 and 750 bid. At 14,750. At 14,750 bid then and away. At 14,750, I love an estate car. At 14,750 is the 15,000. County Durham, you're in at the moment, you're in the driving seat. At 14,750 bid. At 14,750, are we all done? Are you sure? At 14,750 then for the old Mercedes there, look. At 14,750, selling for the first, second, third and last time. She's got away. 745, the Kumo Tyres banner. There we go. Alan and Mick have got it held up there for you. Where are we? Someone start me. Where's 10? £10 asking for the banner there, look. That's cool. £10 asking if anyone wants to jump in. I ain't got anything on my sheet for this one, I'm afraid. Asking £10, look. Bang it up in your garage somewhere. Go on, surely there's a tenner for it. There we go. County Durham, thank you. £10 bid and away, £10. £10 bid. Here's the 20. At £10 bid, then we'll submit it. We'll try for you. At £10 then for the first, second, third, and last time. Hammer's coming down provisional. 746 is the 1990 Toyota Corolla GL. There we go, look. 17 stamps in the book. This gentleman's the third owner, so only 2 previous. There's some spare parts in the boot, driven to the auction. There you go, look, no reason why it shouldn't drive away. £2,000 bid then and away there at 2,000. At £2,000 then, at £2,000 bid. At 2,001. 2,100 with me, please, Ash. 2-1. At 2,100, 2-2 on the internet there, 2-3. At 2,304. 2-4. 24. 25. 2,500 then and away there at 25. On sale and going at £2,500 bid. 26. 27. 2,700 at 2,700 then and away at 2,700. It's on sale, I'm going to sell it. 28. 2,800. 29. 2,900. Is it 3,000 anywhere? 2,900, 3,000 asking. At £2,900 then and away there at 29. I'm going to bring the hammer down, you're going to miss it. At £2,900, 3,000. At £3,000 bid and 31. 31. At 3,100 and away, 31. Are we all done? At 3,100 then, hammer's coming down. It's going to be sold, 32. 32, 33, 33. At £3,300 bid. At £3,300 then. At 33 for the first, 33 for the second, third and last time, 34. 3,400, 35. 35. At 3,500, 36. 36 is the 7. At £3,600 bid, then I'm going to have to drop the hammer down. At 36 then for the first, second, third and last time. It's gone. 747 is the British Leyland light up sign. There we go, look. There we go. £80 then. £80 bid and away there. £80 bid. 90. £90 bid. Someone fill it up. £90 here with me. Bids here with me on my sheet. At £90 bid. At £90 bid there. British Leyland, look. MG on there as well. And the Union Jack. At £90 then. At £90 then. We'll submit it. We'll try for you. At £90 then for the first, second, third and last time. I'm going to submit it. 748 2002 Jaguar XJ Executive. There we go, look. Automagic, well looked after XJ8, in need of a new loving home. This was my late father's car and he loved seeing this car every day on the drive. He only drove it for special occasions, kept the car in good condition, adding chrome trims himself to make it stand out. Also, original Jaguar toolkit under the bonnet. It is with heavy heart that I'm coming to part with it, but it has been a year since he's passed and it needs to get more loving attention than I can give it. There you go, look. Very sad to hear, but there you go. Under sad circumstances, where are we? £1,000 then, at £1,000 bid, awful lot of car for the money. At £1,000 bid, 11 on my right, 1100. At £1,100 bid, £1,200 then. At £1,200, or is that it? At £1,200, worth more, come on. At £1,200 then, at £1,200 bid, here with me. At £1,200 bid, we'll try, but I think we'll keep it for the timed auction. At £1,200 then, we'll submit it for the first, second, third and last time. There we go. Number 749 is the Flying Scotsman Repro enamel sign. There we go, look, interested with me, 70, 80, 90, £90 bid then and away there, 90, £90 bid here with me, at £90 bid, £100 in Cheshire, at £100 bid in Cheshire there on the internet there at 100, I'm out on my sheet, you're in Cheshire, at £100 and selling, 110, 110, 110, at £110 bid is the 20 anywhere at 110, at £110 bid on sale and going at 110 then for the first, 110 for the second and 20, 120 back in Cheshire, at £120 bid, back in Cheshire there at 120 and selling. At £120 bid are we all done. At £120 then for the first, second, third and last time at 120. 750 is the 2007 Jaguar X-Type. There she is, look, diesel. Four-door saloon, there you go, look, these again, a lot of car, aren't they? Where are we? 2,000, ooh, 2,000, 2,1, 2,2, 2,3, 2,300 on the sheet here with me at 2,3, at £2,000 bid, 2,3, at 2,300, at £2,300 bid, then and away there at 2,300, at £2,300. A little bit more on the sheet, we'll try. At 2,300 then, at 2,300 and away there at 2,3. At 2,300, is there four anywhere? They're a lot of car for the money, these drags, they drive lovely, don't they? At 2,300, at £2,300 then, we'll try, but I think we'll put it in the timed auction. At 2,300 then for the first, second, third and last time at 2,3. 751 Rhino recovery loading ramps. There we go, look, heavy duty ones, 3-tonner. There we go, where are we? Someone start me, asking 200. Is there 200 there for the ramps anywhere? Lower it down to 150, Jacko, get a bit of interest. Asking 150, nice pair of ramps there, look, proper things. 150 bid, thank you, 150. At £150 bid, at £150 bid on the net there at 150. At £150 bid. 150 then is the 60. At £150 bid, we'll submit it, we'll try for you. At £150 bid then for the first, second, third and last time. 150. 752, 1987, Ford Orion Gear. There we go, look. Handbook service booklet containing 8 stamps. Been locked in a heated garage for 3 years. Sadly, I've no time to use it. There you go, where are we? Someone start me then. I got 373839, £3,900 and away. At 3,900, at £3,900 bid is the 4 anywhere. At 3,004 on the net, Stoke-on-Trent. At 4,004 1 with Dave. At £4,100 bid. At 4,102 against you, Dave. 4,002 on the net. Would you like 3? 4,200 on the internet there at 42. At 4,200, 4,3, 4,3, at £4,300 bid then and away there at 43. Dave's telephone, your out internet is back in, 44 in Cornwall, 4,400, at 4,400, do you want 5, so? At £4,400 bid on the internet, thank him for his bid. At 4,400, there's 5 if you want it, Alan. At 4,400 then, hammer's coming down, we'll submit it, we'll try for you. At £4,400 then for the first, second, third and last time. Grandad, you're coming on. 753, the National Benzoil Style Garage Lamp. There we go, look, where are we? Interest here straight away, £100 then, at £100 bid. At £100 bid, oh, he's having his dinner. At £100 then, 110, 110, 110, 120. At £120 then and away there at 120. At £120 bid. At £120 bid. At £120 bid then and away there at 120. At 120 bid. At 120 bid, we'll try for you, we'll submit it. At 120 then for the first, second, third and last time at 120. Yeah, once he's had his dinner, he's all right. 754, 1978, Kawasaki. There we go. Oh, this is a lovely machine. There we go. Look, I'm sure you've seen it. Look, caused loads of interest over the viewing period. Proper machine. Look, the Z1000. There we go. Look, absolutely lovely. did you maybe do the video on this, Alan? Lovely bike, isn't it? Stunning bike. There you go. Loads of interest here with me. Where am I going to start off here? We may as well go right up to 4.6, 4.7, 4.8, 4.9, 5,000, please, Jacko. £5,000 bid. At £5,000 bid. At 5,000, then selling away there at 5,001. I need to go 250 just to be a bit difficult, Jacko, with these figures here. 5,250. At 5,250. At 5,250 bid here with me. Next one's 5 if you want it, and then I'll take 100, otherwise I'll get tongue-tied. 5.5 on the phone there, 5.5. Take 100 if it helps. At £5,500 bid. Alan's study phone, I'm out on my sheet. Alan, you're in. 5,500. Do you want 6, Mark? 5.5 with Alan. At 55, it's a yes or no. At 5,500, no, too late. 5.6 on the internet there at 56. At £5,600 bid then on the internet there, 5.7. He's back in. There you go, Mark. At 5,700. Stunning bike. At £5,700 then and away there at 57. At 5,700 and sold. At 5,508, rightly so. At 5,800 Lancashire. 5.9 back with Mark. You're out, Alan. At 5,900 internet, you're out. Alan, you're out. Mark, you're in on the phone there at 5.9. Do you want to fill it up? At 5,900 then and away there at 59. Here's a 6,000. 5,900, next one 6. Don't miss it for 100 quid. It's a lovely bike. He's going to regret it. At 5,900 then, and we all done it, you sure? At 59. Hammer's coming down, so tell him. 5,900 then for the first, second, third and last time. 6,000. Lancashire back in on the net. At £6,000 then. At £6,000. Do you want one, Mark? At 6,000. It's selling, it's going. He's going to miss it. 6-1. Good lad. 6,100. I'll do the same for you, internet. At £6,100 bid. Mark's telephone at the moment. You're out. At 6,100. 6.2. 6,002. Lovely, lovely bike. 6,200 then and away there at 62. Do you want another one, Mark? He does. Hands back up. 6.3. At £6,300 bid. At 6,300. At £6,300 then. Mark's telephone. 6.4 against you. Durham's back in at 6.4. 6,400. There's 5. 6.5 he tells me. 6,500 against you, internet. £6,500 bid. On sale and going. At 6,500. Caused masses of interest over the viewing period, this machine. At 6,500 then. Hammer's coming down and we all done it ashore. At £6,500 bid then for the first, second, third and last time at 65. It's sold. Do you want to jump on, Grandad? Yeah, the voice is going. Oh, I haven't read them solds out yet.
None of them at all.
No, them solds. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Jack's going to have a bit of a break. Take over for a short while for him. Lot 755 again, the Valvoline. Motor oil repro sign, as you can see, nice sign, always popular these, as we know. £60, £60 away and sold, £60 where's 70, £60 and going then 60, £60, 70 I've got, 70 Hornsey, £70, £70 away to Hornsey and it's going, £70 is there 80, £70, going to Hornsey, £70 away, then are you sure you're all done, £70, can I say 80, be sharp, £70 and away and going, you sure you're done, £70, sold to Hornsey. 756, we've got a lovely thing here, look, the 205 GTI. Massive amount of interest in this, as I can see.
I think that's him.
Yeah, that'd be him. Yeah. Loads of interest. Absentee bids with me, bids online, all coming through. Telephone, probably. There will be, I'm sure. Where are we now? 8,000, £8,000, 8,000, 8,250, 8,500, 8,500, 8,500, 8,500, 750. Where are we going, mate? All right. Hang on a minute, we'll catch up. 8,750. There we are. No, we're not. Nearly there. There we go. 8,750. 8,750, that's him. 8,750, 9, 9 and a quarter, 9 and a quarter, which is this gentleman here, that one there, isn't it? Yep, 9,5, 9,750. Ireland, 9,750. 9,750, 10,000, £10,000. Here we go. £10,000. Who's got a quarter? £10,000. Who's got 250? 6 and 4, 3. £10,000. There we are. We're back on track. £10,000 on sale and selling. Then £10,000. It's off to Ireland. £10,000. That it? Are you all done? It's a 250. Drop it down to 100. Give someone a chance. They've been in it from the beginning. £10,000. £10,000 is the 10-1. If not, it's going. £10,000 all done then. £10,000. Last time, last chance. £10,000 sold and away. 10,000. Ireland. 10,000. 757. The metal whammatic sign. Like that, Mick. Hey, look at that. Look at the artistry in that. Isn't that fantastic, eh? Whereabouts then? 60, £70, £70, £70 and going £70. £70, I love it. £70, what a difference. £70, see a nice artistic sign like that. £70, £70 and going then £70. Are you done? Are you sure? Giving you fair warning, £70, I'm going provisionally. Put provisional on there, mate. Hey, £70, is there 80? £70 only. Fair warning, give me your time. £70 away, all done then, £70. Provisional, £70. 758, circa 1932. Oh, that's the little Morris 2-ton chassis cab, yeah. No documents as such. There might well be documents arriving, but at this moment in time, I've got to sell it to get your own V5. The 1930, as you can see, a 2-tonner. Whereabouts then? Submit the best bid from the word go. Where? Start below if you want. 1,000, 12, 14, 16, 1,800 quid, 1,800, 18, 2,000. £2,000. £2,000 only and away then. £2,000. Are you all done? 2,200. 2,200. 2,200. 2,400. 2,004. £2,400. All done then. £2,400. £2,400 away then. £2,400. Needs to be more. £2,400, but we'll try, we'll talk. 2,004. Going then. 2,400 for the first. Very provisional for the second. Third and last time. 24. Jaguar XJ Executive. Oh, look. Have we? 760, 759. 759, got them mixed up, sorry. Looks a bit like a Jaguar. 759, a vintage Triang Charles tricycle. Always popular, eh? Nice little trike. Whereabouts them? £70, £70 in the way, £70, selling it provisionally, £70, 80. £80, £90 on sale and going, £90, £90. And away then going 100. 100 I've got 110. 110 on the internet, 110. £110, you're both out, 120 internet, 130 internet. 130. 130, 140, 140, just in before 150 internet, Derby. 150. I think it's one of them made of Barton on Humber, you know, just over the bridge, mate. They made them there, I think that's where that one was made. 150, 150, I'm not sure. 150, internet. 150, telephones out. On sale and going then £150 and away. Last time looking round, going to Derby, 150 for the first, second, third. 150, nice little bike. 760 now, the 2006 Jaguar XJ Executive TDVI Auto. Mouthful. £1,800 to start me, I've got 1,800. 1,800, who's got 19? £1,800 and going, and I'm selling it provisionally in a maiden bid, 1,800. Lot of car, 1,800. All done then, 1,010 stamps in the book, look, MOT, history and such like. 1,900, £1,900. Going up north of the country by the looks of it somewhere, £1,900. Submitted it then, 1,900, can I say 2,000? £1,900, selling it provisionally. 1,900. Are you sure? Looks good value, doesn't it? £1,900 going provisionally for the first. The 2,000, 2,000, Wales, £2,000. 2,000, dare we sell it? £2,000. There we are, we'll take a chance, we'll argue afterwards. £2,000. Got yourself a lovely Jag. £2,000 being sold. All done then, £2,000. £2,000. Underbidder giving you a chance. You want 2-1? Be sharp. Going to sell it otherwise, £2,000. Thank you for your bidding, gentlemen. £2,000 for the first, second, third and last time. Barry in Wales, 2,000. 761 wooden hand-painted Bank of Shell sign. All from Raymond. There we are, another sign. That's an unusual one from Raymond. Super thing. Well, £60. £60 sold and away, £60. Lovely sign, £60. £60 and gone then, and that all £60 maiden bidding, it's going £60, a lovely sign. Unusual shape, you don't normally do them like that. £60 and gone then, that it, all done then, we're going to sell it £60. Mansfield. RS 2000, 1993, lot number 762 we're doing. There we go, interest with me, interest, always interested in these, as we well know. They cause genuine, massive interest, generally speaking. Whereabouts then? On south and the word go, come on, got to be gone. Not be given away, but it's got to be gone. 7,500. 7,500 and selling away then, 7,500. 7,500 is the 7,750. Come on chaps, give me a chance. 7,500, I'm going to sell it. 7,500. There's no further bidding, it's going to be sold. 7,500, can I say 7,750? Are you sure? 7,750, Ivory Bridge, 7,750, 7,750, Ivory Bridge in Devon, there you go, going to be sold, 7,750. Where's 8? Be sharp then lads, 7,750. Got to get on, 7,750, going to be sold to Ivory Bridge. I thank you for your bidding gentlemen, 7,750 for the first. Second, third and last time, 7,750. A few of the provisional bids that have been converted to outright sales. Just read over a couple of them. 215 the Black Cat sign, 601 the petrol pump, sold. 618 the Rover 25, sold. 619 the loading ramp, sold. 24 the Ducati, sold. They've all been converted and sold. Thank you for your bidding, gentlemen. On to the cylinder lawnmower. Here we are. Oh, thank you very much, mate. Lovely, very nice of you. The cylinder lawnmower, here we are. As we're waffling on, prices are going up. Bids are going up, should I say. Got lots of interest here with me as well. The ride on. Now, we filmed this the other day, Gregor, didn't we? This is the one we filmed. Yeah, this hopefully be on telly, on the Bangers and Cash sooner or later. Norman Wisdom. Norman Wisdom mower, that's what we call it, yeah. You get the get the video, Norman Wisdom, what's it called? Early Bird. Early Bird, fantastic, brilliant. Best comedy actor ever on TV. Try and get it and you'll see him performing on one of these. Absolutely incredible, amazing programme. Here we go then, lots and lots of interest. Where are we now? 340. Have you seen it? Brilliant, absolutely brilliant, yeah. The bit with the tree on the Bentley is absolutely brilliant, it really is. Fantastic, what a guy. 390, £390, £390 sold and away, 390. 400, £400, £400, 400, how about that, 400. Going then, £400 and away, all done then, 410, 410, who started tenors? £410 and away then, 410, Rawtenstall, 410 going to be sold. Norman Wisdom mower, 410 for the first, 410 for the second, third and last time, Rawtenstall the buyer, 410. Sold. Thank you. Get the film, you'll love it. Show the kids, the grandkids. They should be showing these Norman Wisdom films every Friday afternoon before they leave school for the weekend. 764, 2008 Volkswagen Urban, Fox 750. Never heard of it. There it is, lovely car, look at that. Whereabouts then? Don't look out the way either, this one. Start me on it. £1,000 I've got, 1,000, 12, 14, 16, £1,600, £1,600, waving at me, look, £1,600, getting excited, getting carried away, 1,800, 1,800, you want two? £2,000 I've got, sold and away, £2,000, on sale and going, £2,000, all done then, you're out marked, £2,000. Gonna go, £2,000, be sharp, I'll take 100 if it helps you, 2,000, 2,100, 2,100, was that two? Do you want a 50? 2,100, you want 50? 2,000, how can you value it to 50 quid? 2,100, your bid mark, 2,100, 21, 2150, 2,100, are you sure? £2,100, going on the right here, 2,100. You'll regret it, 2,100, sure profit there, 2,100, and away and going. 2,100, we can sell it, can't we? 2,002, well spotted. 2,200, on the internet, 2,200. Do you want three, Mark? 2,200. Coming back in? Nah, keep it in hundreds, it's easier for me to say hundreds. 2003, eh? 2-3. Should we say 2-3, Mark? Yeah, that's the easiest way, really. Got a chance of getting it then, hasn't he? 2003. 2,300. There you go. 2,300. 2-3. Internet, you're out, sir. 2,300. But I thank you for your bidding. 2003 on our telephones. Internet, do you want to come back in at 2-4? 2,300. And going. Are you sure? 2,300. And away. 2003 for the first. Second. Third and last time. 23. Thank you for your bidding, gentlemen. 765 is a 1940s style wall clock. There you are, Alan's getting it there. Careful, mate, watch that hernia. There you are, there you go, steady away. There we are, start me on that. 100, 100, 120, 120, 140. 140 pound. 140 pound away, 140 pound. Going there, 140. Lovely clock that. 140. 140 weight. Pound, is that it? Mr. T, the bidder, 140. Are you all done? Got to get on. 140 pound, that it. Going then, 140 pound. Last time looking round 140. Mr. T. 766 2005 Land Rover Range Rover Vogue. Submit the best bid on this. There we are. We've been asked to submit the best bid. The vendor provide the following information, loads and loads of it. The mileage is stamped up, just over 194 by the looks of it. So anyway, submit the best bid. You're in your hands completely. What's it worth? You tell me. You tell me what it's worth. I don't know. It's up to you. I can't submit a bid without a bid. So you tell me. Where are you going to be? Is it a couple of grand? Whereabouts? What's it worth? In your hands completely. Whereabouts? No bids? I can't sell it without a bid. Sorry, I can't help you there then. No, I can't help. I'm sorry, got to pass on that one. No interest in that one at the moment. Come and see us, ring the office, try and put a deal for you. 767, we sell it's a repro sign. There it is, our little wall filler, little kitchen sign. Super thing. Start me then, we're about 50. 50 pound I've got, 50 and away, 50. On sale and going then, 50 pound is a 60, be sharp, I'm selling it, 60. 60 pound telephone, 60 pound away and going, 60 pound on sale and going. Internet, you're out, I'm out, 60 pound and going, are you all done then? 60 pound, I'm going to sell it for the first, second, third and last time, 60 pound, 60 pound. And 768 is a 1982 Honda. Nice little trailer there, lots of interest in it. Always do these little trailers, always do well, don't they? XL 250R, super thing. 2,800 quid, 2,800 quid, I'm submitting it provisionally, 2,800. 2,800, who wants 2,900? 2,800 pound away then, 2,008. That it, 2,800 pound and going, I'm selling it provisionally, 2,829. Lincoln, 2,900. Fill it up, lads, come on. Lovely cup of tea. 2,900 and going, and I'm selling it provisionally, 2,009. Going to Lincoln provisionally, all done then, 2,900 for the first, second, third and last time provisionally, 2,900 on there under bidder of course. 769 Monaco Grand Prix 1957 illuminated sign. Nice thing, whereabouts? 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 pound, 90 pound, 90. 90 pound away, 90 pound, who's got 100? 90 pound for nothing them, absolutely for nothing, look. Going then, 90 pound, are you all done, you sure? 90 pound, where's 100? Waiting for you, come on. 90 pound, who's got 100? 90 pound away. Going then, 90 pound. Who's got 100? Are you sure you're done? 90 pound, going then, your last chance, 90 pound, selling it provisionally, 90 pound, 100. 100 pound, 100 pound, selling it provisionally, 100. 100 pound, who wants 10? 100 pound to go then, who wants 10? Be sharp, going then, last time looking round. Fair warning, 770, 1981 Citroen CX Athena. But these were good seller in that day. Lovely old vehicle, super thing to drive. Here we go then, whereabouts? Start it, whereabouts then? 6, 6 and a quarter, 6 and a half, 6, 750, 6, 750, 7, 7,000, 7,000 pound, 7,000 pound. Drop it down to £100 bids. Jack, might be shooting myself in the foot, but there you go. 7,000 pound. Who's got one? 7,000 pound away then, 7,000 pound. Who's got one? Cheap car, this bar looks a bit, £7,000. Can I say one? 7,000. Are you sure? £7,000. I need more money. £7,000. Is the one anywhere? £7,000. I'm sorry, chaps. I hate to pass on anything, but I just can't do that. I've just got more on my sheet, so unfortunately I can't do that one. But give it a bit of thought. Come and see us or ring us up. 771 Vauxhall Roundel sign. Oh, the actual Vauxhall sign. There it is, just behind you. Look, Mick. See it? Can you see it there, Mick? Hey, Sooty. There it is. Look. There you go. That's the one we're talking about. There we are. Where are we then? £50. Who's got 50? 50 to start me. 50. I've got 50, 60, £60. £60. Where's 70? £60 only. £70. Newark. £70. On sale. Gonna sell it. £70. Cheap that. £70 away. All done then. £70 only. Going to Newark. £70. Volkswagen Transporter, 78 it says, 1990, lot number 772. Now, always cause interest. Can't go wrong with these, can you? Always causing interest. Lots of interest with us. 7,000, 72, 74, 76, 7,600. 1990 she is, 7,600, 7,006. Where's 8? 7,600. 7,600 only and going then 7,006. Can I say 8? 7,600. All done then 7,600. Very, very provisionally 7,600. Last time looking round 7,600. 76. 773, a small selection of tin repro signs we've got. There we are, £40, £40 and away, £40 with me, £40 internet, you're out, £40, I've got it here, look, £40, £40, £50, 50, £60, sold, £60, internet, filing, £60, going, all the lot, £60, crumbs, that's cheap, that is really cheap, £60, 70, £70 and away, 70, well worth the money, £70, Cardiff, ever so cheap, £70, 80, £80, what is it there? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 or something like that. That's cheap enough, isn't it? £80 away, Filey. Going then, £80. Are you all done then? Gonna be sold. £90. York. £90 in York. Gonna be sold. 100. Carmarthenshire. Can't pronounce the other bit. 100. £100 away and going 100. All done then. 110 back in York. Gonna be sold. £110. That it. Gonna sell them. Last time 120. 120, 120, 120 and going then for the first, 120 for the second, third and last time, 130, York, 130, York is going, 130, on their way to York, 130, that it, 130 for the first, second, third and last time, 130, York the buyer. Now then, Alpine, Mark 1, high fin, look, 1960, the one to have, 774. Away we go. Yeah? Well, right, yeah, we'll give that a go then. 1960 she is, 774 we're doing. Whereabouts then? Where 6,000? Damn, we got a dog attacking Andy. Right. Where are we? £6,000, 62, 64, 66, 6,600, 6,800, 68, 6,800, 6,008. 6,800 is the 7 anywhere, it's a high fin. 1960, the one to have. 6,800, can I say 7? 7,000 I've got. £7,000. 7,000, on my left, £7,000, we're selling it provisionally, 7,000. Nice looking car and the right model, £7,000. Be sharp, gonna go, fair warning, 7,000 for the first, second, third and last time. 7,000 provisional, make a phone call, it'll come. 775 Ford Mustang neon lights. The neon, the business, yeah, I know, I've seen it, mate. Yeah, no problem. 150, 160, 160, 160, 160 and sold McDonald, 160, 160. What a lovely present that is. 160. All done then. Going then. 160. No further bidding. Can't. Yeah, that's it. We've got 2. Yeah. 160. We're up against that. Didn't see the bottom one. Yeah, well done. 160. Well, we got 180 bid on our books. 180, 180, 190, £190. £190, bit of discretion here. £190 and going 190. First man that bid. 190, going and away then, 190 for the first, second, third and last time. 190. 776, 1989, Lotus Elan SE Turbo. Again, big interest as we always get. Underrated, these cars. Don't see too many of them. And when you do, they're always a good buy. 5,000 we got, 5,000, 5,000 away, 5,000, 1, 2, 5,000, 2, 5,000, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 5, 5,500 I've got, 5, 6. Internet, 5,600, 5,600, well spotted there, mate. 5,600, 5, 7, oh, up there, we're up to 6 now. Look at this, I told you, £6,000. £6,000 and away and going, £6,000 on sale and selling. £6,000. 6,000. Is there going to be one? £6,000. We're all safe there, aren't we? £6,000 and going and away then 6,000. Are you all done then? £6,000 going to Wows. Oh, 6-1, sorry. 6,001. Throw the ball if I don't notice. You just aim it. Yeah, in fact, you can throw anything as long as it's edible. That's the main thing. 6,200. £6,200. 6-2 in Wales. 6-3. 6,300. 63. 6,300 we've got. 6-4. 5. 6,005. 6,005. 6. Wales again. 7. 6,700. 6, 7. 8. Back with Carmarthenshire. Carmarthen, your old territory. 6, 8. 6, 9. 6,900. 6, 9. 7,000. 7,000. Think you should. I really think you should. 7,000. I think you should. 7-1. 7,100. 7,100 and going then. 7,100. Going in and away. I was wrong. 7-2. I got it wrong. 7-3. 7,300. 7-3. 4. 7-4 in Wales. Don't lose it for £100, whatever you do. 7-4 Wales. 7-5. 7,500. Don't lose it for £100 there in Wales. 7,500. 7-6. 7,600. 7,600. Wales to buy. All done. Wales are going to buy it. 7,600. Thank you for letting me know. 7,600 for the first, second, third and last time. Wales the buyer. 7-6, thank you. Well, I thought you might have got that. 777, Autolite batteries, repro sign. Mick's got it there, look. Nice little sign. Whereabouts then? Where? 50? £50 we got, £50 away, 50. 50. £50 and going then for nothing that. £50 away and going, £50. All done then, £50. Thought that might make a bit more. £50 only, provisional, £50. 50. 60, £60 thirst, £60 provisionally, £60 and going then, £60 to thirst provisionally. We'll do a deal, I'm sure. 778, 2003 Yamaha FZS 600 Cafe Racer. Like that looks the business, eh? Sensibly reserved, therefore it's on sale from the word go. £3,000, £3,000 and sold and away, £3,000. £3,000 is the 3-1 anywhere to it. Drop it down to a 1 there, Jack. £3,000, £3,000 and gone then, £3,000 is the 1, there is 3-1, 3-2, 3,002 here with me, 3,200, 3,002, Mr. Noble, 3,002, sold and gone, 3-3, I'm out, 3,300, Manchester, 3,300, gone and away, 3,003 for the first, draw, 3,004, 3,005, 3,500, I just took Dave there, 3,500, 35, 3,500, 6 on the internet, Dave, 3-6, 3,600, you want 7, 3,006, 7 he says, 3,007, telephone, 3-7, all done then, 3,007, on the telephone, internet you're out sir, thank you for your bidding, 3,000 is back in, 3-8, 3,800. On the internet, Greater Manchester. All done, 3,800 on sale and going, chance well, you're the man, 3,800 for the first, second, third and last time, fair warning, 38 and sold, thank you. 779 Castrol Wakefield Motor Oil wooden painted sign. Wooden painted. Is that right, Mick? Yeah, there you go then. Yep, painted sign, look, nice little thing, £40. £40 and gone, £40 for nothing. Cheap as chips, that one, £40 and away and going, £40. Maiden bid, gonna sell it. Newark, £40, all done, there's a 50, be sharp, gonna go, £40. Last time looking round, £40. 59 Morris Minor we got, lot 780. Again, very sensibly reserved, consequently it's on sale from the word go. £4,000 I've got, 4,000. £4,000 on the way and going then, £4,000 and sold, £4,000. All done then, £4,000, I'm going to sell it, 4,000. That it, £4,000 and going in, 41, 42, 42, 4,200 with me, 4,200 going to be sold and gone, 42. That it, last time looking round then, fair warning, your chance, 4,200 on sale and away, 42. There we go. Fraser Nash, illuminated sign, lot 781. An old name in the motor industry, that one, Fraser Nash. I think I know someone who would want to buy that, I would have thought. He might be bidding, you never know. Whereabouts then? 70, 80, 90, 90 pound, 90 pound, 100, 100 pound. 100 pound and going then, 100 pound. 100 pound and away. 100 pound, I'm surprised I'm not going to Bedfordshire. 100 pound and going then, are you all done then, 100? That it then? That it? 100 pound is the 10 anywhere. Cheap, surely, 100 pound. 100 pound and gone then, 100. Are you all done then? 100 pound, selling it provisionally, are you sure? Can I say 110? No further bidding, 100 pound, provisionally 100 pound on there, look. Thank you for your bidding, provisionally sold, 100 pound. Triumph 1300, 782. Wants a bit of paint as you can see, wants a bit of weekend work as we say, no V5, new owner to apply. Not expensive though this one. No reserve, here to be sold. Whereabouts? In your hands. Who's got 500? 500 I've got. 500 pound and away. 500. 550. 550. 600. 600 pound. 600. 650 with you all the way. 650. 650. 700 pound. 700 pound and going. 700. All done then. Selling it. 700 pound. Going away. 700. Are you all done then? 700 for the first, second, third and last time. 700. 783 large McLaren aluminium composite repro sign. That's a mouthful. That's nice, look at that. It's a big one. Nice big sign, isn't it? McLaren. 100, 110, 120, 130, 140, 140, 140 pound. 140, where's 50? 150, gotcha. 150, 60, Keithley. 160, where's 70? Come on lads, look at the size of it. 160, look at the size of it. 160, 170. Fill a wall in your workshop. 180, 180. Going then, 180. On sale and going, 190, 200. Keithley. Selling away. Going then, 200 pound. That's got to be cheap, surely. 200 pound away and gone then, 200 pound. 200 pound, okay then, and away 200 pound are being sold for the first, second, third and last time, going to Keithley, 200. There it is, sold. 784 is the little Rover 75 Connoisseur. There you are, nice car, these as we know. Amazing how these have come back. Couldn't buy them when they were 18-month-old. Could not buy them for love nor money. Then they went down, right down the pan, they've come back really strong. Loads of interest here. Show you why. Massive interest here. 4 grand, 4,000 pound, 4,000 pound, 4-1, 4,100, 4,100, 4,200, 4,002, 42, 4,200 pound, on sale and selling, 4,200. Lovely example, 4,200 and away and going. 4-3, 4-3, or just get back a minute, mate. 4,003, 4-4, 4,400, 44, 44, 45, I've got 46, Mr. Kelly, 46, 4,006, 47, Inverness, 47, I'm out, 47, Alan, you're out, Inverness, 48, back in, 4,800, on the telephone. There, just shows you how they've gone, doesn't it? Who would have thought it? I've never seen anything like it before. 4,900. 4,900. This is what they're doing. 5,000. 5,000 pound. 5,000 pound. Yep, who bid then? 5,000 pound. You point. 5,000 pound. Yeah, you got it. 5,000 pound. Yeah, yours, Alan. 5,000 pound. Internet, you're out. 5,000 on our telephone. On sale and going. 5,000 pound. Are you done? You sure? Internet, you're out. On the telephone, being sold. 5 for the first, second, third, and last time. 5. Alan, 5. Nice car, isn't it? Yeah, isn't it funny the way they've gone, Mick? They went right away down and come right away back up again. You know, in a short space of time. Nice sign here. Danger. Do not fire. Boiler shut valve. Start me on that then. What's that worth? 50 quid, I know. 30 we got. 30 pound away. 30 pound. There's 40 there. 30 pound, 40, 40 pound, 40 pound and gone. 40 pound away. 40. 40 pound. Are you all done then? Can I say 50? 40 pound away. That it? Is the 50. 40 pound and going, all done then, 40 pound and away, 40 pound, very provisional, thank you. BMW Z4 2.5i Auto, she's a 2003, and she's lot number 786. And again, some telephone interest in this one. Whereabouts starting then? 12, 14, 16, 1600 pound, 1600 pound, I can sell it, she's gone. She's sold, 1600 pound, 16. 16, 17, 1700, 1700 Barnsley, 1700 pound, 18. Again, what a lot of car for the money. 19, 1900 pound. On sale and going, 1900. That it? 1900. Gonna sell it? 2000, 2000 pound, 2-1. 2001 on the internet, Dave, you're out. 2,100. 2-2, 2,200, 2002, telephone, 2002. Your bid, David, 2,200. That it, sir? Thank you very much for your bid on the internet, 2,200, going to be sold for the first, second, third and last time, you sure? 2-2, well done. 787, Iron Man, neon sign. Oh, it's hanging up there, isn't it? Yep, I see it, yep, fancy thing. Right then, whereabouts? 50, 60, 70, 80, 80 pound. I got 80 pound, 80. 80 pound, a neon sign, 80 pound. Where's 90? 80 pound. 80 pound in the way then, 80 pound is the 90 anywhere, 80 pound. Mr. T, the bidder, 80 pound. Where's 90? There it is, 90 pound. 90 pound in the way then, 90 pound. I'm doing it provisionally, 90 pound. Are you sure you're done? Where's 100? 90 pound. Internet. 90 pound provisional for the first, second, third and last time. 90 pound provisional. We got some, a lot of these provisionals being converted. I think I heard David say earlier on that we convert something like 90% of our provisional sales, and he's dead right. We do exactly that, if not a bit more in actual fact. So it does pay to get your bid in. Lot 638, a Renault Horsebox sold. Lot 282, Triumph TR6 sold. Lot 668. Mercedes C180 sold. Lot 691, the Shell Aviation sign sold. Lot 693, the International Harvester sign sold. Lot 702, the Ford Fiesta sold. They're all sold. Thank you for your bidding, gentlemen. Now we've got 788, which is the Range Rover. Nice early Range Rover here. Look at that, 1976. What a car. These are becoming seriously sought after, as we all know. Loads of interest with me, loads and loads. 15, 5, 16, 5, 17, 17,000, 17,000 pounds, 17, the right one, 17,000 pounds. Cannot go wrong with them, 17,000 pounds. Are you all done? 17,000 pounds. Disappointing, I thought it would have done more. 17,000. 17. Can I say 250? 17. 17,000 only. 17. Looks cheap. 17,000. Are you sure? 17,000. Well, I can't do it. 17,000. I have more on my sheet. I can't do that. 17,000 pounds. Give it some thought. Those of you out there that might be interested, and do contact us by all means. But 17,000. I've got to pass on that. I'm very sorry. I can't do that one. Not today. They're going the timed auction, I would think, and it'll probably do it very comfortably. 789, Michelin Man on a tyre. Mick's got it there. £40 I've got, £40 away, 40. £40 only is a big one, Mick, £40. He's a lovely one, isn't he? £40 going then, £40. £40 away, 50, 60. On sale, £60 only, 60. All done then, £60. £60 going to Keithley, 70, Seven Oaks. £70. That it? Are you done then? £70, it's on sale and going. That it? £70 with the first, second, third and the last time. Seven Oaks with the winner, £70. There you go. 790 is a 2009 Mercedes-Benz 350. Blue CY Sport, oh, the rest of it. Got everything there, look, it's got fully loaded. That's the way to do it. 2009 Mercedes E350 fully loaded. Lot 790 we're doing. On sale and away. 16, £1,600, 17, £1,700, 17, top reserve, 17, £1,700. Look at that for a bargain. 18, 1,800. Newton Aycliffe, £1,800. On sale and away, 1,800. What a lot of car. Doesn't it look cheap? £1,800. Where are they going to go from here? They can surely only go up, can't they? £1,800. How can they come down anymore? £1,800. How can that car ever be worth £1,000? It can't, surely, can it? £1,800 away, Newton Aycliffe and away then and going 1,800 for the first, 1,800 for the second, third and last time, Newton Aycliffe ain't got it. 1,900, France, 1,900, £2,000, Newton Aycliffe back on, £2,000, France you're out, 2,000. Going to County Durham, £2,000, that it. Last time looking round then, £2,000. Chantwell, got to get on, £2,000 for the first, second, third and last time. France, you're out, fair warning. Newton Aycliffe, Jacobson ride-on lawnmower. There it is, look at her. Massive interest here. I think these must be a better lawnmower than any of you given it credit for, because the interest here is phenomenal. Absolutely amazing. 280, 300, £300, 320, 340, 360, 360, 380, £380, 380, fill it up, £380, 400, £400, 420, £420, sold and away, 420, going then, £420, that it, you all done then, £420, 440, oh man, give us that back, mate. I've got to remind myself, 440, telephone, 440, 460, 480, 480, £480, 480, 500, £500, 500, with you all the way, 520, 520, 520, 520, 40, 540, 540, 560, 560. Who would have thought it? 560, 580, 580, 600, £600, 620, Luton, 620. Didn't know there was much grass left in Luton. 620. Luton, incidents to buyer, 640. 640, Alan's phone. 660, Luton. 660. In Luton, going, what do you think, Alan? £660. 680. 680, telephone, 700, Luton. £700. 700. Who's in Luton, mate? We got a name. Michael. Now then, Michael, 700. Your bid at the moment. Telephone's back in at 720. You're out, Michael. 740. 740. So let us know what part of Luton you are, Michael. My old ground down there. 740, Luton. Send us a message, let us know where you are. 740, 760. 760. Telephone, 780. Back with Michael, 780. 780. What do you think? 800 quid. Alan's telephone, £800. £800, Michael, you're out. All done then. Telephone bid, £800, going to be sold then. Michael, you're out. Fair warning. Last time looking round, 800 for the first. Thank you for your bidding, Michael. 800 for the second. Third and last time. Going on the telephone. 800. 800. Thank you for your bidding, gentlemen. 792, 73 MGB. Nice little roadster there. Nice little car, mate. Bonny little motor. Everyone should have an MGB and a Morris Minor, shouldn't they? Simple as that. Whereabouts then we got here? £6,000. £6,000 away then, £6,000. Lovely little roadster. £6,000 and going then, 6,001. £6,100. £6,100 sold and away then, £6,100. Are you all done then? 6,100. 6,200. 6,200. 6,002. 3. 4. 6,004. 5. 6,005. 6.5, you're out, Mark. 6.6 internet. 6.6 internet, do you want 7, Mark? 6.7. 6,007, Mark's phone. 6.8, Andrew's phone just got in before there, mate, I'm sorry. 6,008, internet, you're out, but please come in. 6.9. 7,000. Mark's in, £7,000. Thank you, Mark. 7,001. 7.1. Andrew's phone, 7.1. Internet, you're out, Mark, you're out. 7.2. £7,200. 7.3. 7,300 is Andrew's phone. 7.4 back with Mark. 7.5. 7.5. Telephone 7,005. 7.6. Thank you. 7,600. Andrew, you're out. 7,700. Back in. Mark, you're out. 7.8. 7,800. Mark's telephone. 7.8. 7.9. Do you want to fill it up, Mark? 7.9. 8,000. £8,000. Andrew, you're out. 81. 81. You sure, Mark? 8,100 on sale and going then. Andrew, you're the winner. Internet, you're out. Mark, you're out. Make no mistake about it. It's selling. 8,100 for the first, second. Third and last time. 8-1. Sold, gone. Thank you. Now we got a signed Swan Vesta, Mick. They are older reproduction by the looks of her. What's that then? Where? £80, £80, £70, I've got 70. £70, 75, 80, 85, 90, £90. £90, £90 on the way, £90. Drop it to 5, mate, will you, please? £90, £90 on the way, £90. Who wants 5? £90 and going then. All done then, £90, £95, Peterborough, 95. £95. Fill it up, come on, £95 going provisionally then, 95. All done then, £95 Peterborough for the first, second, third, last time 95 provisional, Peterborough 95. 794, 1990 Rover Mini Cooper. Here's your one you've all been waiting for. £7,000 and away. 7,000, 72, 74, 76, 7,600 sold. 7,600 sold and gone. £7,600. That it? 7,008. 7,800. 7,008. 8,000. £8,000. £8,000 away and gone then. £8,000. 1, 2, 8,2. 8,200. I'm out. 8,200. Being sold then. 8,200. 4. 8,400. 8,4. 8,6. Walls End. 8,6. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. 8,8. 8,800. Richmond. 8,800. Walls End, you're out. 8,800. 8,008. 9,2. 9,002. Walls End back in. 9,2. 9,200. We'll have that lower down to 100 if we can, boy. 9,200. 9,2. Is the 9,3. Giving you a chance. Come on, 9,3. Wigan. 9,300. Wigan's the bidder. 9,300. Walls End, you're out. 9,300. Are you all done? You sure? Richmond. 9,4. £9,400. Richmond, North Yorkshire, as you can see, 9,400. That it? All done? 9,500, is it? 9,500, yeah, Wigan. 9,500. And away, 9,500, all done then, 9,500. That's it then, gonna sell it, 9,500, going to Wigan for the first, 9,500 for the second, third and last time, 9,500, are you sure? 9,500, thank you for your bidding. And nice sign here, electric light sign. Mick's got it there, look. That's a nice one, isn't it? Here we go, £60 I've got, 60, 60, 70, £70, 70. £70 away, then £70. £70 and going, then £70. Here's their 80, £70 and going, £70, are you sure you're all done? £70, here's their 80. Come on now, fair warning, I'm giving you a chance, £70. All done then, £70, last time looking round. Are you sure you're done? Waiting for you, £70. All done then, being sold, £70. Are you sure? Every chance. 1977 Triumph Stag, lot 796, the yellow one, which I think might be here somewhere, would it be? Yeah, there it is, I see it behind the little Austin. Nice little motor, nice thing, nice colour. Whereabouts then? What's that worth? Is it worth 7? Start me then, 6, I know it's worth 6, 6-1, 6-2, 6-3, 6-4, 6,004, 5, 6,500. That's not expensive now, is it? 6,500. 6.5, cameras on it now, look, 6.56, 6,600, 6.7, 6.8 with you all the way, 6,008, 6,800, where's 9, 6.9 I've got, internet, 6,900, being cameraed now, look, 6,900, are you all done then, 7,000, £7,000 Doncaster, 7,000, cheap example that, very cheap example, 7,000, 7.1, going to be sold provisionally, 7,100. We'll do a deal, don't you worry, 7,100. Somewhere down the line there'll be a deal. 723, 73, 7,003, telephone. 73, on sale and going, being sold. 734, 74, Doncaster, 74, 7,004. You're out, Dave. All done then, 7,400. Last time looking round, 74. Not you. Internet, 7.5, 7,500. Internet, you're out. 7.6. Back in, 7,600. 777, 7,700. Telephone, 878. Looks a cheap car. 7,800. 79, 7,900. 8,000. Doncaster, £8,000. 8,000. All done. 8,001. Back on the phone. £8,100. 8-1. 8-2. Doncaster. 8-3. Telephone says 8-3. 8-4. Back to Doncaster. Don't look dear, does it? 8-5. 8,500. 8-6. Donny. 8,600. 8-7. 8-7 I've got on the telephone. Doncaster, you're out. 8-7 on the telephone. 8-8. Back in. Who's at Doncaster? Philip. Philip, your bid 8,800. Well done, Philip. Thank you. Telephone's out at the moment. Coming back, Dave. 8,800. £8,800. 8.9 he says. Telephone. Philip, he's filled it up. 9,000. Philip's bid. 9,000. 9,000. All done. £9,000. Philip, your bid. You're the winner. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you all for bidding. 9,000 for the first, second, third and last time. Philip in Doncaster. 9,000. Thank you. 797, 2007 Volkswagen Beetle. Now, we had one a little earlier on today, you probably saw. Done very, very well, but they all do. Bonny little motor again. What a lovely bit of kit. Who's got 5 for it? Who's got 5? Come on. Whereabouts? No? Pass on that then, are we? Who's got 5? 4 I've got. 4,002, 4, 6, 4, 6, 4, 8, 4,800, 48. 4,800, the lovely Beetle, 4,008, 4,8, 4,9, 4,009, Internet, 4,900, looks a bargain, 4,900, come on, who's going to fill it up, 4,900, that it, are you sure, 4,900, I can only do it provisionally, I've got more on my sheet, but we'll try for you, 4,900 for the first, 4,900 for the second, third and last time, provisional only, 4,900, provisional. Now the little Joe at Bradford. Whoa, wonderful little motor these. 1952 she is. 798. Where they get 798 lot number that is. Where they get the power from a 2-cylinder engine, I'll never know. It's absolutely amazing. I've heard stories of these pulling in Bedford 3-ton Bedfords on that little 2-cylinder engine. Absolutely amazing. Amazing little things. Whereabouts then? Who's got 5? 5,004. I've got 4,004 too. 4-4, 4-6, 4-8, 4,800, 48. 4,800, who's got 5? The little Bradford. 4,800, 4-8. All done then, 4,800, not enough, worth more money that. 4,800. That it, 4,800. It's going to be a timed auction car, I think, this one. 4,800, worth 5 all day long, that car. £4,800, I can't do it. I've got more on the sheet, and it'll make more money at the end of the day, or it'll go in next sale. Thank you for your bidding. Jaguar approved garage illuminated sign, lot 799 we're doing. 120, 130, 140, 140, 140 with you all the way, 140. £140 and going then, 140. On sale and going. 140, who's got 50? 140, 50 I've got there, look, Hull. 150, going to be sold. Come on, who's got 160? Worth its money, that. Look at that, wide up, ready, and that. Got a plug on it, give it a try. 150, I'm sure it'll go. £150. £150 away, then going to Hull. Are you all done? 150 for the first, second, third and last time. 150, Hull. 2004 Lexus SC430 Auto, lot number 800. Dear oh Lord. Have you seen this, Mick? It's unbelievable, this, isn't it? It's like, well, I should, yeah. I mean, it looks like there's a 1 missing off of here. Unbelievable, isn't it? Surely they're worth more money than this. This is diabolical. The job's getting ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Whereabouts then? Come on. £1,000. £1,000. Dear oh dear. £1,000. It's a joke, Mick, isn't it? £1,000. Could hardly ride a good ride on mower for that. Yeah, I know. £1,000. 1,200. 1,400. Dear oh dear. 1,400. You want 1,500? $1,500 I've got. 1,500 I've got. Tell him, Dave, will you? 1,500 I've got. 15. Do you want 60? 1,500 I've got. I'm selling it, believe it or not. I'm selling the bloody thing. I can't understand it myself. 16. I should think so as well. Yeah. 1,600. £1,600 on the telephone. What a joke. £1,600. What a state of affairs we've come to. Giving them away. 1,700. 1,700 on here. 17. 1,800, well done, 18. £1,800 on the telephone. Thank you, internet, you're out, he's back in again, 1,900. 19. £2,000, £2,000, 2001. Still can't believe it, can you really? 22, £2,200. So you couldn't buy a good electric bike for it, could you? 23, £2,300. Look at a car, 23 on here. 24, 2,400. So you could drop a rick on something like this though, going out and buying it and not knowing really what they're achieving, isn't it? I mean, 2.5 we're on, Dave, 2.5 by the way. You know, I mean, crumbs almighty, unsight and unseen, you give like 20, you know, £3,000 or something for that, wouldn't you? Ridiculous, isn't it? 26. Couldn't you catch a cold with that, eh? 27. $27 we're up to. No, you're not. 27. 2.8. What's he watching? EastEnders as well, is he, or something? Me? 2,800, 29, £2,900. Oh, put him on here, Dave. Let's have a word with him. 29, £3,000. £3,000 we got. £3,000 is he? £3,000. £3,000 on the telephone. 3-1. Internet. 3,100. We got a little bit of common sense creeping in here now. 3-1. Are you sure? 3,100. He's losing it. Does he know he's losing it? Well, he would. He's watching the blooming programme, isn't he? 3,100 quid. Internet and going. 3,100 quid. Well, that's just kept me a little bit more sane. 3,100 quid in the way. All done then. Going to be sold. 3,100. I need to lay down, I think. 801. Car instrument display board. Well, that sounds funny sort of thing, isn't it? Is it fully loaded, Mick? Is it? Well, we got 90 quid here, 90 pound, 90 pound, it's sold and away, 90 pound. 90 pound and going. 90 pound, look at that. 90 pound, turn around, Mick, let me have a little look for it. 90 pound, that's different, isn't it, eh? Isn't that lovely? 90 pound, that's for nothing, isn't it? Absolutely for nothing, that 90 pound. And going, 90 pound away, 100. 100 pound, Grantown, whatever that is. Oh, up north of the border. 100 pound. 100 pound away, then going 100. 100 pound and gone. All done then, 100 pound. Going to be sold, 100 pound. Last time looking round, we can do that, mate, can't we? 100 pound and gone. All done then, 100 pound. That's cheap, that's for nothing, that. 802 is a 1958 matchless. Ooh, little green laner here, look. What a nice little machine that is. Little stunner, Mick. You know this one, you picked this one up. Is it nice condition? Looks nice on there. Yeah. Elderly gentleman, we say, Mike, Mick, elderly gentleman, you know. Yeah, that's the best thing, isn't it? Old bloke might be a little bit offensive at times, but older gentleman. That's it, yeah, that's it. He don't care, does he? 802, 58 matches, there we are. Sold from the word go. On sale now, where are we going? 28, 29, 3 grand, £3,000. £3,000 sold and away, 3,000 all done then, 31. 3,100 quid. 3,100 quid and sold and gone, 32. 33, 33, 33. 3,300, who's got 4? £3,300, 3,300 with me. 3,004, 5 with me. Oh dear, here it goes. 3,500, £3,500 here, no, 36, 3,600. £3,600 with me, 3,600. 3,600, internet underbidder, 3,700 back in. 3,700 on sale and going to Chorley. £3,700. Nice machine, Mick, eh? Going to Chorley. £3,700, 3,800. No, it's not. 3,800. Malvern, 3,008. 3,008. Chorley, you're out, sir. Aberdeen. Oh, it's doing some miles, this bike. 3,900. Aberdeen. 3,900 and gone then, 3,900. Aberdeen. That it? Who wants to fill it up? Here's the 4. Let's move on, lads. Be sharp. Here's the 4. 3,900 then. Aberdeen. Last time looking round. Oh, 4. Malvern. 4,000. Back in. £4,000. As we say, Mick, quality always sells. £4,000. And away and going. £4,000 for the first. Second. Third and last time. Malvern the buyer. £4,000. Fair warning going to be sold. There we go. 803, no lorries on A36 and Park Lane road signs. Wow. That's very, very apt today, isn't it? Got it, Mick? There's the 2 of them, there will be. Yep. Here we go then. £60, £60 a pair, 60. £60 unsold and on the 2 of them. Both signs, £60 only. £60 is the 70. Gonna sell it. £60 away, both signs, ties up with a reserve, £60 and going. Are you all done then? £60 for the first, second, third, and last time, £60. 804, 1995 Vauxhall Astra Atlas, little limited edition. Have we not seen this before, Mick, this blue one? No, we had one right similar to it, didn't we, a while back? Here we go then, whereabouts 10,000, 1,100, 1,200 and 13, £1,300 and 13 and 14, 1,400. Astra, 1,400, £1,400, grand little car, many, many years left in that old bus. £1,400 is the 15. 1,400 going then, £1,400, surely it's worth 15. 1,400, can I say 15? £1,400 only then, all done then, £1,400, that it, 1,400. 1,400, a Castrol wooden oil tank replica. Castrol wooden oil tank replica. Must be a sign there, Mick, eh? Oh, there it is, there, look. There we go, wherever it is. You got it? No, be next door. Right, here we go then, whereabouts? 50 I've got for it, 50. £50 I've got here, £50 is the 60. Ooh, where we go? That's it. £50 I've got here, here's the 60. £50 only. Going then, £50. £50 is a Castrol replica sign. £50 away then is the 60. All done then, £50 only. Can't do that one, we've got more on the sheet. Land Rover, 1971, lot number 806 we got here. Oh, this is a proper bit of kit. Look at this. Look at this. Wow, here we go again. Here, the times this happens. Bids on that tie-up were reserved. It's spooky, absolutely spooky, but there you go. We don't know. Whereabouts in your hands? Whereabouts? 9, I've got 9, 9, 2, 9, 4, 9, 6. 9,600, 9,600 pounds. 9,600, who's got 8? 9,600 and away then, 9,600, 9, 8, 9, 8, 10,000, 10,000 pounds. 10,000 pounds, 10,000. Bang on reserve. 10,000 pounds, what can I do? 10,000 pounds, here's the 2. 10,000. 10,000 pound only. Are you sure? 10,000 pound. That it then? 10,000 pound, I can sell it. 10,000 pound away and go in. 10,000 pound for the first, second, third and last time. 10, I can sell it. Couldn't sell it below, but I can sell it at 10. 807. Selection of tin repro signs. Another lot. Oh, we got a lot there, Mick. How many you got there? 1, 2, 3, about 5 by the looks of it. Yep, repro signs. Where we going? £40, £40, £50, £50, 50. £50 on the way then, £50 and gone 50. £50 and selling, £50. Are you all done then? £50. Who wants 60? 60, 70, £70, £70 and going, £70 is there 80. £70. Who's got 80? £80 there, 80. £80 on the way and going, £80 on sale. £80. That it? £80. Can I say 90? Be sharp. £80. We'll be selling £80 for the first, second, third and last time. £80. Sold. 2009 Maserati Gran Turismo V8 Auto. Wow. Look at that thing. 808. Over there, Mick. Nice paint. Stunning car. Mick says it's a stunning car. Well, Mr. Harrison, you've had a look as well, and you realise it's a stunning car. 12,500 I've got to start, 12,500. 12,500 on the Maserati. Crumbs. There's a Ferrari badge, you'd be talking about like 200 grand, I suppose, wouldn't you? 12,500, 12,500. 12,500, Mr. Harrison, the bidder, 12,500. I can only sell it provisionally because I've got more reserve. 12,500, we'll try for you. 12,500 is the 12,750. Waiting for you, 12,500. Giving you every chance, 12,500 for the first, second, third and last time. Are you sure now? Provisional, 12,500. 809, the AA Auto Rally Bollard. Mick's got it there, that's nice, look. £50, £50 and sold and away, £50 only. That's cheap, surely. £50 away, Auto Rally Bollard, look, £50. Look at the size of it. £50 for nothing, absolutely for nothing. On sale and going, £50. Are you sure you're done? £50 is the 60. Worth more, I know. £50 away and going, £50 for the first, second, third and last time, £50. Bang on reserve. 54 Oldsmobile. Now, I think you'll find she's an 88, isn't she? I'll be round at 8, don't be late, I'll pick you up in the 88. That's how it used to go. 810, 54 Oldsmobile. Whereabouts was that then? Hey, I bet you've never heard that, John, have you? Hey, you learn every day, don't you? You learn something every day. Don't be late, I'll be round at 8. I'll pick you up in the 88. Well, there you go then, you see. Here we go then, we're about £7,000 I've got with me, £7,000, 71, 72, 73, 7,300, £7,300, 73, what a car. Oh, beautiful bit of kit. 7,300, outrageous, aren't they? 7,300, love them to bits. 7,300, are you all done then, 7,300 lads? I know it's a bit hard at times and the petrol's dear and all the rest of it, but, you know, we all know it's worth more than that. 7,003, I can't do it. 7,300, you'll have to keep it for the timed auction or we'll have it in next sale when the petrol prices will be right away down. 7,300 and it'll probably sell. Sorry, I can't do that one. Scania paint on canvas sign. Mick's got it there now. Cheap and cheerful, look. Who's got £30? Scania sign, £30 on canvas. Whereabouts then? £20, £20 away, 20. £20 and going then, £20, 20. Yep, £20, that's the one. £20 is the 30. £20 and going then, all done then, £20. That it, £20, last time, £20. Vauxhall, 1939. This is that little coupe. Oh, this is nice. This is quite a rarity, this is. Probably be a 14, I would think. I haven't looked myself. I should have had a look. Probably be a 14.6, I would imagine. 812 we're doing, 1939. A very, very unusual, very rare bit of kit, this one. Very, very desirable vehicle. 10, 5, 11, 5, 12, 5, 12, 5, 12,500. Very rare bit of kit. 12, 5, 12,500. Drop it down to 250, mate, please. 12,500. 12,500 pound. 12, 5, 750. 12, 750. Fill it up, come on, 12,750. Very rare bit of kit, 12,750. And away then, 12,750. Very provisional, 12,750. For the first, second, third and last time, 12,750. Provisional only, Land Rover Weather Vane. Lot number 813 we're on with. 100, 120, 140, 160, 160, 160, 160, 160, 180. All them bids, look, 180. 180 and sold and away, 180. Who's got 200? 180 and gone then. Are you sure? 180, it's going to be sold. Don't miss it for 20 quid. 181, 200. 200 pound on the telephone. 200 pound, I'm out. 200 pound going then on the telephone, being sold. 200 for the first. 200 for the second. Third and last time. Are you sure? 200. 57, Rover 75, old P4, look, lot number 814. Now then, don't come much cheaper than this, do they? The cross-ply tyres photographed do not come with this vehicle. There's some tyres probably in it, cross-plies that do not go with the vehicle according to this. So you're buying the Rover as it stands and sits there, not the tyres that were probably photographed within it, I would suggest. Whereabouts then? Start me on that. Where? 500, 500. 550, 600, 600 pounds, 600, 600 pound. Drop it to 50s, eh? Absolute bargain, this. 650, 650. You cannot go wrong with that. If you can't do something with that, you shouldn't be in the job. 650 pound. Where's 7? 650 pound and away and going then 650. Can't do it. I need more. 650. On its way then 650, 700. 700 pound, 750. Come on, chap, 750. You can see it's for nothing. 750. Where's 800? 750 pound. 750. Going then to Filey. 750 provisionally. Might take it, might not. Might put a deal together. You never know. 800. We're getting a bit closer. 800, 850. Filey. 850. Selling it provisionally. 850. To Filey. Derbyshire, you're out. 850 for the first. Think about it, lads. Be quick. 850 for the second. Cheapest P4 in the world. 850. Third and last time. Farley, provisional. 850. Might come. Try. 815. Rolex style. Cosmograph Daytona wall clock. Mick's got it there. There you go. What's that worth? Is it worth 50 quid? Who's got £50 for it? £50 I've got, £50 there, 50. £50 away then, £50 on the telephone, £50, 60. £60, £60 away then, 60. £70 I've got, £70 going provisionally, £70. Is there 80? Be quick, there is £80. Can I say 90? £80, £90 on sale and going, 90. £90 on the telephone, 90 and away. Who wants 100? £90 and going then. Are you all done then? £90 going to be sold. 90 for the first. 100. £100. Thanks, mate. £100 going to be sold and away. 100. 110. I see you. 110. 110. Telephone again. 110. Internet. You're out, sir. 110. That it? Going to be sold down. 110 for the first, second, third and last time. 110. Sold. 110. Going to keep up with these as a load of provisionals being converted. Look, I'll just shout some out very quickly. 694 is the trailer. Sold lot 706 to Wolsey 1500. Lovely little car that for its money. Sold lot 715, the Marvel oil sign. Sold lot 722, the TVR Chimera. Lovely car, 10 1/4 I think. Sold 743, St. Jeremy sign, didn't see that. Sold lot 728, the Suzuki Motorbike. Sold, there you go. All them provisionals converted to outright sales. 816, the Daft truck. Now look at this. This is a purposeful bit of kit. Isn't this great? 1957 shares, a daft truck. Loads of interest. 3 and a quarter and a half. 3.5, 3.750, 3.750, £4,000. £4,000. Drop it down to a one. £4,000. £4,000. Look at that then. £4,000. What a bit of kit that is. £4,000. Go in then. £4,000. That all. £4,000. Where's one? £4,000. What a bit of kit. £4,000. Find another one of that sort of money, anything like that. £4,000. Go in then, £4,000. Here's the 2. Be sharp, £4,000. And away, 4,000. 4,000. 8175 5-gallon oil cans. 5 of them. There they are, pictured anyway. No reserve here to be sold. What are they worth? Tenner, £10, £10 anywhere, £10 to start me off, tenner. Who's got a tenner for the cans? £10 only, 5 of them, come on, £10 the lot. No good with that one then, we've got to move on. 818 is the, oh there we are, £10. £10 Newark, £10 Newark, there we are, yep, £10 they can go, can't they? No, where have we gone? No reserve, they're going, aren't they? There you go, sold then, Newark. Well done. 818, we've got the Volkswagen Beetle, another one, another little cracker. And again, loads and loads of interest as usual. 6 and a quarter, 6.5, 6,500, 6,500, 6,750, 6,750, an exceptional condition car. 6,750. Fill it up, come on, 6,750, 7,000, £7,000. £7,000, we'll drop it down to 100 quid, mate. £7,000, £7,000 only the Beetle. How about that then? What a little cracker that is. £7,000, you want one? 7,001, 7,100, I've got 7,1. 7,100, beautiful little Beetle. 7,100, very provisional. 7,100, we'll try. 7,100. Going then, 7,100, are you all done then? 71, ever so provisional, don't hold your breath. 71. On to, where are we now then, mate? We're on to the Aston Martin sign, Mick, by the looks of it. Yep, here we are. Aston Martin sign. Mick's got it there now, look. Loads of interest here with me then again. 120, 130, 130, I've got 130, 140, 150, 160, 180. £180, 180. £180, who's got 190? £180. And away then, £180, 190, 190. 190, that one with the internet under bidder. 190, 190, not now, 200. £200 and sold and away to York, £200 for the first. Second, third and last time. Be sharp, fair warning, selling to York, £200. 200. We've got now then another daft truck, 1956 this one, similar vehicle, beautiful, 820 we're doing, lot number 820. Where are we going then? 4, we're off, 41, 42, 43, 45, 46, 4,600, £4,600. £4,600 and away then, 4,006. Now we've got a dilemma. 4,600, £4,600, 49. That's that one there, isn't it? 4,900, 4,600. I don't think it is. 4,600. We've got 2 bidders here with different numbers. Well, it would have, wouldn't it? Obviously. 4,600.
Just to be certain, go that one on the sheet over there first. If it is the same, it's the same. But the one on the sheet was first one.
Yeah.
That's the fairest way to do it.
You don't think they're the same man, do you?
Well, if it is, either way, it doesn't matter, does it? But yeah, if it goes on the sheet, that one.
Is when you ring them up and tell them. £4,600, £4,600 telephone bid, 4,600. Internet, you're out, sir, 4,600 on the telephone. Your chance to come back in. 4,600, do you want 4,700? 4,600 I've got. Here, 4,600. A little bit of a confusion on the bidder numbers. 4,600, there it is then, being sold, 4,600. Internet, you've got every opportunity to come back in. 4,600, do you want 7? 4,600, I think you're on the right side of the lines, lads, actually. 4,600. Going then, 4,600 on sale for the first. Second, third and last time, 4,600. Hand crank fire bell. Lot number 821. There it is down there. Hand cranker. 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 pound, 90 pound. £90. £90 and going then, £90. I bet it works, Mick, doesn't it? £90. £90, his thumbs up. £90, I thought you couldn't resist that. £90 away and going, £90. All done then, £90. Is there under anywhere? £90. Provisional. 822, 63, Massey Fergie. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's to sort the men out from the boys. Look at this one, eh? What a bit of kit. Look at that. Look at that condition of that. Whereabouts then? 7 I've got, 7-1, 7-2, 7-3, 7,300, 7-4, 7,400, 7-4. £7,400 is the 5. 7,004, 7-5 I've got. 7,500, what a machine. 7,500, Ashbourne. 7-5, ever so provisional. 7,500. Appreciate your bidding, but I've got a lot more on my sheet, but we'll always talk and try. 7,500. Ashbourne the bidder. Going to sell it provisionally, 7,500. I can't do any more than that at this stage. 7,500 provisionally for the first. 7,500 for the second. You have to find a bit more money, Ashbourne, but you know that. 7,500, third and last time. Provisional, Ashbourne. 823, Morris Minor light box. That's nice. Whereabouts then? 130, 140, 150, 150 I've got. £150. Sold and gone and away, £150. 150, 60, 160, 160. There we go. On sale and selling, £160. All done then, 160. 1999 Porsche Carrera. Lot number 824. Again, loads of interest. Always is on these. They're getting to become very, very good value for money. No question of that. 7,000, 7, 2, 4, 6, 8, 7, 8. There you go, 7, 8, 8,000, £8,000. £8,000, where's 8, 2? £8,000. Going then, £8,000. That looks a bargain, doesn't it? 8, 2. 8,200, Mark's telephone. 8,200, that looks cheap, does it not? 8,200. Selling it provisionally then, 8,200. What value for money them, aren't they? Look cheap, don't they? 8,200. We'll try. We'll try for the gentleman, telling Mark, 8,200, going provisionally for the first, second, third and last time, 8,002, 8,2, coming on. David's going on, there you go. There's
Loads to read out.
loads.
Okay. No problem.
Them to start off with.
Yep, that's fine, no worries, thank you ever so much. Right, 825, a selection of electric signs, including South Wales switchgear. Oh, there you go, yeah. Mixed bag there. Where we're going to be, you tell me. Who's going to start me? £50 on the way. Thank you at £50 then. £50 on the way. 60, 70. £70 we've got. At £70 then. At £70 then at 70. £80 bid. £80 then. £80 then. £80 we have. £80 then. £80 in Leeds. £80 are we all done at £80? We'll put you down at £80 and see what we can do at £80. 826 is the Morris Mini Cooper. Oh, a little bit of weekend work there, Charles.
I put this one up on drive to Edinburgh for it. It's been sat in the back of a bakery for 40-something years, this one.
Charlie, it's been filmed by the team, hasn't it? Yeah, filmed by the Bangers and Cash team, this one. Charlie went up to Edinburgh for it. Been sat in the back of a bakery for 40-odd years. Really? Oh, God, what, last Tuesday? Oh, yeah. The guy who owns it now apparently party's testing it.
And I had a quick look round it on camera, and you hear it, as you can see there, he's dead right into the metal.
Oh, right, okay. Just the rest of it. Yeah. Mint job. Right, here we go then. We've got 5 bids anyway. We've got 15 bids. We must have started low. We've got 15 bids on this screen. I thought it said 5, which takes us to 2,600. We've got 2,600 there, 2,700 there, £2,800. Submit the best bid, who knows? £2,800 is the best bid today so far. At £2,800. At 2,008. Turn your microphone off. Tell him to turn his mic off. Hello? Someone tell him to turn his mic off. Turn your mic off. Turn your mic off. At £2,800 we've got. At 2,800. At £2,800. At £2,800 we'll submit it. At £2,800, a nice story there. At 2,800 we've got. At £2,800 then. At £2,800 we'll submit it. You never know. £2,800 then. Hammer's coming down at £2,800. We'll submit. Bud Light sign Michael. There we are then. Michael's got it down there. There we go then. Bud Light advertising display sign. We have got 40, 50 pound bid at 50, 60 pound we've got. At 60 pound then, at 60 then, at 60 pound then. Great for your bar there. 70 pound we've got. At 70 pound then, at 70. At 70 pound then, fantastic for your own bar in the garden. At 70 pound then, at 70 pound then, are we all done at 70? At 70 pound then, at 70, I'm sure it'll come at 70 then. Are we all done and dusted at 70 pounds? Sold provisional. 828 is the Ford D series. This has got some potential, this old girl. Ex-BBC, I think it is, broadcasting unit. There you are, with all the bells and whistles at some point. There you go, it's, was it Carlton TV on the side? I think it maybe was BBC to start with, was it not?
I think it was. I think whole inside, anything like that. 50,000 miles was the best interior.
50,000 miles on there, lovely interior. Where are we going to be on that? £1,000 away, thank you, at £1,000, 11, £1,200. At 1,200 then, 12, £1,300, 13, 14, £1,400 then for the little D series. At £1,400. £1,400, even if the body's not your cup of tea, take the body off, that's a cheap chassis cab, isn't it? £1,400 for a D-Series chassis cab. £1,500 says Alan down there at 15. At £1,500 we've got 15 Alan's bid. At 15 Alan's bid down there at £1,500. At 1,500, we'll submit it, we'll have a question, we'll have a conversation, should I say? At £1,500, is that a bid? At £1,500 then at 15. At £1,500 we've got. At 15. If she bursts that balloon, then you'll be buying it in a minute. At £1,500. At £1,500 we've got. At £1,500 then at 15. At £1,500 then are we all done? At £1,500, Alan, provisional. At £1,500. Young Sooty, 15 provisional, 829. Now 829 is the Michelin. Yep, the Michelin. We've got a sign. We've got the, what they call them, airships, aren't they? It's not a bloody Zeppelin. They're called something, aren't they? I don't know what they're called now. Well, they're called an airship, but don't you call them something else? A blimp. A blimp, is it? No, there's another name. Come on, all you lot have been to Oxford and Cambridge, and none of you can tell me what it's called. No, it's not a Zeppelin. Anyway, airship as well. There we go then. Zeppelin. We're not in Nazi Germany. There we are then. Where are we going to be then? You tell me. £100 away, £100 we've got. £100 bid at £100 then at £100 then at £100 then are we all done? At £100, £110, £110, 110, 120, 120, we have 120. At 120, £120 then are we all done? We all done then at 100 and 130, 130 then. £130 then, £130 we've got. 130, 140. £140 then, £140 then are we all done? At 140, at £140. Hammer's coming down at 140. Sold, 140. 830 is the... Where are we, Jack? Are we there? There you go, you're messing me about here, man. What's wrong with you? 830 we've got, yep, 830 is the Honda CB500 and a very, very pretty looking Honda at that. Look at that, what a machine. What a machine. And aren't they sensibly priced bikes at the moment? They really are. Lovely bit of information there, look, supplied by the vendor. Couldn't do any more than that, could he? Look at that. What a lovely machine. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £3,500. It's a start at 3,500. £3,500 for nothing. At 3,506. 3,600. At 3,600 and 7. £3,700. At £3,700 then. At 3,700. £3,700 we've got. At 3,007, I'll take the 50, 3,750. At 3,750, 3,800 pounds for nothing. At 3,800. At 3,800 pound then. At 3,800 pound. At 3,800 then. 3,800 pound, and are we all there at 3,008? 831 is the single motorcycle trailer. Now that's handy if you need one, isn't it? Where are we going to be on that? £100 away, £100 bid then, thank you, £100 we've got. At £100 then, at £100 bid, 100 then, at £100. At £100 and 120. At £120 bid. At 120, at £120 then, 120. £120 bid. At £120 then for nothing. At 120, 130, 140 there, 140 we've got. At £140. How can you begin to make that for 140 quid? I wouldn't waste 2 weekends. £140, 150. £150 we have. At 150. £150 we've got. At £150 for nothing. £150. £150 then. We'll put you down, Sheffield. £150 is for nothing. I think the guy's been dead sensible at 200 quid to start with. £150 then. Hammer's coming down at 150 then. Are we all in at £150? Are we all done at 150? Sold on a provisional basis. 832 is a Ford Escort XR3. There we are. This is a little car. This is. There we go then. Where are we going to be on this? Tells you all about it. You tell me who's going to start me. Someone start me. £7,000 away. Thank you. £7,000. At 7,002, 724, 474, 76, 78, 7,800, £8,000. £8,000 then. At £8,000, are we all done at £8,000? £8,000 bid, £8,000 then, £8,000, £8,000, 82, Barnsley, 8,002, 8,200, very provisional at the moment, £8,200, that's a cheap XR3, 8,002, I'll take 100 if it helps, £8,200 we've got, 8,200, £8,200, are you sure? 8,200, that's provisional Barnsley, obviously, at £8,200, then Hammer's coming down at 82, provisional. 833 is the post box with keys. There we got post box with keys. Where are we going to be on that? 50, 60, £70 bid, 70, £80 I've got. £80 I'm going to sell. At £80 then, 80, £90 then, £90 we have at 90, £90 then with young Josh there at 90. At £90, Hammer's coming down at £90, are we all done? At £90, it's off to yo, £100 bid. At £110 at 110. At £110 then, 120 Josh, 120 we've got. 120, 130, £130 then at 130. 130, £130, are we all done? 140. 140. £140 internet bid at 140. 150 he says. 150. Spending like a sailor. £150 then. Oh, £150 then. Hammer's coming down at 150. I'm going to sell. Be warned, it's on its way. Sold. 8364. Get me your specs back on, David. 834 is a Sunbeam Alpine. Here we are, the little Sunbeam Alpine, the very sensibly priced little Sunbeam Alpine, which Michael's just said is lovely. There you go then, £6,000 Scarborough bid. Good afternoon, Scarborough. £6,000 we've got, 62, 64, 6,004, 6,004, 66, 6,600, 68, £7,000 bid with me, absentee bid here with me, 7,002 on the screen, £7,200, 7,200. 7,200 we've got, 7,400, 7,004, 7,006, at 7,600, at £7,600, 7,800, £7,800 we've got, £8,000, Scarborough's back in, £8,000, 82, David, 8,200, £8,200 we've got, David, you're in the lead at the moment. Andrew's in, 8,004, £100, 8,004. On my left at 8,004, 8,006, 8,008. Scarborough, who's in Scarborough, please, Ash? Martin, 8,008 with you at the moment, Martin, but you've got a bit of competition here. 8,008, 8,008. One's dropped down, Martin. You're down to one now. 8,008. Anyone want 8,900? 8,009, he does. £8,900. 8,009. Do you want 9, Martin? 8,009 we've got. 9,000 he does. £9,000. £9,000. £9,000. It's off to Martin in Scarborough, unless you'd give me instructions otherwise. 9,1. 9,1. 9,1. £9,100. At £9,100. You're out, Martin, at the moment, but thank you ever so much for your bids. At £9,100 then. Are we all done at £9,100? Sold, 9,001. It looks like a teenage disco here, doesn't it? They've all got phones to their ears. What's going on here? What's coming up here? Probably a very nice stag by the sounds of things, yeah. There you go. Oh, it is a nice one, isn't it? I might skip that one, leave it till next month. 835, a pair of Hella spotlights and a Lucas LR10 spotlight. There we are. 3 spot lamps there then. Where we're going to be on that, we've got £50 bid straight away. £50, £60 bid at £60 we've got. £60 then at 60, at £60 then, at £60. Nice set of lamps, £70 then at York. At £70 then, at £70 then, lovely pair of lamps there, and an extra one for free, at £70 then, at £70 then, £70, £80 we've got, £80 bid, £80 then, £80 we have, £80 then, £80, lovely pair of lamps there, at £80 are you sure you're all done then? £80 I'm going to sell, at £80 then going for the first, £80 going for the second, third and last time at £80. Sold. Lot number 836. I think I'll do that later on, Mick. I'll go home now. I think I'll maybe do that one later on. Look at all this ugly lot. Have we got it on the? Where's Tom with his old roaming camera thing? Nick, where's Tom with his roaming camera? Down there. You want to be filming this ugly lot down here, all on phones. There you are. Right. Anyhow, Triumph Stag. That has caused a fair bit of interest. The Triumph Stag we've got here. Well, I've got lots of absentee bids and telephone bidders, obviously. Right, let's crack on. So, on my screen on my right, we've got some bids, and we've got some bids on your screen there, Ash. 11,250, 11,500, 11,750, £12,000 bid. At £12,000 we've got. At £12,000. £12,000 we have. Thank you very much. At 12,000. £12,000 then, at 12 and a quarter, 12,500, 12,500, 12,750, £13,000. At £13,000 we have, £13,000, £13,000, 13,250 with Mark, 13,250, 13,250, 13,500, 13,500. 13,500, just beat you in, 13,750, 13,750, 14, Gillian's in at 14, 14,000, 14,000, 14,000 we've got, 14,250, 14,250, 14,250, internet bid, is that a bid, Josh? 14.5, Josh, 14.5, 14.5, 14,750 at the back, Jack's telephone, 14,750, £15,000, Gillian's back in at 15, 15,000, £15,000, it's all gone quiet, 15,000. Someone, I better offer £100, Ash, because someone, if they were here, would probably do that. 15-1. 15-1. 15-2. 15-2. 15-2. 15-3. 15-3. 15-4. 15-4. 15-4. We've got 15-5. Who's bid at 2262, Ash? Who, sorry? Ian. You're in the driving seat at the moment, Ian. At 15-5. 15,500. Young Ian. 15-6. Gillian's back in at 15-6. 15-6. 15-7. 15-7 we've got. 15-8. What do you think, Ian? 15-8. £15,800 on the telephone stood in front of me today at 15,800. Are you all done? He's not. 15-9. 15-9. 15-9. 15-9. Can he say it? You can't say it, can he? £16,000. £16,000 on the phones here with Gillian today at £16,000. £16,000 we've got. 16,100 says Ian. Ian, you're there at £16,100. There's a look of disappointment here. There's not back at Ian's place. Where is Ian based? £16,100 then. Ian, you're there at £16,100. Hammer's coming down then, are you sure? £16,100. £16,100. Thank you very much. Thank you for all your bids. 837 is a Triang pedal car, £180 and sold. At 180 then, £180 and sold and gone. At 180, £180 then. At 180 then, are we all done? £180 then. Hammer's coming down. 190's gone, Andrew. 190's gone. 190, £200. £200 he says at £200 then. At £200 we're going to sell. At £200 then, £210 at 210, £210, £220, £220, £220 at £220 we have at 220. Andrew's bid at £220 then, £230. Rortenstall, £230, £240 he tells me, £240, £240, £240. £240. Hammer's coming down at £240. Are you sure? At £240. Sold. 838 is the Vespa. Vespa Douglas, actually. There we are then. The Vespa. One family owned from you, it says. Husband, then wife. Full restoration. They tells you all about it there. Where we're going to be there. And who's going to start me a couple of £1,000. £2,000 on the way. Thank you. £2,000. That's a cheap machine. At 2,000 then. £2,000, 21, 2, 22, 3, at 23, at 2003, 24, 2,400, at £2,400 then, £2,400 then, at 24, 25 in Bedford, 2,500 in Bedford, that's a cheap bike, at 2,500, very provisional at the moment, 2,500, at £2,500. At 2,005, don't hold your breath yet, Bradford. At 2,500, at 2,005, we'll submit it. At £2,500, are you sure? Cheap bike that, and obviously provisional. A box of miscellaneous items, £20 we've got then. God knows what they are, but we're there, they're in there, they're pictured. £20 then, are we all done then? £20, are you sure? Hammer's going to come down, £30 we've got in Filey. At £30 then, £30 then, off they go to Filey, £40 Whitby. £40 in Whitby. £40 then, £40 going to Whitby at £40. Are you sure you're all done at £40? £50 back in Filey at 50. £50 then, £50 then, £50 we've got in Filey at 50. Hammer's coming down, be warned. £60 back at Whitby. £60 then, at £60 then, £60 then, £60 then. Hammer's coming down now, 60 when it goes, it's gone. At £60, be warned. Sold, 840, BMW M3. Good news these, aren't they? Nice car as well. All the information there tells you about the car. Thank you very much. Looks lovely. Where are we? You tell me. 13,750. 13,750. It's a start. 13,750. 14,000. 14 and a quarter. At 14,250 and a half. 14,500. At £14,500. At 14,500 then. 14,500, that's not an expensive M3. At 14,500. £14,500. At 14,750. 14,750. At £14,750. 14,750. At 14,750, you sure? 14,750, that's internet bid at 14,750. At 14,750 then, it's on sale at 14,750 then, provisionally, 417,750, provisionally sold. On the subject of provisionals, we have got 752, the Ford Orion, that's been sold. 740, the Ford Escort, sold. 757, I think it says a Williams sign, sold. 632, Bentley Mulsanne, oh, that was a cheap car, wasn't it? Sold. 741, a bus stop sign. And 663, another bus stop sign. Sold. And the Vauxhall Frontiera. Don't see many of these nowadays, do you? There you go then. We have got £900 bid. 9, 1,000, 11, £1,200 bid. At £1,200 we've got. £1,200 then I'm going to sell. At £1,200 it's on sale. At £1,200. 13 I have. 1,300, 14. £1,500 bid. At £1,500 I've got. £1,500. Excuse me, 1,500. I'm going to sell it at £1,500. It's on sale, then it's going at £1,500. You're all done and dusted at £1,500. 1,600. At 1,600. At £1,600. Hammer's going to drop at £1,600. Sold. 842. One of my favourites. Who was doing a bit of filming with it? Was it you and I, John? Me and you, Phil. Me and you, Phil. It was me and you, Phil. Another maxi adventure on the rear glass, isn't it? Another maxi adventure. There we are. I tell you what, there's some potential in this little car. There is. We have got £2,800 bid. 2,800. Then we have at £2,800. At £2,800. A lot of potential in this car. £2,800. We've done some filming with it with the Bangers and Cash team. Myself and cameraman Phil. At £2,800. Then that's for nothing. That's cheap. At £2,800. £2,800. Moreland. 2,800. £2,800. A maxi? How have you? We'll do another one. It's a nice one, this one. 2,800. At £2,800. £2,800. Are we all done? Are you sure? That's worth every penny, that. £2,800. £2,800. Then Hammer's going to come down. Provisionally sold then at £2,800. Good car, that. 843 is the Busy Bees 2-piece slot pusher machine, something or other. There you go, it is what it is. And we have got 4 bids on that screen there, taking us to 200. £200 we've got there, 210, 20, 30, 40, 240 we have. £240 then, at £240 bid, at 240, £240 I'm going to sell it, 250, 260 we have, at £260, at 260. £260 then, 270 then, £270 on sale and sold. At £270 then, at 270, £270 then, at 270. You sure we're all done at 270? Sold. Mercedes-Benz. Here we are, the Mercedes-Benz C220 AMG. This is the one I think I polished a bit of bird droppings off the front the other day. They wants a good C-cut and polish the car, but it will come back nice. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. Who's going to start me? Someone start me then at £2,000. That's a lot of car for the money at £2,000. Surely. Surely. £2,000 for a very, very modern looking Mercedes. Must be, mustn't it? Jack, we'll go down to 19. So it's psychologically, it looks and sounds cheaper. £1,900 for the Mercedes, a very modern looking Mercedes. No? Well, I think you're missing the trick there, lads. That's not an expensive car. Have a word with the girls upstairs in the office. Put a deal together on that, I would. 845 is the Brexton Wicker picnic basket. There we are. £80 we've got straight away and sold at 80. £80 then. £80 sold and gone and done at £80 then. £80 then. £80 hammers coming down. Off they go at £80. Gone. 846. These are one of my favourites, these are. V8 Pilot. It says they could do with some adjustments to the brakes. I've owned the car for just over 3 years. Says they're an ex-police car. There's some documentations and photos to verify this. Comes with a police jacket, helmet, handcuffs. Oh God, oh dang, you'll be getting excited. Where is it? Handcuffs, whistle, first aid kit. There you go, you name it, it's got it. Where are we going to be then? Who's going to start me at £5,000 for the V8 Pilot? Surely. £5,000 bid. £5,000 we've got. 5,250. £5,250. At £5,250 then, it's a lot of car for the money, that, isn't it? At £5,250. At £5,250 then, at £5,250. £5,250. At £5,250. £5,250 we have at 5,250. £5,250 then, are you sure? That's provisional. Loughborough at £5,250. Hammer's coming down on the provisional then at 5,250. Didn't rush that one. No, it's 5,250 provisional on that one, I'm afraid. Certainly didn't rush that one. 847 is the flying jacket, Michael. There we are then. Flying jacket there. One size fits all. Sort of. There you are then. There you go. Lovely jubbly. Here, John modelled the flying jacket for us. Here we are. £80 we've got. £80 then. £80 we've got and sold at £80 then. £80 I'm going to sell it. £80 bid. At £80 then. £80 then. Cheap is that? At £80 then. £80 for the flying jacket at £80. £80 then. At £80 then. Are we all done at 80? We're going to sell. At £80 then. Are we all done at 80? £80 then. Hammer's going to come down at £80 then. Off it goes then. Flying away then at £80. See what I did there? 848 Jeep Wrangler. Oh, now this is a fair bit of kit. Look at this. Looks like it's doing 1,000,000 miles an hour stood still. Look at that. What the machine. All the bits and pieces there about it. Thank you ever so much, Max, there. There's everything you need to know. It looks the absolute business. It does. It looks fantastic, this. Where are we going to be? You tell me. £12,000 then. Thank you. £12,000 at 12 1/4. 12,250. 12,500. At £12,500. Well, find another. 12,500 then. At £12,500. At £12,500 then. 12 1/2. At £12,500. Excuse me. 12,500. At £12,500. £12,500. Looks a hell of a machine. At 12,500. She's worth that all day long, surely. 12,500. I think we might have to put that in the timed auction, that one, Josh, or speak to the girls upstairs in the auction, in the office. It's worth more than that. 849 are 2 boxes of die-cast models. Here we are. £60 we've got straight away. At £60 and sold at £60. At £60 then we're going to sell. At £60 bid. At £60. £60 and sold at 60. At £60. £70 then. £70 and sold at 70. 80, 90. At £90 then. £90 then we're going to sell it. At £90 then. £100 and sold at 100. £100 then. £100 and sold at £100. Are we all done on 110? £110. £110 then. At £110. 110 then. Hammer's coming down at £110. 120. 130. £130 then. 130 we've got. £130. At 130. £130 then. Hammer's going to drop at 130. 850 is the Focus RS. Here we are then at the Mark 1 Focus RS. There we are. Look at that. Very sensible on the money there. Where are we going to be? You tell me. £9,000. It's a start. £9,000 we've got. 9 1/4. 9,250. 9,250. 9,500. 9,500. At £9,500. At 9,500 and 750. 9,750. At 9,750. At 9,750 then. At 9,750. Focus RS. Mark 1. Cheap that. 9,750. At £9,750 then. Are we all done at 9,750? 851. 1963 saddles and a new Lambretta toolbox, are you? There you go then. Where are we going to be on that then? £40 in the way. Thank you. £40 there. At £40 then. At £40 then. £40 we have at 40. At £40 then. £40 cheap enough at that at 40. At £40 then. £40 you're all done and dusted. They're all finished at £40. 852, the Mitsubishi L200. Here we are. Cheap and cheerful Mitsubishi. Again, where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £500 in the way. Thank you. £500. £500 bid. At £500 then. £500, £600 bid. 6, 7, £800 bid. 8. £900 then. We've got 900. At £900, £1,000 bid. £1,000. £1,000 we have. At £1,000, £1,100 bid, £1,100, £1,200, at £1,200, £1,200 then, cheap enough at £1,200, £1,200, £1,300, at 13, 14, £1,400, at £1,400, 15 and on sale, 16, £1,600, at £1,600, £1,007, £1,008, £1,800, 1,008, 1,009, £1,900. At 1,900. At £1,900. Are you sure? 1,900. Are we all done at 1,900 then? We're going to pull the lever then. Off she goes at £1,900. Sold 853. A little selection of model trucks there, Michael. There we go then. £10 a piece then, £30 we've got. At £30 then, £30, that's cheap enough at £30. Oh, they're bigger than they look in the photograph, aren't they? At £30, yeah, look at them. At £30 then, at £30, at £10 a piece. At £30 then, at £30 then, at £30 then, are we all done? Cheaper that. At £30 then, at £30 then, at £30 are we all done at £30? 854, the Humber Sceptre. Oh yeah, this is a lovely old car. The Humber Sceptre here, there we are then. £3,200 away, 32, 33, 34, 35. At 3,500, £3,500 we've got. 3,500, 3,500, 36. 3,600 at £3,600 then, 3,600, 37, 38, 3,008, £3,800 we've got, 3,008, 39, 3,009, £4,000 bid, £4,000, £4,000, 4,1, 4,100, 4,2 here with me, 4,002 here with me, 4,002, £4,200, 4,3 with Mark, 4,3, 4,4. 4,5 here with me, 4,005, bid with me, 4,500, £4,500, 4,6, 4,006, 4,600, Mark's out, 4,006, 4,7, 4,7 on my sheet here with me, 4,007, £4,700, 4,007, 4,8, 4,008, £4,800, £5,000 bid with me, £5,000 bid with me at £5,000. At £5,000 bid a number 500066, £5,000. At £5,000 then Hammer's coming down at £5,000. Are you sure? At 5,000. £5,000 and sold. That bit of there. And lot number 855, the boxes of various die-cast models there, Michael. Bit of a lucky dip there, bit of all sorts there. There we are then, £100 away, straight away at £100 and sold, and 10 and 20 and £30. £130 we have at 130. At £130 then, at 130, at 130, at £130 we have. At £130 then, Hammer's going to come down at 130. You sure we're going to sell them? At £130 then, off we go at 130. Sold. 856 the Honda. Ah, this is a nice bike. Honda CBR 900RR. Look at that, nice bike as well. Yeah, fairly early machine there. Look at that. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. Who's going to start me? £1,000. £1,000 we have. 1,011. £1,200 bid. At 1,200 then. 1,200 then at 12. 12, 13. At 1,300. £1,300. £1,300 then at 1,003. 1,400. At £1,400 then. 1,400. £1,500 we've got. 15. 15. At £1,500 then. 1,500 for the fire on the CBR 900. I think it's a Fireblade, I think they are, aren't they? There it is then. Where are we going to be then? CBR 900. Are we all done at 15? £1,600. At £1,600 bid. At £1,600. Cheap bike. At £1,600. At £1,600 we'll put you down provisional at 16. Are you sure? £1,600 then. Provisional then at £1,700. £1,700. 17. I'll take a 50 if it helps. 1,750. Farlingthorpe, thank you. 1,750. At £1,750. At £1,750. At £1,750, and are we all done? At 1,750. 1,750 then. Hammer's coming down, going to be sold on a provisional basis then to Farlingthorpe. 1,750, cheap bike if that comes. 857 is the large two-piece Roland's Castle sign. There we are then. There you are, that's a big sign. Where are we going to be on that, you tell me? Who's going to bid me £100? That's a nice big sign. Who's going to bid me £100 anywhere? £100 asking, who wants to jump in with a cheeky 100? You never know. If not, we'll move on. We've still got some to do. 858. Now this is an unusual little car. The Honda Civic. Here we are, the little CRX. Very unusual little car. We've got some bids here. We have got 7,750, £8,000, £8,250 bid at 8,250, £8,250, 8,250. I'm sure it will come at 8,250. That's provisional. at £8,250 then. That's going to be sold on the provisional basis. 8.5. She's on sale now then. 8,005. It's on sale. £8,500. I'm going to sell it. At £8,500, it's on sale. At £8,500, are you all done? £8,500. I'm going to drop the hammer, Dave. Are you sure? 8,750. £8,750. At £8,750, £9,000 we've got. At £9,000. At £9,000 then. At £9,000, are you sure? I'll take 100 if it helps. At £9,000, she's on sale. At £9,000, it's on sale. It's going. 9,1. 9,001. 9,2. 9,002. At 9,002. 9,200. 9,3. 9,3. 9,003. £9,300 in. I'm going to, 9,4. 9,4. 9,004. 9,5. 9,005. 9,6. 9,600. £9,600. 9,7. 9,7 we have at 9,007. 9,8. 9,8 we have got 9,800. 9,900. 9,9. Who's going to fill it up to 10? 9,9 we've got. £10,000 then. Who's in Tunbridge Wells, please, Jack? Anthony. £10,000. £10,000 then. Looks like it's off to Anthony in Tunbridge Wells. Are you sure you're all done? Get ready with that button, Jack, because when the hammer goes down, it's gone. At £10,000, it's off to Tunbridge Wells. It's gone. Well done, Anthony. Good lad. 859 is the Triang pedal car. Here we go then. Where we're going to be on that £60 bid. Thank you. £60, £70 then. At £70 then, are we all done? At £70 then. Cheap enough at that. £70, £80. £80 was Andy's bid down there, Jack. At 80. Just had his hand up in front. £80 we've got. At £80 then, Andy's bid on the phones at 80, £90 on the internet. At £90, at £90 then, £100 we've got. £100 bid. At £100, £100 and 10 and 20, 120. At 120, 130, 130. £130 then, your bid Andy at 130. £130 bid. At 140, 140. You're out now, Andy. 140. 150, £150 he says, 150, £150 is Andrew's bid at the moment at 150. Hammer's coming, 160, 160, 170, 170, £170. Andrew, your bid at 170 then, are you sure you're all done then? Hammer's going to drop at 170, get ready with the button, Jack. On the nail, 170. Sorry guys, I don't think I rushed that one through. It's 170. 860, right on the nail. 860, the Morris Minor. Here we are, the Morris Minor. Where are we going to be? £4,000 and away. Thank you. At £4,000. 4,250. At 4,250. 4,500. £4,500. Hang on, Jacko. Where we go? £4,500. 4,750 in Chesterfield. 4,750. At 4,750. £4,750 bid. At 4,750. At £4,750 then, we're going to sell it provisionally to Chesterfield at £5,000. Cornwall's come in. Chesterfield's back in again. 5,250. At £5,250. At £5,250, are we all done? At 5,250 and a half. 5,005. I'm going to put it on sale at £5,500. Off to Cornwall as we speak. At £5,500 then. 5,750. Chesterfield back in again. 5,750. 5,750. It's on sale. It's going. It's sold. It's away. At £5,750. Get ready, Jack. When the hammer goes down, it's going to go at £5,750. Gone. Again, I didn't rush that one. No way did I rush that car. No way. That's 5,750. 861 Audi TT FSI, no reserve. going to be sold to the highest bidder. We've got 550, 600 pound bid. At 600 pound, we've got 600 pound for, look, a modern Audi TT. 650 pound. At 650 pound we have. At 650 pound then. At 650 pound then. At 650, hammers coming down. I'm going to sell it at 700. At 700 pound. At 700 pound then, no reserve, off she goes. 700 pounds, are you sure? At 700 pound then, hammer's going to drop down at 700 pounds. 700. Did you manage to keep that one at 750, Jack?
Yeah, we did.
Well done. Yep, I didn't, cannot be accused for rushing that. 862 is a JBA Falcon. Oh, and this is an unusual little car. I'll just refresh my screen because there'll be some bids on there. There's some bids on there that take us up to just short of 3. Then we've got 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and £3,600 on there. At £3,600 we've got £3,600. Then it's going to be sold at 3,600. 3,700. Young Mark there at 3,700. Just beat you in. 3,800. Mark, you're out. 3,800. Internet bid at £3,800. 3,900. You're back in again at 3,900. 3,009, you're back in. Young Mark's in at 3,009. £4,000. Ah, Cornwall was back in again then at £4,100. At £4,100. 4,001, Mark's out. Finch is in at 4,001. 4,2. 4,2. 4,200. £4,200 bid at 4,002. Are we done? At 4,002. 4,3. 4,300. £4,300 I am going to sell at £4,300. 4,003. Hammer's coming down at 4,003 and 4. 4,4. 4,004. At 4,400. Going for the first, second, third and last time. Get ready with that button, Jacko, at 4,004. Sold. 863. The Barrows Stores enamel sign, Michael. Great big one, says Michael. Oh, you can tell how big it is near that BMW car there. Look at that. Oh, big sign, look. 60 inches by 36. Big sign. £80 bid we've got. £80 then. £80 I'm going to sell at £80 then. At £80 then. Nice big sign then at £80. £80 then. £80. Lovely bit of patina on there at 80. Excuse me. £80 we have. At £80 then. £80. Are you sure you're all done at £80, £90 then in Whitby? Excuse me. Hang on a minute. Yeah. At £90. At £90 then. At £90 then. I'm going to pull the lever then. £90 off she goes to Whitby. There it goes. 864 is the little Nissan Micra. The little Nissan Micra. 50 grand every time I see one of these. Little Nissan Micra. There we are then. Our grandfather had one towards the end. Bless him. Miss him terribly. There we are then. Where we're going to be. We've got £400 bid. At 400 then. At £400 we've got. At £400 I'll take a 50 if it helps Jacko. At £450 thank you. At 450. At 450. 500 and I can sell it. One more bid and I will sell. At £450 it's provisional. At £500 thank you Birmingham. It's on sale now. At £500 and 550. At £550 I'm going to sell. At £550 then. At 550. £600 bless her, look, £600. At £650 then at 650. £700 then at £700. £750 at £750 and £800 we've got. £800 then, £850 then, £850 then, £850. £900. £900 I am now. £950. I'd give 9 grand for it if Grandad was here. £950. At £950 then are we sure done at 950? At £950 at £1,000. At £1,000 then at £1,000. That's if you wanted it. At £1,000. At £1,000 then. At £1,000 are we all done at £1,000? At £1,000 then. At £1,000 then. Hammer's coming down. Are you sure? Off she goes in at £1,000. Little sweetie's going. It's gone. 865. The Ford Sierra Sapphire Cosworth, owned and entered by a friend of ours, been a big supporter of everything we've done over the last 10 or 15 years. Sadly, now we're not in the best of health, hence the not in the best of health. Hence the sale of the car. Drove it over a couple of weeks ago. Dad, I think you took him back home again. They are nice car, bonny car, bonny colour from a nice stable. Where we're going to be on that, you tell me. Who's going to start me? 17,000. It's a start. 17,000. 17,500, 17,500, £18,000, £18,500, £18,500, £18,500, £19,000, at £19,000, 19,500 at 19,500, 19,500, £20,000 at £20,000, at £20,000, worth every penny this, at £20,000 then, at £20,000 we have, at 20,500, £20,500, at 20,500, we'll submit it, at 20,500, at 20,500, just don't get it insured yet because they might not win it at this, at £21,000, Doncaster, fresh bidder, at £21,000, at £21,000, then that's provisional Doncaster, at £21,000, at £21,000, we'll have a conversation, we'll see what we can do at 21 and a half, 21,005, 22, £22,000 we have, 22,000, £22,000, at £22,000, 22,000, are you sure? Are you all done? I'll take a 250 if it helps, 22.5, I'll still take a 250 if it helps, 22.5 we've got, 22,500, 22,750, 22,750, 22,750, 22,750, then are we there? At 22,750, 23,000, at £23,000, at £23,000, 23 and a quarter, 23,250, 23,250, 23,250. Are you sure we're all done? It wouldn't be here if it wasn't for David's health. At 23, thank you very much, at 23,500, 23,750, 23,750, 23,750, what do you reckon, 23,750, we'll try our best for you Doncaster, can I ask who's in Doncaster, Jack, please? Oh, it slips over onto Cornwall, in Cornwall? Yep, thought it might be. We'll try for you, Sid, down in Cornwall. Oh, we've got Doncaster back in. Paul? Paul in Doncaster. At 24,250. 24,5. Back with Sid at 24,5. 24,750 with Paul. 24,750. 25. 25,000. 25,250. David, the owner of this car, has had some fantastic cars in his life, in his time. And like I say, this one wouldn't be coming out the stable now if it wasn't for the health issues, should I say. 25,250. At 25,250. 25,250. I'm going to put it on sale, Paul, at £25,250. Did you drive him back in it? Oh, Father took him back home in the car. 25.5, back with Sid at 25.5. Oh, Father took David home the other day when he drove the car over. 25.750, 25.750, back with Paul. 25.750, are we all done, are you sure? 25, 26, 26, £26,000 and a quarter, 26,250, 26,250. 26,500, 26,500, 26,500 and 750, 26,750. Always sad when someone's going to come in second place, but appreciate your bids, gentlemen. At £27,000, 27,000, 27,000, 27,250, 27,250. Bit of a bitter sweet pill for David, the owner of the car, obviously. At 27,250, 27,250, 27,500, 27,500. At £27,500. At 27,500. Are you all done then? I'm going to pull the lever at £27,500 then. I'm going to have to drop it at some point at 27.5. Thank you all for your bids, Paul especially. Sid, thank you for your bids at £27,500. And are we all done at 27.5? 27. 875. Thank you very much. David, if you're watching at home, I hope that's okay for you, and I wish you all the best. Now, Paul's going to jump on and do a few for us. Thank you ever so much. I'll catch you later.
Right then, and we're moving on to lot 866, ladies and gentlemen, which is a 1976 Yamaha. There she is, look, 76 Yamaha. We have some interest here with me, Jack. You have some interest there with you, Jack. £4,000 to kick us off, look, 4,000, 4,2, 4,4, 4,800. On our screen here, 4,800, at £4,800. At 4,800, at 4,800, I'll take 100 if it helps. At £4,800 we have. At £4,800 then, at 4,800. 9, says Alan, 4,009. £4,900 then, at 4,900. I'm out. At £4,900 the bid. At 4,900. £4,900 then, are we done? At £4,900 then, we're going to sell it provisionally for the first, 4,900 for the second, third and last time at 4,900. Alan the bidder on the telephone. Thank you very much. And we're moving on to lot number 867, ladies and gents. BMK Carpets and Rug tin sign. There we are then. Where are we going to be with this then? We got 20, 30, £40 bid. At £40 then, at £40 we have. And 50 to Andy. £50 then, at £50. £50 then, who wants 60? At £50 then, £50 we have. At 50, £50 then, we're going to sell it. At £50 then, looking round for the first, second, third and last time at £50. Andy's telephone. And on to 868, the little Kawasaki KE. There she is, look, KE 100, I think that one, is it not? There you go, look, nice little bike. We've been asked to submit the best bid of the day. There you go, it's been stored around for a little while. Turns over, has compression, we haven't tried to start it. I think it's 100, I'm sure it's 100. I heard it run 5 years ago, maybe a little more, 6 years ago, something like that. So I don't suppose it's going to take a lot of getting going, is it? Is there £500 to kick us off out there? There must be £500 out there. 500. £500 over here. £500, 500, 550, 550, at 550. 550, £600. At £600 then, at £600. Not a lot of money for a little field bike for you. At £600 the bid. At £600 then, at £600 then is the 50. At £600 then, £600, 650, 650, 650, £700 there, at £700. At £700 then is the 50. At £700 then, £700 then, I bet you have it running at the weekend. At £700 the bid. At £700 then, £700 then, we're going to pull the lever. It is provisional. We have got to make a phone call, ladies and gents, but £700 then for the first, second, third and last time at 700. Provisionally 700, thank you. And on to 869. Here we are then, a box of model trucks in boxes. There you go, a big box full of trucks in the boxes. There you go, lovely, aren't they? We have 40, 50, 60, £70 bid, £80 here with me. At £80 then, £80 bid. At 80, £80 then, £80 then. That was my bid, that, Jack. Sorry, Rothenstall, but I picked you there. £80. 90, that's your bid at £90. At 90 then, at £90. Who's got 100? At £90 we have. £90 then, at £90 are we done? I'm going to sell them. At £90 then, 100. £100 he says, £100 the bid. At £100 then, 110, 110, 110, 110. At 110, 110, 120, 120, 120, 120. At 120, 30, 130, 130, 130, 130 then. Are you done? At 130 then, we're going to sell them. At £130. Sold at 130. And on to 870, ladies and gents, which is a 1976 Kawasaki. There she is, look. What a lovely little bike that is. Kawasaki 400. Lovely looking machine. There we are then. Where are we going to start with this? 3,800. At £3,800. At 3,800. At 3,800 pound. 39 says Mark. 3,009. 3,009. Mark the bidder there at 3,900. 3,900. 4,000. 4,000 pound then at 4,000 pound. 4,1 he says. 4,1. 4,100. 4,001. 2. 4,2. 4,2. 4,002. 3. 4,3. 4,003. 4,3. At 4,300 pound. At 4,300 pound then what do we think? At 4,300 pound then 4,4 says Alan. 4,4. 4,004. 5. 4,5. 4,005. You couldn't restore one for this money, gents. 4,005. Is he sure? At 4,500 pound then are we done? 4,500 pound provisional telling Mark for the first, second, third and last time. We'll make a phone call. 45. Mark the bidder. And on to 871. All change. Oh, okay. Oh, it is all change as well. Do I get to change? Here we are then, 871, ladies and gents, a collection of signs and banners. There you go, a lucky dip. There we are then, £50 and on sale from the off. At £50 bid, at 50 who wants 60. At £50 we have. At £50 then, at £50 then, I'm going to pull the lever. At £50 then, are you done? At £50 then, for the first, second, third and last time at £50. There you go, they're off, top right, Ash. And we move on to 872, which is 1994 Ford Escort XR 3i. There you go then. Good value these are, ladies and gents. Look, new starter, timing belt, water pump, etc. over the last year or two. There we go. There we are. £1,200, he says. At £1,200. At £1,200 we have. At £1,200 then. At £1,200. £1,200 then, who wants 13? At £1,200 there, at 1,200. £1,200 then is a 13, be sharp. At £1,200 then, £1,200 then we'll talk. At £1,200 then provisionally, are you sure? £1,200, are you sure? He's missing another one, Mick. £1,200, look, and he's like, well, 1,200. We're going to talk for the first, second, third and last time. Have a quick board meeting, look. £1,200 top right. I hope you get it. Missed another one. Yeah, that must be 10 or 11 they've missed now. I know. And we're moving on to 873, ladies and gents, which is the 1979 Austin Mini Rally car. There you go then. Oh, what a bit of kit, look. What a bit of kit. Was this the one that's just on your Cadwell stages? Yeah, I know the car. Yeah, it sounds fantastic, doesn't it? Yeah, absolutely. I know the car, I know the vendor, the car's right, it's just on the Cadwell stages, ladies and gents. There you go, look, it's on high lows and limited slip diff and straight cut box, you name it. Perfect, absolutely. Give it a once over, off you go and do an event. 11,250 the bid. 11,250. 11,250 then. 11,250. Who wants 11,500? 11,250. 11,250. Loads of fun to be had in this car. 11,250. 11,250 then. Are you sure you don't want 11,500? 11,250 the bid. 11,250. I'll take 100 if it helps. 11,250 then. 11,250. You might have to find a little bit more, guys. 11,250 then for the first, for the second, third and last time, provisionally at 11,250. We'll try for you. And we're going to move on to 874. There we are then. The little 52 Fordson light van. Clearly been stood around for a little while, but we have had it running. And it runs quite well, you know. Yeah, bit of fresh fuel, starts straight up, and it actually runs really well. And on some very old fuel, very old fuel. There we are, ideal, convert it into something, there you go. Where are we going to be then? £1,800, £1,800, no money is it? £1,800, who's got 2,000? At 1,800, 1,800, Alan was first. To be fair, Alan's last now, at 2,200 on the internet. At 2224, 24, 26, 26, 28, 2008, 3,000, 3,000 pounds, 3,2, 3,2, 4, 6, 3,6, 3,8, 3,008, 4,000, 4,000, 4,000 pounds, 4,2, 4,4. I think I know him, don't I? 4,4, 4,004, 6, 4,6, 8, 4,008, 5,000, 5,2, 5,002, 5,200, 4, 5,4, 5,6, 5,006, 8, 58, 6,000, 6,000 pounds, 6,000 pound the bid at 6,200, 4, 6, 4, 6,004 on the telephone at 6,400 pound. Then are we done? At 6,006, 6,6, 6,8, 6,008 at 6,800 on the telephone. Are you sure? At 6,800 pounds then for the first. Are you done? For the second, third and last time at 6,800. Andy's phone. Thank you. Thank him for his bids. And I hope the wife's getting better. And we're moving on to 875, the banner with the UK, Dutch and German travel badges. There we are then. Mick's got it there for you. Where are we going to be with this then? £10, £20, £20 we have. At £20 then, at £20 then, who wants 30? At £20 then, at £20 we have. At £20 then, £20 then, brighten up a little corner. At £20 then, submitting for the first, second, third and last time at £20. Top right. And on to 876, ladies and gents, 2008 Toyota RAV4, look. There she is, look. Looks a good purposeful motor. There you go. Where are we going to be? £500. At £500 then. £500 then. Diesel, isn't it, this one? I'm sure it's diesel. At £500 then. At £500 then. It's no money for a little runabout for you. At £500. Toyota. It's a Toyota as well, Mick. £500 then. At £500 then. At 500, I'll take a 50 if it helps. At £500 then. At £500, 550, 550, 550, 550 then. Is there 600? At £550 then. It's no money, is it? Come on. At £550. At 550 then, are we done? At £550 then, looking round. 600, £600. At £600. At £600 then, at 600, £600 then for the first, provisionally for the second, 650, 650, 650, 650 bid, at £650 then, do you want 7? At £650 then, provisionally for the first, second, third and last time at 650, provisionally 650, thank you. And on to 877. There we are then. Jag and Rolls Royce walking sticks. There we go then. You're not ready for them yet, are you, Mick? There we are then. We have 40, 50, £60 bid. At £60 then, 70, £70 he says. 80, £80 then, £80 we have. 90, 100, £100. 100, 10, 20, 120, 120. 120, 120, 120, £120 then, we're going to sell them at £120 then on the internet there at £120. 120 internet. And on to 878, 1995 Aston Martin DB7 Auto. There you go, look, looks a lot of car up in your building, Mick, looks a lot of motor. There we go. There you go. What are we going to start with that then? 6. I can't start down there, can I? I have to start higher than that. We need 7,000 to kick us off. That's what we need. I'm not starting with a 6. Nope. Nope. There must be 7,000 out there. There must be £7,000 out there for an Aston Martin. I mean, come on. 7,000 surely. If not, you're going to have to ring the office, guys. Nope. We've got nobody there. We're moving on to 879, ladies and gents, which is sign. Here we are, Mickey. Roland's, Weeks, Palmer's enamel sign. There you go then. There you go. We have 20, 30, 40, £40 bid. At £40 then. At £40 then. At £40 we have. At £40 then. at £40, £40 then who wants 50, at £40 then, at £40 then we're going to pull the lever, at £40 then looking round for the first, second, third and last time we'll make a phone call, £40 and on to 880, 1965 Cortina Super. There you go, nice bright looking car, Mark 1, there she is, look, 7 owners from new and 39,000 miles supposedly. There you go, make your own inquiries of course. There we go, there we are, 36, 36, 37, 37, 37, 38, 39, 39, 3009, 4,000, £4,000, £4,000, at £4,000 the bid, at £4,000 we have, at £4,000 then who wants 100, at £4,000 then 4,000, at £4,000 then, at 4,000, £4,000 then is there 100, at £4,000 then we're going to sell it provisionally, at £4,000 then looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time at 4,000, M85106. There you go, thank you. There you go, sorry. And we're moving on to lot number 881. I hope you get it. On to 881, ladies and gents. There we go, look, the old Atco cylinder mower, look, with electric start. Look at that. You could go home on it. There we are then. We have 40, 50, £50 bid, at £50 then and on sale, at £50, £50 then, at £50 bid, at 50, electric start, at £50 bid, at £50 then are we done, at £50 then we're going to pull the lever, 60, £60, 70, £70 bid, at £70, at 70, £70 then going off up to Stockton, at £70 then, for the first, second, third and last time at £70. There we go. And we're moving on to 882, which is a 2015 BMW F700. There we are then. Now these look a lot of bike, don't they? Not too heavy, and I bet they're not far slower than them 1150s and whatnot. I bet they're a lovely bike. There we go. It looks good value. £2,800. At 2,800, 29, 2009. 2,900, £2,900 then, at 2009, 2,900, looks good value to me, looks a real modern bike, at 2,900, who's got 3,000, at £2,900 then, at £2,900 then we'll talk, at £2,900 provisionally then, for the first 3,000, at £3,000, at £3,000 we have, at £3,000 then, at 3,000 then, do you want 100? At £3,000 then we'll talk, at £3,000 then, 31, 31, 3,001. How cheap are these here bikes? At £3,100 then, we're going to sell it provisionally for the first, 32, 32, 32, 3,002, 3, 33, 33, 3,300, at £3,300 then, at £3,300 then for the first, still provisional, for the second, third and last time, 33, hope you get it. And we're moving on to 883, no matter how good she looks. There you go, look, there you go, modern reproduction tin sign, look, there we go, £40 and on sale from the off. At £40 we have, at £40 then, at £40, £40 then, at 40, 50 says Dave, £50 he says, at 50, £50, at £50 then, and 60, £60, £60 on the internet and 70, £70 Castleford, good afternoon, at £70 then, 80, £80, at £80 bid, at £80 then, £80 then, at £80 then, what do we think? At £80 then I'm going to pull the lever, at £80 then we're going to sell it, £90 says Dave, at £90 then, at £90 then are we done, at £90 then for the first, second, third and last time at £90. Dave the bidder, thank you. And we're moving on to 884, which is a registration on retention RDW566. There we are then. There we go. £650 look at £650 and on sale from the off at 650, 750, 750 and 850 here with me. 850 then at 850, 850, 850 the bid at £850 then at 850, 850 then, 850. I'll take a 50 if it helps you. At £850 then, £850 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 850. Top right. And on to 885, Wincarnis plastic repro sign. There we go then, it's a plastic sign. This one, ladies and gents, is there £20 out there to kick us off? Is there £20? If not, we're going to scoot on. We're scooting on. Lot 886, there we go, which is a 1959 Royal Enfield Constellation. There she, oh, look at that, what a lovely old bike, look. What a lovely old machine. Inchy. I know, Mick, I know, we keep saying it, don't we? There we are then, £2,800 to start us off, look, £2,800 at 2,800, at £2,800 then, at 2,800, 2,800, at £2,800 then, at 2,800 is the 29, at £2,800 then, I think you'll have to find some more, at £2,800 then, we'll submit it for the first, second, third and last time at 28, and on to 887, the ladies, no, they're never there when you want them, Mick, the ladies Pashby 3-speed bicycle, there we are then, on your bike, there you go, look at him, look. There we go, ladies and gents. We have 20, 30, £40 bid, at £40 then, at £40, at £40 then. Hey, that'll do you for the way home from the pub, look. Put pops in the front, look. At £50 we have, at 50 and 60, £60, at £60 then, at £60 then, at £60, £60 we have, at 60, do you want 70? At £60 then, we're going to pull the lever, at £60 and 70, £70, £70, at 70, 80, £80 he says, and on sale, at £80 then, at £80, £80 the bid then, £80 then for the first, 90, £90, at 90, at £90 then, at £90 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at £90, sold at 90, and on to 888, the Alfa Romeo Spider look, there you go. Look at that, looks a lot of car, looks a lot of car. Right-hand drive, I know the car, I know the car. The correct mirrors are in the boot, should you wish to fit them, the big, clumsy, horrible mirrors. But these ones are nice, look, there you go. Car's nice, drives nice, looks nice. Know the vendor, lovely car. There we are then, where are we going to start with that then? 14, 14 and a quarter, 14,250, 14,5, at 14,500, right-hand drive. At £14,500, at 14,500, who wants 750? At 14,500 then, at 14,500, at 14,500, I'll take 100 if it helps, I know you like that. At £14,500 then, at 14,500, 14,500, who wants 6? Be sharp. At £14,500 then, we'll submit it, we'll talk. At £14,500 then for the first, provisionally I might add for the second, third and last time at 14,500. Top right, Ash. And just before I go on to this next lot, lot 718, the Rover 213S has been sold. Lot 771, a Vauxhall sign, has been sold. Lot 768, a Honda, has been sold. Lot 769, a Monaco Grand Prix sign. Lot 781, a Fraser Mash sign. Lot 787, an Ironman neon sign. Lot 236, a Honda. Lot 793, Swan Vestas. And 797, a Beetle, have all been sold. Thank you very much for them. And on to 889, ladies and gents, the Royal British Legion notice board. There you go, Mick's got it there, look. Is there a tenner? £10 then. At £10 we have. At £10 who wants 20? At £10 then. At £10 we have. At £10 then. At £10 then. Do you want 20? Be sharp. At £10 then. £10 then. £10. I can't believe I'm struggling here for £10, £20. 20 at £10 then. There you go. Give us a ring. I can't take £10 for that, can I? £20. There you go. £20 then. £20. I know, I've got it here. £20. I know that. £20. Look, I'm kidding you. At £20 we have. At £20 then he's put it down. Look, he's got sick of holding it. Lift it up. At £20 we have. At £20 then. At £20. You want to get some of the young uns to lift this stuff up, Mick? At £20 then. At £20. £20 then. We're going to sell it. At £20. There you go. Well done. And on to 890, which is a 1976 Kawasaki. There we are then. Look at that, a Z900. Lot of bike. There you go. You tell me where we're going to be. 7.5 over here at 7,500. At £7,500. At 7,500 then. At 7,500. 750. 7,750. 7,750. At 7,750. At 7,750. Who wants 8? At 7,750. Will it start, Mick? At 7,750. At 7,750. Will it start? It will. At 7,750. At 7,750 then. At 7,750 then. Provisionally then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 7,750. And on to 891, which is a cutaway engine. There you go. That's the thing I was asking if it would start. There you go. Look, lovely, isn't it? There you go. We have 60, 70, 80, £90 the bid. At £90 then. At £90. £90 we have. At 90. £90 then. Who wants 100? At £90, 100, 100, 110, 120 with me. 120, 120, 120, 30, 40, 140. 140 then, at 140, 140, 50, 150, 150, 60, 160, at 160, 160 then, at 160. Are we done? At 160 then, for the first, second, 170, 170, 80, 180, at 180, 180 then, at £180 then, 190, 190, 200, £200, at £200 then, at £200, and are we done? At £200 then, looking round for the first, second, third and last time at 200, £200, thank you. And we move on to 892, which is a 1977 Honda. There she is, look. Good condition for being 49 years of year vintage, it says here. The chrome work naturally has some age-related pitting, and it's covered 23,000 miles, give or take. There we are. There we go then. We've got £800 bid. At £800 then. At £800. £800 then. Who wants 9? At £800 then. 900 says Mark. £900 then. At £900 the bid. At £900 then, £900, 1,000, and on sale I might add, at £1,000, 1,000, 1,100, £1,100 then, Mark the bidder, £1,100 then, £1,100 then, do you want 12, be sharp, £1,100 then, I'm going to sell it, £1,100 then for the first, for the second, 11, 12, 1,200, £1,200 then, at £1,200. £1,200, not a lot of money, is it? 1,300 says Mark. £1,300 then. 1,300, do you want 14? 1,300 we have. £1,300 then. Looking round then for the first. We're going to sell it. 14. 1,400. £1,400 at 14. 14. Thanks for letting me know. At 1,400. Do you want 15? At £1,400 then for the first, second, third and last time at 1,400. 1,400, thank you. And we're on to a 1997 Suzuki GS 500 EV. There we go then, there we go. Now, this has been through before, this bike, and we have had bids, but we can't get in touch with the vendor. So if you're watching, give us a ring, will you? Suzuki GS 500, ladies and gents. You start me at £300. There must be £300 out there for it, a little 500 bike. I know, he won't answer the phone or email or whatever. £300, there you go, I should think so as well. Thank you, £300 bid. At £300, then who wants 400? At £300 then, at £300. At £300 then, at £300 the bid. At £300 then is the 4. At £300 then, at £300 we'll try and get in touch with him this time. At £300 then for the first, second, third and last time at 300. We'll try. 894, ladies and gents, which is a 1972 Triumph. There she is, look. What a lovely looking bike that is. Super user friendly, I know. There we are then. We have 34, 36, 38, 3,800, £4,000. At £4,000 then, at 4,000, £4,000 then, and on sale at 4,000. At £4,000 the bid. £4,000 then 4,2, 4,2, 4,4, 4,004, 4,400, 4,400 at £4,400 then. 4,004, I'll take 100 if it helps, at 4,004, 4,4, 5, 4,5, 4,6, 4,006, 4,600 then we're selling. At £4,600 then, what do you think? At £4,600 then for the first, second, third and last time at 4,600. Sold at 46. And on to 895, the adult pedal go-kart. There we go then. There we are then. Is a £10. Is there a tenner out there for a little go-kart? Look, you know, hours of fun on that. Look, there you go. This petrol crisis and all the rest of it, costing and all the rest of it, there you go, you still get to work. Is there a tenner? There must be a tenner, surely, otherwise, there you go, there's £10, there you go, you can have a load of fun on that, aren't you? At £10 then, £10 we have, at £10 then is the 20. At £10 then, at £10 then is the 20. At £10, at £10, I'm going to sell it. At £20, 20, 30, £30, £30. They've all realised now. At £30 the bid. At £30 then, £30 then is the 40. At £30 then, I'm going to sell it. At £30. Sold at 30. And on to 896, which is a 1988 Ford Escort RS Turbo. There you are then. You've all read about it. You've seen it. I know it. There you go. Should be someone on a telephone. That's fine. That's all right. I've just got it down here. No problem. Right then, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Escort RS Turbo. There we are then. We have 9,000, 92, 94, 94, 96. Well, 95. We'll skip that. 96, 9,600. 9,600 the bid. At £9,600. 9,600. At £9,600. Then who wants 98? At 9,600. And on sale, it's on sale. 96, 98, 98. We'll have 100, Josh. 99 for my figures, mate, please. 99. Here with me at 99. 99 at 9,900. £9,900 then. And 10,000. £10,000 at £10,000. At £10,000 then. At £10,000. 10,1 and 10,2 for my figures. 10,200. At £10,200 the bid. At 10,200 then. At 10,002. 10,200, what do we think? At £10,200 then. The bidder number 50039. At £10,200 then for the first. I'm going to sell it. For the second, third and final time, 10,300. Only just 10,003. At £10,300 then I'm out. At £10,300 then for the first. For the second, third and last time at 10,300. Nope, 10,400. Mexborough. 10,004. I advise you not to leave it till the last minute, guys. At 10,400. At £10,400 then. At 10,004. £10,400 then for the first, second, Third and final time at 10,400. Sold at 10.4. And on to 897. A retention, registration on retention, I should say. BU09 get. There you are then. There you go. Is there 200 quid to kick us off? There must be a couple of £100 out there to kick us off, surely. Is there £200 there? We've got to start somewhere. Anybody? Nope. Let's move on. So individual registration numbers, aren't they? 898, ladies and gents. 1990 Pontiac Fiero. There she is, look. Looks a lot of car. Looks an awful lot of car. Look at that. What a bit of kit that is. There you go. Is there? 5.5. There is. 5.5. 5.5. 5.750. 5.750. 5.750. At 5.750. 5.750 then 6,000. £6,000 then at £6,000. At £6,000 then at 6,000. £6,000 then. I'll take 100 if it helps you. Same goes to you. £100 if you like. At £6,000 the bid. 6-1. 6-1. 6,001 and 2. 6-2. 6,002. 6,200. 6,002. 3. 6-3. 4. 6-4. 6,004. 6,004 and 5. 6-5. Looks a lot of cars. 6-6. 6,006 at 6,006 and 7. 6,007 at £6,700 then. What do we think? At 6,007, 8, 6, 8, 6,008. At 6,800 at 6, 9, 6, 9. Another bid and it's on sale. £7,000 and on sale. At £7,000 then. At £7,000 then. It looks like it's a 15 grand car, doesn't it? At £7,000 bid. At £7,000 then are you done? At £7,000 then 7-1. 2, 7-2, 7,200. At £7,200 then. At £7,200 then for the first, second, third and last time at 72. Sold at 72. And then just before we get on with this here, lot number 814, the Rover 75. Sold. Lot 822, a Massey Ferguson. Has been sold. Lot 824, a Porsche Carrera. Sold. Lot 827, a light up sign. Sold. Lot 825, selection of signs. Sold. Lot 838, a Vespa. Sold. Lot 842, a Maxi. Sold. Lot 840, an M3 BMW. And 856, a Honda CBR. Sold. And Charlie's rushing out towards me with some more. Lot number 899, ladies and gentlemen, we're nearly home. 1978 Alfa Romeo 2-litre 2000 Spider, sorry. Thank you, Charlie. There we are then, 2000 Spider. There we go, it's got a new battery, the vendor has supplied there, look. There we go, 82,000 miles showing, make your own inquiries on that one. Nice looking car. Nice bright looking car. Where are we going to be with that? We're going to be 11,750. 11,750 then. 11,750. Who's got 12? 11,750. 11,750. 11,750 then. 11,750. 11,750. 11,750. 11,750. 12,000. Sorry, David, in my own little world. At £12,000 the bid. At £12,000 then. At £12,000. At £12,000, I'll take 100 if it helps. At £12,000 then, Dave the bidder. At £12,000. At £12,000 then, do you want that 100? At £12,000 then, it's provisional, tell him Dave, but we'll talk. At £12,000 then for the first. For the second, third and last time at 12,000. Dave the bidder. And as I was just saying, some more solds. Lot 154, the Land Rover. Sold. Lot 863, a Stone sign. Sold. Lot 610, an Austin 7. 777, another sign. 742, an MGB. 868, a Kawasaki. 873, a Mini Rally car. You won't regret that. 880, a Cortina. And 879, a Roland's enamel sign. They have indeed also all been sold. And then we move on to the lot we've been looking for 3 days, ladies and gentlemen. Lot number 900. We're there, Mick. We're nearly there. There we go then. Land Rover pickup, Series 1, I think this one. There she is, look. Lots and lots of work done to the motor, new engine, new crank, new brakes, new this, new that. Been stood a year, it will want a quick once over, but the motor speaks for itself, solid as a rock, new, I don't even want to work out what he spent on it, don't depress the fella. There we are, £6,000 with me, at 6,000, 6,2, 6,4, 6,6. 6,6, 6,8, 7,000, 7,2, 7,200, at £7,200 then, at 7,200, 7,4, 7,004, at 7,004, £7,400 then, 7,6, 7,6, 7,600, at £7,600 then, at 7,600. At 7,600, you couldn't begin to restore one for this money. At £7,600 then. At 7,600 are we done? I'll take 100 if it helps. At £7,600 then. 7,7. 7,7. 7,007. At £7,700 then. 7,8. 7,8. 7,8. 7,800. At £7,800 then, at £7,800. 7,9, 7,9, 7,009. At £7,900 then, at £7,900 then are we done? At 7,900 we have got to make a phone call. At £7,900 then, provisionally then, for the first, second, 8,000. £8,000 says Skegness. £8,000 then, at £8,000 the bid, at 8,001, 8,1, down in Shropshire, 8,100, 8,100, what do we think Skegness? At £8,100 then, we still got to make a phone call for the first, provisionally for the second, third and final time at 8,100, and that, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to the end of our auction. Our April auction is done. Thank you very, very much for all your support, all your bids more importantly, all the guys on YouTube at home who sit there with nothing to do all day but watch me. Thank you so, so much. Thank you everyone for coming down and helping out and doing what you do. Even you with the camera there, John. You don't do a bad job, old boy. And we'll look forward to seeing you all next month where we do it all over again. And we may even see some of you at Mathewsons live in August, where we do it live. Thanks very much, everyone. Over and out. Well done, boys.